As we have selected a rather unusual title and topic for this series of instructions, perhaps it will be wise to establish a certain background relating to the author whose works we are to examine. In the first place, General Albert Pike, whose life covered the greater part of the 19th century, was one of the outstanding men of his time. His career was so broadly diversified that he brought to almost any subject with which he was concerned not only a profound theoretical scholarship, but also a wide personal experience covering more activities than are crowded into the life of the average person. General Pike belonged to the same family as Zebulon Pike, the explorer. And he belonged to a period, an American background. And we find that his family reached America in the 17th century, and from that time on have become an essential part of our tradition. General Pike himself presents a number of interesting, remarkable facets. Perhaps one of the most unusual is his struggle for an education. He was of a considerable family, and his father was of humble means. Therefore, from the beginning, it was necessary for a Pike to find his own way. He early exhibited a remarkable scholarship, and by the time he reached college years, he passed successfully every examination necessary for his entrance into Harvard. He also was one of those young men who found it necessary to work his way to an education, and he prepared as best he could for what he regarded to be an essential form of training in the unfoldment of his own instincts and desires. Finally, having attained a sufficient amount of funds to pay for the first part of his scholastic year, he made the long and difficult journey to Harvard, some say on foot, in order to conserve what means he had. Arriving there, he was informed that his scholastic standing was satisfactory in every way, but that he could not enter the college unless he could pay for both terms or 1 year's work. Being utterly unable to do so, he was forced to give up his hope, for at that time apparently there were no scholarships available as today. This was said to have been his first heartbreak, and it was not entirely compensated for when in his older years Harvard offered him an honorary degree. At that time he declined with thanks, saying that when he had come in need of an education, they could not provide it, and by the time they had so graciously offered it, he no longer stood in need of it. This particular point is one of many anecdotes, and as we go through the series, we will occasionally introduce some of these, but we do not wish to make the entire evening anecdotal, so that we will pass on to a few important points. Finding education on a formal level more or less closed to him by his own poverty, Pike followed the general practice of young men of his time and went west. In the course of this journey, he went along through Missouri and finally came into New Mexico and stopped for some time at Taos. From there he proceeded into the Indian country, establishing a trapping line, or servicing a group of traps in order to make a living. It was with his early contact with the Indians that he came to have certain understanding and appreciation for their values. These were to form an important part of his later career. After other vicissitudes, he finally settled in Arkansas, where he became known as a good Arkansas gentleman. In these days also, he supported himself by school teaching, and gradually became a more or less influential member of the Arkansas society of the time, if we wish to so designate it. He improved himself in law and finally became an outstanding lawyer, and the records of the period of his residence in Arkansas show that he was involved in nearly one-third of the litigations in the area. He was elected also to office and assisted in preparing the papers for the incorporation of the city of Little Rock. In these same years, he took an interest in newspaper editing, became the temporary manager of a newspaper and owner thereof, a procedure which has been noted as having resulted in a marked literary improvement in the journal. But apparently the journal also weighed rather too heavily upon him, and he finally relinquished most of his influence in journalism in order to continue his practice of law. Life moved on with him in this way until the Civil War, at which time he received the commission of Brigadier General in the Confederate Army, and it is from thence comes his title of General. He was given command over a large group of American Indian soldiers, and this was one of the most difficult positions which he was required to fill. At that time, the Confederacy was very much afraid that the Indians would become involved in the Civil War, and that therefore every effort should be made to regulate and direct their activities in a more or less orderly manner. General Pike was given this difficult matter to handle, and he later became also involved in the great Cherokee migration, which is one of the rather unpleasant episodes in American history, one of the most terrible experiences through which the Indian ever passed. Needless to say, Pike was on the side of the Indian. In this way, his life went on, and with it a continuous process of scholarship. His home was at one time surrounded by Union soldiers while he was in the Army, not there, with the intent of burning it down. But when the commanding officer saw the library and other evidences of extraordinary scholarship in the house, he placed an honor guard around it and would not permit the house to be injured in any way. With all other Confederate officers of the time, he lost his citizenship, of course. But this was personally returned to him by President Johnson, and with it, he was relieved of most of the burden from which at that time Confederate officers were suffering. After this period in his life, we begin to see the rise of his new and perhaps one of his most dynamic interests. In 1857, Albert Pike was coroneted as an honorary 33rd degree Mason of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of the Southern Jurisdiction. A year later, he became an active member, which was a participating member. This might sound as though the general had come up in the world quite a bit, but in the time when he received this degree, there were less than 1,000 Scottish Rite Masons in the United States. It has been said of him that he found masonry in a log cabin and left it in a palace. Gradually, his interest in masonry increased. Later, when he was raised to the honor of the Supreme Grand Commander or Sovereign Grand Commander of the Scottish Rite of the Southern Jurisdiction, he devoted his life almost completely to Masonic research. Gradually, his interest centered more and more in Washington, and the closing years of his life were spent there. The fact that he was raised to his highest Masonic honor exactly 100 years ago has caused Masonry throughout America and Europe to set aside a special celebration in honor of this circumstance. We may also point out that in the day of General Pike, Freemasonry, in particularly in its higher degrees, lacked most of the integration and sublimity with which modern Masonry has been enriched. Therefore, General Pike, in his great work, the Magnum Opus, which is not available to the public, rewrote completely the rituals of the Scottish Rite from the 4th to the 32nd degree, and also made very definite provisions for the 33rd and last degree. Into this work which he did, General Pike involved the total pattern of his scholarship. And these rites today are rich in philosophical values which would otherwise not be so apparent if present at all. In his scholarship, General Pike was more or less a pioneer in America, inasmuch as he extended his work into fields comparatively unexplored. He devoted a great deal of time to the mastery of the Hebrew language, and was able, therefore, to translate very large parts of the Zohar and the Talmud from the original. His manuscripts on these subjects and others are in the house of the temple. Another side of his scholarship is that he completely translated from the Latin the Roman law. This was an enormous undertaking and carried him into a very broad field of legal research. Further than this, he became a master of the Zend language and translated the great religious classics of the Persians, particularly the Zend-Avesta. He also went further than this in his attainment of a knowledge of Sanskrit, and was therefore able to also leave in manuscript and partly published forms his translations of the Vedas and the great classical works of India. For a man constantly laboring, not only under restricted means, but under a tremendous load of responsibilities, we can see that he accomplished a great deal. There is a story told of him that while he was in Washington, where he used to love to sit by his window and watch his canary birds in their cages, and smoke his very long pipe, which unfortunately some of his successors attempted to smoke with very serious results, news came that a very distinguished scholar from Europe, with certain abstract problems in philology, was searching for an educated American. Having visited nearly all of the universities, including the one that Pike did not get into, he was ready to leave and return to Europe, because he had found no one whose knowledge was broad enough or deep enough to meet his needs. Therefore, at this time, someone suggested to him, "Have you ever gone down to Washington and talked to General Pike?" He said he never had gone there, he had never heard of General Pike, and who was he? But he was finally convinced that a brief detour would not do him any great amount of harm, so he went down for an afternoon and spent 6 months. During this time, as he afterwards expressed it, he had found the educated American. Pike's personal memory went back a long ways to the time when, as a young man, he had shaken hands with the Marquis de Lafayette. His entire life, running from about 1809 to about 1891, therefore covers a very large part of our American scene during this period. He is remembered perhaps as he was photographed for the great Civil War photographer Brady in Washington, as a very large man with a long black frock coat, white hair hanging in ringlets on his shoulders, and a full beard. He is said to have been exceedingly picturesque. On one occasion, while he was away on a trip, word was received by his friends in Washington that General Pike had met a sudden and unfortunate death. It was the wrong Pike, but no one knew it at the time. So a celebration, a kind of a wake, was held for him by his intellectual cohorts of various kinds. And just as the celebration was reaching its height, General Pike walked in the door. Fortunately, the doorbell was answered by an underling of some kind who explained to him quickly the situation. Pike said, "Do not say anything. Just take me into the next room where I can sit and listen while nice things are being said about me." So he listened until he felt that he really had been duly honored, and then he made an appearance. This, he said, was to his mind perfectly correct, and the anecdote is preserved under the title of The Wake of a Good Arkansas Gentleman. Pike's sense of humor in Masonry, as well as his scholarship, has never been forgotten. There is an old legend, which probably is more true than otherwise, that when the time used to come for him to confer the 33rd degree upon some likely and proper candidate, he would get into a dashboard buggy with the candidate sitting on the back with his feet hanging over the back of the wagon. They would then take enough supplies for a very pleasant and convivial time and ride out to a quiet spot along the Potomac. Pike would sit on one end of a log and the candidate on the other. And when the refreshments had been finished, the candidate had been duly raised. Pike's attitudes on all things were not only profound, but delightfully human. He had none of the heaviness of scholarship. He was a genial, pleasant, capable person. And one of the last things relating to him, perhaps of interest, is on his deathbed in the last few days of his life. The general was unable to speak. But shortly before his death, his friends noted that he moved his hand very quietly and very feebly to the wall alongside of his bed, and there he traced on the wall the Hebrew letter Shin. It was one of the last things that he ever did. By this character, he implied the word Shiloh, which means peace. And that was probably the last known important action which he performed. The general's attainments, therefore, divide into several groups, and in 1957 the Supreme Council, through its librarian, has prepared an outline of the works, writings, manuscripts, and papers of General Albert Pike. And through the courtesy of the House of the Temple, we have a copy of this. And we might note that although about a dozen pages, or maybe 20, are devoted to various anecdotes and other material, the rest of the book is nothing but a classified listing of his work, running into hundreds of volumes. So that he presents an interesting situation. Now, this in itself might justify his inclusion in a discussion, of course, such as we contemplate. But I think there are two other points that are very interesting and important. General Pike's scholarship was, during his own time, widely recognized. He was a man whose attainments in the fields of philosophy, comparative religion, and related subjects were outstanding, perhaps almost unique. Possibly the only contemporary rival that he may have had was Professor Max Müller, the great German Orientalist. As a result of this unusual attainment, it has long seemed that his writings, while in many instances related particularly to the subjects of Freemasonry with which he was most concerned, his writings extend far beyond this field, far beyond what might be termed such material as is of exclusive Masonic interest. It enters into almost every department of knowledge. Therefore, it seems appropriate that he and his work should be remembered in the field of general philosophy, in the field of comparative religion, and in all other fields in which his remarkable achievements have lasting value. It is a pity that works which are basic, which represent the highest levels of personal scholarship, should be neglected merely because they have been associated with a fraternity. The works stand completely on their own, and as such we wish to discuss them and to a measure the philosophical attitudes and principles which General Pike not only believed and taught, but exemplified in his own conduct. So with these preambling remarks, perhaps we can go to the subject of the evening, which cuts across both Masonic and non-Masonic fields, because it certainly belongs very closely to the study of comparative religion, and as such, to the interests that we all have. Among the lesser-known writings of General Pike, in addition to his principal text, Morals and Dogma, are his lectures on Masonic symbolism, which are limited in addition to 100 copies of each work. And one of these lectures, or one of these works, is devoted to the analysis of the Omkara, or the sacred name. And as it is touched upon also in Morals and Dogma, and also in another work of Pike's, the Sephi Dibran, it seems that it might be an interesting point with which to open our general consideration of his philosophy. Naturally, Pike was convinced, as most students today are, that there were in antiquity, not only in the Western nations but also in the Eastern nations, schools of esoteric philosophy, schools which prescribed certain profound and particular disciplines for the cultivation of man's internal life. These schools were the mysteries, and they were cherished, respected, and honored in India, China, Greece, Egypt, and even into the Roman Empire. These schools, taught by a series of symbolic processes, causing the individual to grow or unfold by a process of intuiting from emblems, symbols, allegories, fables, and parables. In the beginning, therefore, General Pike wants to point out that the language of the mysteries was never a literal tongue. Not because perhaps men wish to conceal, but because those things which men most desire to know cannot be communicated with words. Man cannot merely be told a truth greater than his own capacity to understand. Therefore, the only way in which that can be imparted, for which there is not already an available content of understanding, is by means of symbols. Symbols are important because they cause the individual to increase his own understanding by the contemplation of them. They cause him to draw out from himself a background or a subconscious power to know, which he has not as yet advanced in a factual or objective manner. Therefore, symbols teach by persuasion. They introduce, they excite, they stimulate, they challenge. They are like the child's riddle. They cause the individual to desperately, in one way or another, seek to understand them. He feels himself frustrated by his own ignorance. He cannot allow this condition to continue. So instead of merely seeing and forgetting, he sees and examines. By examination, his attention is focused. By this attention, his concentration is stimulated. By concentration, in turn, his insight is strengthened. And he begins to search in himself for any shreds, any fragments, any parts of things previously known which can have a bearing upon this new mystery. And first of all, he discovers that there is more knowledge in himself than he has suspected. He discovers that by uniting all his resources, he can grope forward toward a more adequate explanation of the thing which he seeks to know. This is good Orientalism in basic principle. It is the problem that lies behind the vast image pageantry of Asia. If the person is without imagination, if he is without desire for insight, if he is not in any way stimulated beyond the obvious, then the symbol remains a locked and literal mystery. But as he says, General Pike says in his work, the great heritage of Masonry, and in this he refers also by a broader meaning to any symbol that has descended within a body of philosophy or religion, that the great heritage lies in these emblems, in these figures, which meant something, which inspired and guided, and which were left as landmarks for those who came after, inviting the individual not merely to listen, but to search, but to quest in himself for the meanings locked within the symbols. A good symbol, therefore, a great symbol, is not immediately exhaustible. In fact, it may not be even remotely exhaustible. It is something that continues to mean more as we become capable of understanding more. Therefore, we can go back over the book of symbols, and each time we read it, or look through it, or scan it, we bring to bear upon it the latest acquirements of our own consciousness. So the symbol is forever unfolding like a flower, not because it changes in its own nature, but because our natures changing are reflected upon the surface of the device or emblem. This type of thinking, to a great degree, explained General Pike's revision of the rites of the Scottish degrees. He enriched their symbolism, fully aware that this symbolism had a certain censorship over itself. There would be some who would see, there would be others who would not see. There would be some who would accept one interpretation, suitable to their immediate need. Others would accept another interpretation because of greater insight of their own. But man, by the very nature of him, can never totally outgrow the symbol, because it continues to unfold as he grows, actually almost to infinity. He is always finding more in the symbol because there is more in himself. This is a key, perhaps, to a great many things. It seems to me, for example, that it is a very good key to Holy Scriptures, for we know how frequently and wonderfully these works are quoted. Each person will quote them to support his own immediate interpretation, but as he changes, the interpretation is changed. And in the United States alone, the Christian Bible is subject to more than 500 principal interpretations, each derived from the same text, but each revealing a different degree of insight, a different degree of personal reaction to idea and to the content behind parables, allegories, and phrases. Thus it is that the symbolical or emblematic form of instruction, based to a degree upon the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphical method, constitutes the kind of education that the word education itself implies, from educo, meaning to draw forth, or to bring out of the individual that which is in himself. This is one of the basic principles upon which Pike developed his entire wealth of symbolism, deriving it from innumerable ancient sources, bringing it together into magnificent dramatic patterns, weaving these elements into a rich tapestry for the contemplation of those so minded. Also, as those of us realize who have worked even with tapestries as such, there can be a long association with a great product of the Gobelin tapestry factories. And each time we look at the magnificent work, we see something new. And this ability to forever see something new takes us away from the prosaic, and once more, and particularly, it takes us away from the dogmatic. A symbol is not a dogma. A symbol does not say to you, thus you shall believe. or that you shall deny. A symbol does not force upon you an incomprehensible meaning, nor does it bind you to a decadent one. It is constantly new. It constantly binds you only to your immediate apperceptive power. The symbol means what it means to you now, regardless of what it meant to the ancients or may mean to the unborn future. Thus this becomes a tremendous method, a tremendous scientific procedure for the enrichment of man and the increase of his knowledge. Now, among the symbols that have had particular interest to us for a very long time has been that which deals with the sacred name of deity. And this particular symbolism, as Pike observes, is almost universally diffused. Among the most primitive peoples, there are certain taboos and restrictions upon the pronouncing of the name of God. These restrictions are to be frequently found in the early Jewish metaphysics relating to the Old Testament, where the name of deity was not permitted to be used, and wherever it occurred in the sacred scriptures, another word or another name, Adonai, was given in order that the sacred name might not be spoken. Even when the Masoretic points were added, these points were the ones taken from another word, so that still the original pronunciation of the divine name was concealed. The Egyptian myth or legend of Ishtar commanding Re, the sun deity, to reveal his secret name is another example of the same. In Africa, each native is given a secret name, and any person who is able to possess that name possesses the soul of the man. These legends go very far back. We find them among the American Indians, and we find them also in India and in China and in Japan, and the concept not only extends to Hinduism and Persian philosophy, but also descends into Buddhism and continues down to our present time. In the book of Revelation, for example, it is stated that the person who overcomes or is successful under the trials will be given a new name, or a secret name, written upon the broken halves of a stone, a white stone. The parts of the stone are then rejoined and bound together, so that no one may know the name except the one to whom it is given. In the early Egyptian rite, for example, in the cultural history of Egypt, each Egyptian was given two names. One was his milk name, which was given to him at birth, his child name. When he reached maturity, he was given a temple name, a name which was said to have been calculated for him by the priest to exemplify particularly his own deepest and most valuable attributes or qualities. It is common, of course, also that the giving up or the casting away of a name has an important meaning. In the ancient times, for instance, the idea of name had to do with a kind of identity. The individual and his name, more or less, were in sympathetic spiritual relationship to each other. The name, therefore, was the person. The person, in turn, was the name. If, therefore, an individual decided to change his way of life, he might very well change his name. And this was especially true in connection with the monastic orders of Europe. Wherever a person entered priesthood, or became a monk, or a nun, they took a different name. They gave up their earth name. They gave up their mortal name, and usually took the name of a saint or some sanctified person. By this was the final, we shall say, renunciation of self. To give up the name was to give up self, to give up identity, to cease all egoism, or to cease all emphasis upon selfness, or the importance of an individual or personal career or outlook toward life. These practices, widely diffused and continuing among many peoples even to the present time, undoubtedly originated in a very ancient system of culture. In the New Testament, we are told that there is a peculiar malediction, a peculiar curse to be raised against any person who shall change a name or a word of the text. That even in this sense, translation is a violation of this original concept. Now, some will assume, for instance, that this means only a great piety or orthodoxy or perhaps some magical overtone. But such apparently was not the original intention. The concept seems to be the same as that expounded by Pythagoras of Samos. In other words, the name becomes a curious key to the thing named. By this I mean that nearly every name indicates the principle, the situation, the condition, the factor which the word itself has been applied to. Thus, for example, in the Old Testament, the name of Moses is something which contains within it a Kabbalah, a secret meaning. And those possessing the knowledge of the art may take from the name the true meaning of the thing represented by the symbol. Thus, the true identity of this person, whom we know was not actually named Moses, but to whom this name was given, the identity is concealed in the name. The same was true of Pythagoras himself. He pointed out that his own name, Pythagoras, was the master key to his entire system of instruction. If, therefore, this name was taken out of its original language so that it could no longer be analyzed by the mathematical philosophy involved in that language, with the correspondences between numbers and letters, between mathematical formulas and the shapes and structures of letters, if these were changed, then the key to meaning was lost. For that reason, it was always held that the name was most important, that the name was the immediate landmark by means of which a mystery concealed beneath a name could be quickly discerned, and the entire statement or the symbolic pattern involved with the name could be reorganized, changed, and directed into the full statement of its true meaning. This situation we find frequently in classical literature, where the names of the Greek gods, the names of the Egyptian deities, the names of the Hindu deities, the names of the Chinese divinities, all these are not merely personal names. They are philosophical formulas by means of which a new dimension of understanding is possible. And in each one of the countries involved, including China, India, and Arabia, there are definite arts or sciences by means of which these names can be opened. There is a key to them, the key which turns 7 times in the lock, the key which, twisting back and forth in an involved combination formula, results, for example, in the unfoldment, perhaps, of an entire text out of one name. This type of thinking is unfamiliar to us, and we probably have more or less neglected to develop it. At the same time, we know the ancient did, and the principles of it are preserved in the Kabbalah under the Notoricon and Gematria, the ways of breaking open names or words, and through the study of them to correct errors which might otherwise creep into our thinking and our philosophy. General Pike points out that deities of various levels nearly always have peculiar word combinations involving certain specific and definite numbers of letters. the great Jesuit priest scholar Athanasius Kircher developed what he called his design of the 72 names of deity. These 72 names are all composed of 4 letters and represent an almost universal diversity of roots. That the number 4, therefore, had a particular and peculiar significance in relationship to certain deities, we have to remember. We must also remember that the number 3 is also carefully and definitely associated with another order of divinities, and the number 7 with still a different order. We also realize that Aryas, in his discussion of the Gnostics, points out this mysterious being, a creature devised symbolically, a kind of diagrammatic person, upon whose body the letters of the alphabet were completely distributed throughout the body. Pythagoras tells us, for example, that in the pronunciation of the word Pythagoras, it is necessary for the mind to energize a series of levels of sound, that these sounds in turn have forms, that these forms in turn are the bases of ideas, and that in the mere pronunciation of these names, such as the name of Pythagoras, a tremendous vibratory circumstance occurs within the constitution of the individual. In the Gnostic symbolism, we have the 7-rayed lion deity, the lion-headed Mithras. In the head of this deity are placed the 7 vowels, and the name of the deity is composed of these vowels. Now we also find, in relation to the same Gnostic mystery, in the concept of the Christos, we find the statement, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. When in the case of the Gnosis, the central letter is added, then we find in the Gnostics their form of the ineffable name, consisting of the vowels A, I, and O. Now this A, I, O combination, reversed, rearranged, inverted, returns in a great many ancient languages because it represents certain primary sounds. These sounds in turn having to do with the essential nature of deity. In the East Indian philosophy, we have a word that is generally translated or transliterated into the letters O-M. This word, however, in the original actually consists of 3 letters, although in the sounding and arranging of them, this has been more or less neglected. More correctly, perhaps, if we wanted to transliterate, we would come upon A-O-M or A-U-M because of the structure of language. Now, as you also know, in the ancient languages, U and V were interchangeable. And even in early English, this is true. Even as late as the Elizabethan period, the U and V form and the W were interchangeable. So A-U-M, A-O-M, or A-V-M stand together to represent something. The symbol for which, the principle for which the symbol stands is that of the Supreme Being. Yet the Supreme Being is not merely indicated by what has been termed a monosyllable, but what is really 2 1/2 syllables. It's a very peculiar structural form. But now when the Hindu approaches this subject, he tells us, for example, that these 3 letters become the first letters of 3 words. That A stands for Agni, the principle of fire. That the U, V, or O, for which are interchangeable, stands for Varuna, which is the principle of water. And the M stands for the Mahuts, or the principle of air. Therefore, we have these three letters standing for three elements: fire, water, and air. Now, for instance, in your Hermetic rites, fire is calculated or held under the name Herm, which means flame. Therefore, your deity or your great teacher, Hermes, represents the principle of fire. Now, in the same concept, for instance, we have another symbol which has occurred in your alchemical situation, and that is the deity or goddess Aphrodite, or Aphrodite, the principle of water. If, therefore, in the alchemical process you marry fire, which is Hermes, to Aphrodite, which is water, or you achieve the marriage of the sun and moon, you produce what is called in alchemy the hermaphrodite, the Hermes Aphroditus, which means the fire, water, the male, female, God, nature, heaven, earth. And the words themselves become of great importance to us. Now, in the ancient legend of the building of Solomon's temple, we find in the Bible that a very cunning workman by the name of Hiram was brought to assist in the development of the temple ornamentations and artifacts. Now, here is one of the interesting examples of what happens when we make a mistake. In the ancient language, the Hebrew letter H and CH are almost identical. The only difference is that in the CH, a stroke is slightly separated from another stroke, which is, in the H the stroke is separated, and in the CH it is not. The figures are identically the same in general appearance. Therefore, the term Hiram has come out of a CHRI instead of an HIR. Thus we have Huram, Hiram, instead of Hiram. Now, when we take it in this form, we have CH, R, and M. We have the three letters of the language. We have the Chet, the Resh, and the Mem, which mean fire, air, and water. And we are exactly back to our AUM in India. Therefore, we must search for something which justifies this. We must seek, if we can, to find out why this CH, or the fire symbol, was used in connection with this person. We know that he was a cunning workman in metals, and we also know that fire is the only element that will work metals, so that it has to be fire. But this is the Hermetic fire, the fire of the mysteries, the fire of transmutation, the fire of regeneration, the fire which tempers steel, the fire which takes base metals and fuses them, permitting them to be worked. And under this fire we therefore have an appropriate symbol of the creating power. And the great religions of antiquity, of course, included in ancient times the worship of fire, the worship of the principle of life as fire. In the East Indian system, therefore, our sacred name contains the roots of the three powers, the three basic qualities by means of which earth is moved. We may say, therefore, that fire represents spiritual content, that water represents psychical content, and air represents intellectual content. We come, therefore, further into the idea of a triad composed of spirit, soul, and mind. We further find that the fourth element is always left out, the element of earth. Therefore, we have a quaternary consisting of three agents operating upon a fourth power or principle. Thus, by such analysis, we can begin to apply the meaning of certain words, using them as methods for the discovery of valid principles concealed beneath words. Why in the ancient rituals and symbolism should the name of deity be regarded with such peculiar veneration, and to be regarded also as something that must not be revealed? In ancient times, and in the Mithraic rites of the Persians, the name was also used in connection with the altar as a symbol of the veil. The name was the link between the deity or the being defined and the one defining. Thus man, approaching deity, approaches first the name of deity. This is the sacred name composed of flames that was said to have covered the face of the Ancient of Ancients in the old Kabbalistic legends. Those seeking to penetrate the mystery of God were first of all faced by what were called the army of the name, which is a very interesting thing. It returns to us again in Egypt, the army of the name. This army formed the guard of honor. It protected the substance or the subject of the thing named from profanation. You could not escape from the facing of the name. Wherever you turned, you were confronted not with the thing itself, but with its likeness or appearance. Therefore, Paracelsus also tells us that nature is a divine writing, and that every form that we see around us is a kind of symbolic alphabet, or element of a symbolic alphabet. That all things together spell out things, and that this spelling out forms words, forms patterns, and makes available ideas. Actually, however, name now in the Hindu philosophy becomes a very important thing in itself. Actually, in the Hindu system, and also in the Persian Avestan system, in which the hum, H-U-M, appears as a prominent factor, the name becomes both the cognizable and the knowable aspect of something in itself unknowable. We may speak the name without knowing the nature. Therefore, name and nature are not, in philosophical mysteries, entirely identical. We may remember the words of Van Dyck, who names it shall never find it, and for the one who finds it, it needs no name. Thus name becomes, in a sense, a veil. It is the army of letters that conceals the truth, and the individual who is content to accept the name will never possess the fact. Socrates gives us this same priceless bit of information in another way, in which he discourses with his disciples concerning the difference between name and nature. He asks a disciple what a certain thing is, and for example, we will say that the disciple says, "Master, this is a carrot." So the master said, "Fine, that is what it is. Now what is a carrot?" "Well, a carrot, master, is a vegetable." "Well, if it's a vegetable, what kind of a vegetable is this?" And the disciple says, "Master, this is a carrot." And by that time, Socrates smilingly says, "Yes, and now my ignorance is complete." Yet how many of us have been accustomed to name substitution for idea? There is scarcely an idea that we possess that hasn't died in the naming. There is practically no principle which we seek in which our desire to discover is not satisfied merely by name. Instead of searching for idea content, We call things by names that have been given to them. True, if we are to believe Genesis, these things were named according to their natures. But their natures are concealed in the names only by gematria. To discover the meaning, we must penetrate the veil, or the name. Therefore, in the mysteries, the name was emblazoned upon the gate of the sanctuary. But it was so emblazoned as to be undecipherable, concealed in some symbolic form that might not easily be captured or known. It identified the house of the God, but it did not reveal the God. In the same way, nature, as the great name, identifies the house of cause, or the house of principle, but it does not reveal the principle. It shows us a series of symbolic depictions of principle. But as long as we are willing to accept the shadow for the substance, the name for the thing named, we are in a desperate situation of ignorance. Here is where modern semantics is stepping in an effort to relieve us from the burden of name. We name a person, and yet in naming them, we accept them without knowing them. Yet we regard the fact that we possess their name as important. We know or believe that if we can call a person by his right name, he is a friend. If we call him by his first name, he is an intimate friend or a relative. But called by any name, he remains unknown. For actually, the name is never, as far as our thinking is concerned, enough to provide us with the substance for which that name stands. The name, therefore, is applied to a being, a condition, a situation, or a fact. Yet by this, we have only the stimulation of a general identification or orientation. We do not have the substance. This furthermore points out the danger of the total substitution of the spoken word for idea. It reminds us that the essential facts we desire can never be communicated by word alone, and also reminds us, as the Greek pointed out, that we have come into the sovereign difficulty of all. We now have come to think with words. This is a very important thing. When an idea comes to us today, even out of ourselves, this idea, before it is even concreted, is expressed in our own consciousness by a name. We give it a name before we have even formulated it. We think with words. And because words have sunk into us from a great many association factors, they have become like tiny blocks with which we attempt to build up ideas. Therefore we array a word against a word and believe that we are toying with ideas, which we are not. We have never permitted ideas to have the freedom from the word. Through the gateway of the word, to discover, if possible, the substance behind this elusive, shadowy form. Another strange thing about words is that, like all other symbols, they are not identical in meaning to different persons. And the same word spoken by one to another will have a different meaning if spoken by that other to still another. Words, therefore, are not adequate for the transmission of idea. They merely permit us to pass and exchange and barter certain common goods. But as we go deeper into meaning, we have to find another method of communication. Dr. Breasted, University of Chicago, pointed out that it was his opinion that when Champollion broke the Egyptian hieroglyphs, giving us, for the first time, the power to read this language, which had been locked for a long time, probably better than 1800 years, that actually this breaking down of the barrier through the Rosetta Stone was not what had been hoped. He was convinced, Dr. Breasted, that the Egyptians had two complete languages which they held together by one set of hieroglyphs. They had a language for the preservation of ordinary knowledge, and they had a sacerdotal language in which they used the same glyphs with a totally different meaning. That the outer form and the inner form were only apparently the same. The priest, therefore, could write in the common character, and the reader would come to some common knowledge, but not the original meaning, which only another person of the same understanding as the writer could actually comprehend. In Europe, this same procedure drifted into ciphers, in which sudden or secret meanings were concealed within familiar word patterns and could only be discovered by those possessing the key to the decoding of the cipher. Thus we have a whole group of factors involved in this concept of words and their relation to religion and philosophy. Ultimately, this means that the exhaustion of idea in philosophy requires a far greater knowledge of language and of words than we have realized. This implies then that ultimately language will have to move into the philosophic group, because only when we have this knowledge can we rapidly advance certain ends which will otherwise remain obscure. For example, in the New Testament we are inclined to think that the stoning of Stephen marked the first martyr of Christianity. That Stephen, who has since had a very important place, was a person's name. Actually, this is not the case. If there was this man and he was stoned, unfortunately we do not know his name, because to the student of language it becomes immediately obvious that Stephen could not be his name, because Stephen comes from Stephani, which means a winner in a public competition. This man had either been a winner in the games or in some rhetorical competition. He had been crowned with the Stephanic crown. Therefore, he had the distinction of having been so honored. The fact that he was so honored has been forgotten, and now it is presumed that his honor is his name. Another example is the famous mystery surrounding the identity of Melchizedek, king of Salem. We are not at all sure who or what this Melchizedek may be, because the name doesn't tell us. It is not a name at all. It merely tells us that this man was a priest of Zedek, that he was therefore a priest of an ancient deity. And we must search in the mysteries and the rituals and the symbolisms of the cult of Zedek for the things we have now merely summarized together under the name of a man. That this follows through is also into the second part, because he was king of Salem. Now we, of course, think of Salem inevitably as a place, but Salem means simply peace. He was a prince of peace. He was a holy man. And the fact that he was or was not from any community has no value in the decoding of the thing for which he stands, a point which is still locked scholars because they have tried to make these things appear historical. That there may have been such a priest we do not deny, but the importance of him and his place in the Scripture deals with an entirely different subject. Also we find a point which I think is maybe worth mentioning in this respect, the habit that has long survived of identifying the deities of one faith with the evil geniuses of another. Whenever a faith has been overthrown by its adversary and another religion has taken its place, the old gods have been slowly but inevitably transformed into demons. So in medieval demonology we have a whole group of evil spirits, princes of darkness, all of them derived in some way from honorable terms of another faith. For instance, when we wish to think of utter and complete confusion, we perhaps will follow the thinking of Milton in his Paradise Lost, where he makes the evil spirits to abide in pandemonium. Now, the word pandemonium is derived from the word Pan, which was the nature deity of the ancient Latins and Greeks, and to a measure of the North African Egyptians. Pan, the basic term of our word panic also, and also of our prefix Pan, Pan-American, Pan-Pacific, simply means in the sense of spreading over all, or covering all, or including many things. Pan-America would be all the Americas considered together, and Pan was the god of all nature. But he had the body, supposedly, of a goat with hoofs and the horns of a ram or goat, and he gradually got transformed into our traditional devil, simply because he was no longer fashionable. Another good example is Beelzebub, prince of devils. He is Baal-zebub, my lord who sings, one of the highest and most important good deities of the Babylonians. Each one of these terms has thus gotten into trouble. The daemon of Socrates became the demon of medieval theology, quite a different meaning entirely. But the attendant guides and guardians of one became the tutelary infernal spirits of another. And our name Lucifer from Lux Pharaoh simply means the bearer of light, and has nothing to do with the connotations now associated with it. Thus, names have again been perverted for various purposes and uses, and about this we must sometime stop and give pause and thought. The Mithraic rites of Persia, following the older Zoroastrian and Zarathustrian cult, developed around the mystery of the Ineffable name, the symbol of life. In the Egyptian mysteries, the supreme power of life was represented by the Croix-Anseta, or the ansated cross, a cross in the form of a T with a loop above the center of it. The ansated cross was the original Nilometer, a device used by the Egyptians in estimating the inundation of the Nile. If the river failed to raise sufficiently to cause the cross to be formed by the meeting of the beams, there was not enough water to ensure the crop, and therefore there was no life, there was not salvation. This symbol later became a concealing form for the word, or the ineffable name itself, and is shown issuing from the mouth of Ramesses the Great on the carvings, and the little cross comes out of his mouth at the time when he spares the life of an enemy or pardons a criminal or something of that nature. It is a sign of forgiveness, or the return of life, the rebestowing of life. In ancient times, the life principle, as General Pike points out in his interpretations of the Zohar, the life principle was also associated with the concept of generation, which means to give life. Therefore, in the earliest symbolism, the ineffable name or power is associated also with the concept of the generative force of nature or of the universe. And in its earliest forms, we still find traces, therefore, of the old agrarian cults, and we find forms and traces of primitive phallic worship, or the worship of the principle of generation. One of the most sophisticated and highly evolved of all these great systems of thinking comes to us, of course, through the Hindu. And today we are most likely to contact the Omkara, or sacred name, in the teachings of Yoga, Vedanta, or perhaps Northern Buddhism. In these systems, the name plays a comparatively vital part because it is said to possess certain power. And the methods for the pronunciation of the name are held to be of the highest sacredness. In the great concept of the Jagat Gurus, the master presents the mystery of the name to his successor prior to the departure of the master out of this life or into permanent retreat in some place where he is no longer to contact the world. The passing of the name, the passing in this case of the mystery of the vibratory significance of the Omkara formula, is held to be the supreme indication of enlightenment. Of course, the moment you approach this in the Eastern way, you come upon a series of very interesting but confusing symbols. In the first place, from the older writings, we know that the word now known as the Ineffable was originally not regarded as in any way secret or mysterious in itself. Most of the Vedic hymns and the great prayers of the Rig Veda particularly open and close with this word. And there is no doubt that by derivation and by extension we will find that it lies behind the use of the word Amen in connection with our own religious observances. Amen, of course, being derived directly from the Egyptian, but indirectly from Asia. Amen being the name of a deity, rather than a salutation or a statement of respect, veneration, or a closing or terminating of a sacred session. The Amen, of course, is supposed to divide sacred from profane utterances or concerns, and is to separate our common speech from any speech related to holy matters. In the use of the Omkara formula, therefore, it was not actually the word itself that was sacred. It was the use of it, what it stood for, and how the understanding of it was to be applied. In the ancient times, then, this word, which was divided into three essential parts, or two complete parts and a half part, a time, and a half time, which we find referred to in sacred writings, having to do with this particular problem. The Omkara is first of all a symbol of a total concept, and I'm going to draw from an entirely different source for just a moment, because I want to clarify a symbolism by means of reference to the Japanese system of flower arrangement. In the Ineffable style, the formal flower arrangement formula, all of the elements of design are reduced to three. And these three are referred to in the older text as the blossom, the bud, and the leaf. Now, the leaf and the blossom are a time, and the bud is a half a time. There is again a mathematical formula, because the bud is not yet complete. It is only a part. Through the combination of these three factors, the leaf, the blossom, and the bud, an infinite diversity of symbolic arrangements can be produced, each of these arrangements testifying to a total fact, a total or complete experience or a reality. When the Ineffable master has completed his basic flower arrangement, he will probably not any longer leave merely these three. He will extend them as Pythagoras extended the principal points of the tetractys, which are the 3 points of the upper part of the pyramid of 10 dots. These 3 are the roots. And in the Ineffable system, again we have the 3 and the 7 making 10. For the master of the flower arrangement, having prepared or placed his 3 elements, will then involve these elements with 7 secondary combinations. These 7 combinations apparently obscuring the three or hiding them. A reminder that in ancient times it was assumed that there were actually 7 vowels, but in the development of the science of the sacred name, only 3 of those vowels are ever used. The others are not used, relating as they do to a less sacred matter. And in the ancient Hebrew language there were only 3 vowels and 7 consonants, which is said to be the reason why our ancient Hebrew friends early developed the tendency to talk with their hands, there being not enough letters or words available to them. And it was only after ages in which the language became sufficiently rich for it no longer to be actually necessary to use a kind of diagrammatic use of hands, gesture and motion, which incidentally also occurs in your mudras of India, of which there are 3 and 7 essential groups or patterns. Now when your flower arrangement is complete and you contemplate it, you then begin the process of the gradual acceptance of a supreme mathematical formula, a formula that moves through everything, a formula which, according to both Hinduism and Buddhism, has been stamped upon the whole face of the universe. Therefore, your flower arrangement in its little bowl rises from rocks, which represent the earth, or the 4th principle unnamed. And it rises in the form of 3 living things, each of a different length, each with a different relationship. And these in turn unfolded or enclosed by additional lines mathematically derived from the I Ching, or the trigrams of the Chinese, by means of which ultimately a total design is invoked or brought into existence. If you study these 3 arrangements, therefore, you can also turn to Oriental art, which is based upon your flower arrangement formula. Here you observe that your picture always consists of 3 parts: heaven, earth, and man. You find that the entire relationship is therefore factually mind, body, and person. Mind, body, and person indicates, for example, that a mysterious loom is set up, the monocordium mundi of Pythagoras. A mysterious bridge is used to span between mind and matter. And this bridge that spans this interval produces a series of factors which ultimately cause what we call man. Therefore, heaven is the flower, or mind is the flower. Body is the leaf, because it does not bear fruit. And the bud is man, who is the potential God, and from whose growth must ultimately unfold the entire mystery. In the Buddhist lotus, which is often used in the same symbolism, the lotus becomes the living symbol of the ineffable word. It becomes so because its roots are in the earth. Its stem passes up through the element of water. Its surface and its blossom break forth into air, and its face is turned upward and nourished forever by the light of the fire of the sun. Therefore it ascends through the elements or qualities, and in so doing tells us the essential pattern of life. In Oriental art also, every pattern must in some way be triangulated. There must be in every perfect design the essential symbols involved in the great concept of the word. For all these things are pictures of a kind of word. Thus you will find some very simple and conventional designs. You will find a mountain on a painting. You will find a representation of a mountain, and at the foot of the mountain forests, and in the midst of the forest a stream flowing, and by the side of the bank of the stream an old man fishing. Now, there is a complete statement of the Omkara, or the sacred word. The mountains, the sky, the great distances represent heaven. The water and the earth below and the forest represent the element of earth. And always between them, in some relation, is placed man, either fishing in the waters of life, or contemplating, or in some way taking his sustenance from nature, but separated from it. Sometimes this old man may be riding a horse, or a buffalo, or some creature, to indicate again that man rides upon his body, which is another fact, and by his body is bound to the element of earth below. You will also sometimes see a rather interesting thing, and that is an old gentleman riding upon some kind of a creature and bearing in his hand a scepter, or a long pole surmounted by a tassel of some kind. The scepter, if you examine it in the Chinese art, is always composed of clouds. The cloud scepter. Therefore, here we have again the triangle. The oxen, the man, and the cloud scepter. Heaven, the scepter. Earth, the ox. Man riding between. Always the return of this triangulation. Now, apart from the symbolism, either in flower arrangement or in art, statuary, or in architecture, where it frequently and almost inevitably occurs, like the triple dome of the Temple of Heaven in Peking, or in the triple-headed Brahma in the Trimuta Cave in the harbor of Bombay. Always this triangulation means something. It means the intimate experience of the relationship of all that exists. Now, how is this sacred monosyllable therefore to be pronounced? And according to the great northern system, which has to do with the turning of the wheel of the law, the great Dhammachakra, the word is spoken not by sound, not by lip, not in any of these words or in these ways. It is spoken by a process of internal visualization. Actually, the thundering of names, either before the temple or on the street, cannot produce the solution to the mystery. The thing must be spoken out of an experience of some nature. It must be derived, as the mudra posture is also an unspoken language. But the mudra is not merely a means of conveying. The mudra is a means of experiencing within the self by controlling and directing motion. It is all much more subtle than we might at first imagine. So let us see now what we have here in our pattern of either the flower arrangement or the painting or the three letters, which can be placed side by side or one above the other. If we place them one above the other, or in a hieroglyphical pattern, attempting a totality, let's see what the three letters stand for. If the three letters do begin with the principle of Agni, pass from Agni to Varuna, and from Varuna to the Mahats, what are they actually telling us? They are telling us that illumination, or the total spiritual experience of man, is dependent upon the interrelationship of three factors. The first of these factors, the fire principle, is man's own consciousness. The second of these factors, in this case the air principle, has to do with environment. Air is the frame, in the Zen philosophy, the frame upon the great picture of all things. In other words, air is associated in philosophy with the concept of the not-self. Air is a mutable factor, invisible in its own nature, and made visible only when it moves things. If you were in a vacuum and air struck you, You would not be aware of its existence, but you might know there was wind if you saw a tree in the distance moving. Therefore, air itself is invisible, but is a cause of motion. Air, then, represents the total concept of illusion, the not-self, phenomenon, fire of noumenon. These two are heaven and earth. Heaven being the transcendent self, earth being the transitory not-self. Now, between these two stands man, symbolized by Pythagoras and all other teachers of importance by the number 5. The number 5, the pentagram, or the 5-pointed star, in esoteric philosophy corresponds to the 5 sensory powers of man, which form, so to say, the bridge between heaven and earth. Therefore, we have internal consciousness, external, the object of consciousness, or environment. And between these two, the bridge of knowing, the bridge of communication, represented perhaps by a little boat floating upon an ocean or upon a river. Thus we have the thing cognizing, the thing to be cognized, and the instrument of cognition. If the instrument of cognition is destroyed in man, man no longer cognizes. If he loses his sight, he is no longer able to see, even though in consciousness he may possess the power to see. The instrument or the media, therefore, is essential to the existence of the function or the process of a thing happening. But Indian philosophy is not concerned only with this, but with an important development of this theme. So let us say, for the moment, that we now have the blossom, consciousness, the leaf, the object of consciousness, the bud, the unfolding means of consciousness, representing again the A, the U, and the M, because the U was anciently a hook and represented a binder, something that connects two separate things together. And as the hook, or the cant hook, it is a symbol of man as the binder between two things. If, therefore, we begin the contemplation of yoga or Vedanta, what happens? You have often heard the expression that the individual on a certain occasion, being greatly concerned in something or with something, lost himself in his work. You may have used the term with some frequency on one occasion. A man says, I am lost in reverie. I am lost in contemplation. What he is telling you is, I am is lost. That is what he is actually telling you. He is telling you, for example, that under the condition of an intensity, his entire energy quotient is directed away from himself and towards something, or is immersed in something. The nagging parent, complaining constantly over the difficulties of the occasion, suddenly hears the cry of a sick child. Instantly the problem vanishes. The nagging vanishes. The self-equation vanishes. And the individual becomes lost in the significance of that cry. We go to the motion picture. We sit in a seat some distance from the stage with bobbing heads in front of us. We are looking upon a shadow cast upon a screen. We know that our favorite star's face, as we look at it in a close-up, has a mouth 9 or 10 feet wide, perhaps, and that also that this face is large enough to fill a barn door. We realize that the whole thing is projected by a piece of machinery, that there is no one there except a sound device and a shadow. And yet after 5 minutes, how many of you are aware of that? In a very few seconds, you become lost in the theme, if the picture is worth seeing. If you are aware of the details, you should get up and leave. The picture is not for you. And nowadays, people frequently do that. But in a very brief time, all of the peculiar stenographic shortcuts of theatrical production are forgotten. You find it perfectly possible to make a transition of years in a few seconds. You find people moving in and out of rooms without the common courtesy of opening doors. It doesn't bother you in the slightest. You have accepted. And while you are watching the picture, what has happened to you? Where are you? You have attained merely the position or condition of the perceiver. You are not aware that you are the perceiver. You are not aware that you exist. You are simply an area of cognition. If the picture is any good, you may forget even for a moment some aches and pains that have annoyed you. You forget the fact that taxes are due. You forget the fact you have just had a religious argument with a friend. These things cease. Why? Because you, as a center of personal integration, you have ceased. You will come back the moment the scene changes, or the picture ends, or the commercials begin. But even on the little screen of a television set, you can still, to a measure, attain the same illusion. You become identified with object and lose identity of subject. Now, actually, this is the phenomenon upon which the complete concept of samadhi has been developed in Eastern thinking. It is also the concept that underlies the parinirvana of the Buddha. Cognition without self. In other words, the pronunciation or the envisioning of the power of the sacred name, and it is frequently represented on a mandala by a design or by a formula of letters, as in the case of certain of the Japanese sects, particularly Nichiren. In the Nichiren-shu, the entire formula of salvation is an elaborate, fantastic design of letters, through the contemplation of which the individual attains illumination. What is the illumination then? The illumination is cognition without self. It is the complete disassociation of the individual with his own center of awareness. This presents the great problem. This is why, in the Indian concept, it is usual to place the Omkara, or the sacred monosyllable, or the mysterious character which is composed of parts but appears to be one, within a radiant aureole of some kind, rays pouring from it. Sometimes it is placed in the face of the sun. Sometimes it is placed in a cup consisting of the union of the sun and moon, and as particularly relating to the 1,000-petal chakra in the brain. Sometimes it is placed upon the open pedestal of a lotus flower. Again, the lotus flower, or the blossom, representing by its unfolding the revelation of the Omkara, or the divine name. Man seeking for the experience of the name must therefore attempt to define the nature of that consciousness by which he perceives, and with which at the same time he is without perception of his own existence. Now, this is a very fine point. Yet, while it is almost incapable of definition, it is commonly and daily experienced by nearly everyone. This is why who names it shall never find it, and who substitutes the name for it, or who spends his life intoning the mantras, will, as the ancients themselves pointed out, fail in the work. Why does he fail in the work? Because in the intoning of the mantra, he must by volition perform the action. Now, the point of involvement in the esoteric system is that insight, completely removed from and apart from the volition of the will, it makes possible the immediate apprehension of reality. In other words, the formula is that which can perceive without being aware of the perceiving factor can and does perceive totally. In that instant, the universe bursts open and the individual beholds the radiant form of the symbol of the ineffable. As long, however, as perception is dominated by the will to perceive, as long as the individual looks because, as long as the consciousness of you being the one who sees remains, you are captured on the bridges which link the internal and the external. The moment your own sense of selfhood is permitted to stand between you and total apperception, you will never totally apperceive. Why? Because immediately that which is seen bears a relationship to the one seeing. The individual perceiving, we will say, a certain thing around him. Supposing he looks out and he beholds a house. As long as he sees a house, this in turn causes the rise of the qualities within the nature by which truth is blocked. The individual says, I like the house. I do not like the house. I like the color of the house. I wish I had the house. I am glad I do not have the house. The house is good. The house is bad. All of these resemblances and all of these relationships are based upon the acceptance of the individual as the judge of the house. He has determined, in terms of a kind of material utility, that which he will permit himself to see. And that which he sees, he likes, dislikes, accepts, or rejects upon the censorship of his own faculties. Thus, in all of this procedure, there can never be total definition, total understanding, total apprehension of house. If, however, the individual perceiving is unaware of himself as the perceiver, he does not construe, qualify, or censor that which is perceived. In Vedanta and Yoga, therefore, truth is never further from any living thing than the power to perceive it without selfhood. And it can never be any nearer than the self will permit it to be. We are all seeking for the definition of truth. Truth is the absolute, unconditioned fact of a thing. It is that which absolutely is. We can only perceive this when we neither add to nor subtract from the testimony of the apperceiving power of the individual. And to achieve this, we must suspend the faculties of comparison, analysis, acceptance, and rejection. We must cease forever to say, what does this mean to self? And we must say, what is this? By taking, therefore, the mandala concept the individual apperceives the nature of being from the nature or substance of the Omkara formula. Now, he may apperceive not only with his eyes, he may apperceive also with his ears. It is therefore absolutely necessary to disentangle the sense of hearing from the censorship of self-interest. The individual who hears only to interpret will never hear the voice of the silence. The individual who allows his ears to serve only as a channel between externals and his own ego will never hear more than the ego will permit. But the total absorption of the perceiving power in that which is experienced in hearing is the secret of the sacred mantra. And of course, here again, we are not dealing with something weirdly abstract and unbelievable, but something that you yourself can see, even if you cannot participate in it, by going to a great philharmonic concert or attending a great piece of symphonic music. You will find the audience divisible into a large number of specialized groups. Way up in the less expensive seats, the young students with the score, watching every note and studying every part of the performance. The individual who really was there by accident and wishes he was elsewhere, who will fidget throughout the entire performance and feel that every composition is too long. The individual who appreciates, who says to himself, I know music, therefore this is good. It is the way I feel it should be. The conductor is great. Or here is a version or a rendition with which I am not familiar. I doubt it. I am not willing to accept it as truly great because I have not already decided that it was great. Then you find the individual who is the true musician. And he is the individual completely lost in the music. He no longer knows that he exists. He has discovered a universe of sound, a total area like a great mandala, a tremendous symphonic pattern of acceptances. The music exists, he does not. And he awakens from this piece of music with a start, seeming to come back again into a world of conditioned existence. In the Vedanta and Yoga, we know that the individual who is totally identified with the music is not a listener. He is the music. He has bridged the interval, which divides himself as a being from the total experience which he wishes, or which he is willing to accept. He is no longer analytical. He is no longer interested in composition alone, or anything of that nature. He is responding totally to the sublimity of impact, the totality of music. Thus we live also in a universe of sound. And we have something else. We live in a universe of form. While we examine form, estimate it as the artist does, we may be critical of this, critical of that. We are school-bound. We are worried about modernism. We are worried about impressionism. We are worried about the pre-Raphaelites. We are worried about this, tradition against tradition against tradition. Then we have the individual who is the total artist. The total artist is completely free from the boundaries and barriers of tradition. He is seeking the experience of complete beauty. If he attains that experience, he is unaware of self. He is aware only of beauty. And being aware only of beauty, he is beauty. There is no longer any interval, nor is there any qualification of beauty. that which he experiences is eternal. Man seeking truth, seeking God, seeking the experience, therefore passes through this patterned formula. And this formula is contained in the concept of the three conditions which have to conspire wherever the situation of reality is possible. Therefore, the name is actually the anatomy and physiology of the divine nature. Therefore, in the contemplation by Vedanta of total being, we are told that it may be experienced by different persons in different ways. To one, the suspension of ego in the absorption in the circumstance or in the condition itself may loose a universe of sound. It may cause the complete experience of identity with sound, or it may form an identity with color, or it may form an identity with rhythm or motion. Thus was expressed in Taoism, where reality is absolute rhythmic motion, in which the self is completely lost by being one with a motion which is so profound and so tremendous that there is no longer the possibility of experiencing the motion and still remaining self-aware. In the same system, there is presented to the individual in Vedanta and Yoga, and under the symbolism of the Ineffable name, the concept of a total and complete infinite being. An infinite being variously described and defined, but perhaps most available in Vedanta, at least, by the concept of absolute and infinite love. Now, in this concept of absolute and infinite love, the mind has already been trained from that kind of affection which is truly personal to that kind which is truly universal. If, therefore, in the contemplation of the universe, the mystic finds his total absorption or identification with the serenity, the beauty, or the divinity of the divine love, or the infinite compassion of the universal existence for the creatures which it has fashioned, then in this experience the individual ceases in the very fact of loving. He becomes intimately, emotionally identical with the totality of the universal emotion as he senses it, feels it, or perceives it, without retaining any identity. Consequently, what is true self, the infinite self, which lies beyond the conditioned self, that very infinite self which is also symbolized by the Omkara emblem? That infinite self is the state of you in which you are unaware of your personal self. Therefore, you cannot say of this infinite self, this is its shape, this is its nature, this it likes, this it does not like. Nor can you say to yourself, this I will explore. For the moment you turn your attention upon it, your personal selfhood is reborn and the thing ceases immediately. The true and absolute consciousness of life is that consciousness which is all perceiving without self-perceiving, that has no center, but is diffused throughout the entire area of its acceptances. Thus, identification brings with it this total sense of knowing without the sense of a knower, without the fact that you know anything. You are in a state of knowing, but not in a state of self-knowing. And in this suspension of all faculties and all powers, you have an ineffable state. An ineffable state for which no conceivable symbol can be devised in its own nature. Nothing can represent it. Perhaps the nearest thing to it would be light itself. But in this sense of the complete power to experience without central focus, you have infinite diffusion of self. You have the possibility of pointing out the situation described by the Swami Vivekananda, namely this sudden realization that you are everything, simply because you have ceased to be something. Man must be something or everything. To be something is earth. To be everything is heaven. To be growing from something to everything is to be man. And this unfolding is represented by the bud. Therefore, in the ancient symbol, the A signifies the everything. The M signifies the something. The U is man, you, yourself. The U, the hook. The thing by means of which everything and something are in eternal relationship to each other. Therefore, within each individual is the infinite capacity to attain to everything by the absorption of self in the contemplation of existence. And whether this existence be a small flower growing in the garden, whether it be a great painting by Michelangelo, like the walls of the Sistine Chapel, whether it be a magnificent piece of architecture, like the Taj Mahal, or a tiny inscribed leaf of vellum by some ancient monk, that which causes the immediate sense of comprehension, the immediate absorption of self in the contemplation of that which is superior or that which is more than meaningful. Whenever this occasion takes place, the individual has the experience of samadhi. He has the experience of existing forever without existing as a person at all. In those moments of complete detachment from self, there is neither beginning nor end, old or young, up nor down. There are no attachments and no detachments. There is a complete absorption. And when this absorption is the result of man's directing his attention to sovereign reality, so that he is able to have the complete experience of reality apart from selfhood, when that occasion occurs, he is said to have completed the formula. And the form in which it comes may be one of three, and each will sound its own keynote. For in this final analysis, three factors are related, and the relation of these three factors makes the experience. So that your real nature, the divine symbol in you, is this mysterious thing by which you can be conscious of things without being aware that you are conscious. Thus, awareness is less than consciousness. Self-awareness blocks it. But the fact that there is a kind of consciousness superior to ego is demonstrated by its complete function free from ego. In fact, its perfect function under that condition. This is only the beginning of our discussion, but I see the time is up, so we'll save the rest of it for next week. But we want to do a little more with the name, and then we want to go on to another phase of General Pike's researches. have said that as time and condition permitted, we would also go a little further into anecdotes about General Albert Pike, and perhaps one that would be of interest is rather an evidence of his literary skill, his power of expression, and something of the inner poetry of the man, which made it possible for him to be so faithful an interpreter of works themselves deeply and reverently poetic. The particular fragment that I want to read is taken from a letter, and by nature and circumstances of the letter is important. Early in 1891, one of General Pike's very close friends passed on, one whom he regarded with peculiar and profound affection. And in conformity with the practices of the Masonic order, when an active member of the 33rd degree passes on, it was customary to send certain announcements and instructions to the various Masonic bodies. This is the subject of the particular letter, which is written in the Orient of Washington, District of Columbia, the 10th day of March, 1891. Unto the bodies and brethren of our obedience, Shalom, which means, as I said last week, peace. Shalom, peace, that comes with blessing to care-fretted, weary men, when death's dreamless sleep ends all suffering and sorrow. Because it may be that after a little while, long illness will cause total disability, I must endeavor to perform with feeble hand and confused mind this pious duty to the memory of one who was my dearest friend, and whose death is my infinite loss and deprivation irreparable. A little later he adds, the poet Holmes compares an old man to one who, in company with a few friends, clings to a spar floating in mid-ocean. From it, one after another, weakened in and weary of the struggle of life, drops off into the sea, wherein is no trace of what has been, nor foreshadow of what may come, until at last only one survives, and with the illimitable sea around and under him, and the illimitable sky above him, he is the loneliest creature that lives in all the world. It is a cruel blow of ill fortune when one, who in his old age counts the years of his life by their losses, is suddenly thus bereft of another of his few remaining companions and friends. For to live in the joy that is past, of companionship and good offices, is to live in the remembrance of a dream that faints and fades away, and there is no hope of any new joy of like companionship to come. The letter is signed by General Pike, and 3 weeks after he wrote it, he died. It is his last official document to the Masonic order. But I think the spirit of it shows something of the extraordinary gentleness and deepness of the man, and of his wonderful power to express, even when himself in his last illness, his thoughts and his solicitudes to the family and associates of his departed brother. One of the last pictures of General Pike is this one, taken probably about 1884. He is shown wearing the decoration that was bestowed upon him by King Kalakua of Hawaii. Here is the last picture, I think, also that was taken of General Pike. He is certainly one of those men who may be regarded as a birth out of time. He belonged to a very gentle classical way of life that has almost entirely disappeared from among us. So we have another little episode in his life, and as time goes on we will try to bring in others. But I think for the reason of the weight of our subject tonight that we should proceed with our major trend. Many friends and those interested are aware that Freemasonry contains certain symbolic teachings and ideas, and that in particular the Scottish degrees, so named for some peculiar reason because they originated in France, this particular group of degrees is involved in a long and panoramic analysis and study of the great symbolisms and teachings of the world, in an effort, so to say, to restore in the mind of the beholder something of the long and wonderful tradition of human effort and human achievement. We have already said that General Pike was one of the earliest American students of the Zen language, and also a great student of Sanskrit. Early in his researches, he came to certain conclusions about the origin of Indian culture, and he was deeply and strongly influenced by the Zarathustrian religion. Because of this deep interest, fragments from his researches are to be found in the liturgies and legendas of the rites, and in every instance they are treated with the greatest dignity and solemnity. He was one of the early scholars who, in the study of Indic tradition, was deeply impressed by the importance of the early Iranian contribution to the great flowering of Indian culture. And I think the fact that he made his own translations of the Zendavesta and many other of the Persian sacred and classical writings, and also an original translation of most of the Mahabharata and the Institutes of Manu, that we see he was a serious person, and that his vision in this matter should be as advanced and contemporary as it is rather surprising when we realize that in his day there was very little work in this field in the United States. Yet the book with which we are concerned, and from which we will make a few quotations to show the spirit of his researches, was first published in 1871, so that we realize that he was quite a pioneer in this particular field. We may not be inclined to associate Masonic scholarship with these matters, but as we go further we will realize that Masonry did produce a number of very good scholars, such as Gould, Mackay, Oliver, and Pike. All of these men were students of comparative religion. Each one of them, from his own particular facet, his own approach to the broad field, was convinced of its essential importance. Each of these men also was basically an idealist. He believed in values, he believed in religion, he believed in the spiritual life of man. And this dedication also reveals itself through the things that he wrote and said. Now, it is impossible in a manner which is entirely satisfactory in as brief a survey as we can make of the general pattern to involve ourselves in all of the bypaths into which the general traveled and explored along his way of thought. I've noticed that in 4 or 5 pages, for example, he will make fairly elaborate references to 7 or 8 different religious systems with certain specific details. This becomes a little too complicated for our present purpose, so that it will be necessary to try to find out certain of his basic opinions and teachings and feelings on this important subject. In the first place, then, Pike was among those who believed definitely in an early migration of peoples from northwestern Asia into what is now called the Indo-Gangetic Plain. He believed that these people brought with them a tremendous wealth of literature, in the sense not so much of books as of traditions and root material from which a great literature could gradually develop and unfold. In other words, they brought the ideas, they brought the teachings of something, and that is one of the things that General Pike was very interested in discovering, if possible, what they did bring and why and how they came to bring it. He therefore enters into a discussion of what are called the early Aryas, or peoples of the region. And Pike comes to the conclusion that the term Arya, meaning apparently the selected, or the anointed, or the set apart, or the placed in some unique and holy condition for things to come, that this term was not strictly applicable to a race, and that we have therefore made a certain mistake, he feels, I am speaking from his point of view, that we have made a mistake in assuming that the fact that these people were called the Aryas makes it follow inevitably that they were exclusively what we call Aryan Hindus. He did not believe that such was the case. He held rather that this term covered a group of values and factors moving into northern Asia over a considerable period of time, consisting of tribes probably from the Trans-Himavad and the northern parts of that region, plus Turanian peoples and Iranian peoples, and that all these together more or less have come in popular mythology to be confused into a race, when really they were a group or a cycle of migrations moving in, and all having a certain sacredness about them, which was responsible for the term of the Aryas, and that this sacredness was in all probabilities bestowed upon them at a somewhat later date, so that the original designation is not contemporary with the migrations of the peoples. This brings another interesting point, which he feels has a bearing upon our situation. If these migrations took place over a considerable period of time, a strange and remarkable alchemy or chemistry results merely from the circumstance of timing. Time becomes terribly important as a means of modifying certain conditions and circumstances. A people, for example, moving from one area into another in ancient times, carried practically their entire culture with them. Once they had made a long migration, it was unlikely they would ever return to the original place. It was unlikely that they would even make any effort to communicate with it, because they carried with them their own total life. Thus they would center into a new locality, perhaps climatically different, inhabited probably, as in the case of India, by earlier peoples, still functioning, particularly the Dravidian culture. And these people settling and remaining for a length of time and becoming accustomed to and acclimated to a certain region, gradually modified their own culture through contact with other peoples and with the gradual disappearance of their own immediate contact with earlier heritage. Thus they became a comparatively new people in a new area, but they also contained within their tribal tradition and national existence the roots of their beginnings and the great mythologies, legends, and convictions which moved them. If 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years later, another migration perhaps, arising from almost the same source as the first, should then move downward and come into this area, these two people with one origin and one root and one source would meet as strangers because of the difference of cultural interval, because of new interests, new activities arising, and these would no longer recognize their kinship with each other. The new peoples would have made certain modifications in their beliefs, in their doctrines, in their ideas, and might very well have been somewhat influenced by the tribes and groups into whose environment they came. Gradually, therefore, from similar sources or from almost identical beginnings, through waves of migration, strong cultural differences could come into existence, gain certain authority and validity, and result in distantly related peoples meeting as total strangers, even though perhaps in their origin such was not the case. Pike is then concerned a little bit with what these people brought and why it was to play so important a part in the cultural life of our race. Why was not the heritage from somewhere else more important? How did it happen that so many great streams of doctrine have come into existence and died? And why is it that one with a very strange and remote background should have become so extremely powerful and had such a lasting and enduring existence? General Pike in Morals and Dogma also points out that we have little, if any, appreciation of the actual magnitude of the influence that began in the Transhimavat, that it represents far more than we will perhaps ever be able to recognize, that it not only influenced Asia and the Near East, but has influenced practically every culture on the face of the earth, that it continued to migrate and move, changing words and names, but not necessarily losing philological identities, because underneath various words and terms in Germanic, in Slavic, even in the Latin and Greek languages, in the Hebrew, and in the dialects of the North, Central, and South American Indians, we find definite kinships with the root words and root ideas of Northern Asia. Therefore, we can say with reasonable certainty in his thinking that there is practically no religion, no philosophy, and no science known to man which has not in some way been strengthened, encouraged, motivated, propelled forward, enriched by this original power that came from North Asia. Recognizing, therefore, that Asia seems to have conferred an impulse upon the whole world, Pike comes to the inevitable conclusion that there was something profoundly important, something undeniably forceful, something which man himself simply refused to permit to die. Man refused to depart from it, and by another strange and amazing circumstance, man was never able to outgrow it. He was never able to find that he could cast it aside as something no longer vital, necessary, or useful to him. Although Pike did not live in the days of Freud, Adler, and Jung, he did experiment with the psychological factor in thinking. He became convinced, therefore, that the great stream, which in some places he, with some apology, simply calls together the Veda, that this great stream undoubtedly flows not only through the world, as he says, like the 7 sacred rivers of the Punjab. He also says that it flows through the living fabric of human consciousness, that in some way this ancient lore, this old doctrine, arose from some extraordinary degree of integrity within man, that man therefore comes back to it when he is at his best and departs from it only when he is at his worst. That in some mysterious way, when securities, prosperities, and indifferences dominate him, he forgets the law. But in his emergency, he returns to it and is comforted by thought which the East has put into words, but which Western man has sort of felt in his soul, that whenever virtue should fail upon the earth, the law again would come forth. That this something, therefore, is essentially part of the total psychology of man, and that no other stream of lore, no other great symbolic structure of belief has touched man so deeply, held his consciousness so firmly, or required such periodic restatement in order that man himself might keep faith with himself. And from the time in which Pike lived and from the general attitudes of the day, I think his position in this was that of a very liberal and sincere man with a deep appreciation of values. Concerning the entire problem further, Pike goes back still beyond this, and he divides the concept of man concerning the origin of sacred things into two essential schools of belief. One is the belief that man is strengthened or ordained in the beginning of his existence by revelation. In other words, that at the root of the great spiritual tradition of the race, which he identifies always with this great Eastern complex of motions, that this motion began as mythology or legendary or lore would seem to sustain by the pronouncements of sacred persons whose individualities and personalities are really beyond our understanding, and whose existence is so shadowy that we can scarcely delineate it. Therefore, there is the belief that certain beliefs, certain doctrines, certain systems have endurance, have inevitability and infallibility because they are revealed by God to prophets, to teachers, to messiahs, to patriarchs, and that this great motion of peoples carried with it from its root land a divine revelation, a revelation apart, a revelation to which the people and their descendants continually rededicated themselves, a revelation which in good times was strong and in poor times was weak, a revelation frequently confused and corrupted, but ever rising phoenix-like from the ashes of its own dead. This concept that these things came from an independent source, from a source beyond and above man, came by way of mediators, came by way of persons who through one circumstance or another were brought like Moses or Zoroaster into the presence of the Most High and received the direct word of truth from those roots and sources which human beings normally cannot approach, and nor can they fully comprehend. Then Pike points out that there is a second line of tradition that also must be given a certain amount of weight, namely that man's spiritual insight arises not from revelation, but from insight within himself, which is the root of a kind of revelation. In other words, that the human being is actually releasing through his own nature that God quality within himself, that power of internal, veritable cognition, by which man causes his doctrines, his philosophies, his religions, his arts, and his sciences to come forth out of himself. That in coming forth out of himself, and therefore not following the theological structure of revelation, should not be regarded as conflict. It would only be regarded as an effort to understand the working of the one supreme power at the root of existence. Whether this working is from the sky, or from strange supernatural beings, or whether this working is outward through creation itself, Pike, I think, is inclined somewhat to value the second point of view. He believes that the gods working in the roots of time work not upon but through men, and that from the earliest time man's search for light was always the effort to release his own godhood, a spontaneous divine power within himself that would not and could not be repressed, and that therefore true revelation was also insight, and insight was revelation, and these two cannot be completely separated. For the internal life of man shares the eternity of all other things. And whether we regard this revelation as coming from the furthermost or from the innermost, either way we regard it, it is the same thing. Therefore, there is no need to say that insight or growth by experience is less sacred as a source of tradition or a source of valid knowledge than revelation itself. One, things are revealed to man. By the other, man reveals things through himself, and they become known to himself. This situation then led Pike to the beginning of his study of the great symbolic processes which he sensed at the root of these great teachings. Being by instinct and nature, as his rituals and his writings and his interpretations imply, a symbolist, a person who believed tremendously in the integrating and releasing power of symbolic form, Pike presented himself with this equation. He presented himself with man standing as an aboriginal being upon the surface of the earth, surrounded by stars, mountains, valleys, beholding everywhere the infinite workings of universal law. Man stood like a newborn child with eyes first opening, perceiving all things with the first natural emotion of his kind, wonder. Nothing seemed natural. Nothing seemed commonplace. Nothing was ordinary. And yet, by the very wonder of it all and by his own childishness, nothing was extraordinary. The ordinary and the extraordinary were one. The wonderful and the real were not divided. Man contemplated the mysteries of existence without the kind of awe that we know, but with the wondering insight of childhood. He did not have the false indication or inclination to bow down and venerate. Like the small child, he had only the inclination to accept, the inclination to reach out his hands to the sun, reach out his hands to the moon. The distances meant nothing to his primordial thinking. The stars were only what they seemed to be. But whatever they were wonderful. And most of all, this wonder gradually focused itself upon those things nearest to man. The wonders of the sky, of the heavens, of the seasons, the strange mysteries of existence, the storms, the lightning, and the thunders, all the mysterious flames that rose in the sky from the great blazing altar of Agni. All these things became one group of wonders. But these wonders were so superior, so aloof, so strange and universal in themselves, that man did not immediately feel the need to examine them. Perhaps he lacked the audacity of modern man, who will examine anything, whether he discovers anything reasonable or not, he will continue to examine. But man then, by nature of his own existence and by his own circumstances, began to experience other wonders. And some of these wonders that he experienced were not so wonderful. They were, many of them, terrifying. The sky normally did not terrify him unless a great storm moved across it. But the animal terrified him. The strange gleaming eyes of night, representing some beast waiting. This terrified him. The individual was also perturbed and concerned by certain things that he beheld happening to himself. He experienced the mystery of birth. He saw childhood and youth. He saw maturity and age. He saw decrepitude and death. These things came directly to himself. He experienced pain. He began to feel the pang of loss He began within his own strange, simple nature to gather up heaps of stones or pebbles or shells or bright rocks and say, these are mine. Then somebody else would take them away from him. And slowly the wonders of the heavens remained a strange palace of gods beyond, but the wonders of the earth became a source of concern, a certain fretfulness, a certain disillusionment. Man began to sense that in this great world of wonders he was curiously and strangely weak, that he seemed separate from great things and bound to small ones, that he had to fight the problems of hunger and shelter, and he had to grope his way to the mystery of fire. He had to learn to defend himself. He had to learn so many lessons that little by little a division took place in his psychology, in his thinking. He divided life into two things, what we might term theoretical and practical. There was no division, actually, but theoretical things were grandeurs that did not directly touch him. Practical things were infirmities that he had to face every day. And in spite of everything, we see it in children growing around us. This division takes place. And by this very division, General Pike points out, the gods inevitably began to retire to the sky, because they were not quite available when man needed them here. The gods, the greatnesses, the great powers became less and less immediately accessible to man. He did try to recognize their values and their powers, but still, in spite of all his offerings, in spite of all his prayers, in spite of all his acceptances and his rejections, life came and life went. Over these strange inevitables, therefore, it seemed that even the gods had not control. And the believer and the unbeliever came finally to the common grave. Out of these situations, these modifications, another important factor seemed to arise in the early consciousness of these ancestral peoples, and that particularly had to do with the linking of heaven and earth. And in the early linking of heaven and earth, man, not yet thoroughly aware of value, inclined like the primitive American aborigine of the poem to see God in fire and hear him in the wines, this primitive man began to pray, began to ask, began to beseech, sought ways of turning in some mysterious manner to the All-Father, who his instinct told him he needed. And he turned to this great world around him in search for parent, in search for that to which he could confide, that which would understand, that which had the strength and power to make all things right out of its own inevitable sufficiency. And out of the contemplation of stars and planets and rivers and seas, and out of man's common need, and out of his turning his eyes from his need toward the source of his help, slowly, as General Pike tells us, the strange, dim, but inevitable image of deity arose. Arose because man inwardly experienced it. Rose because he could cast the shadow of his own dreams upon the clouds. Rose because he demanded it, invoked it by the strangest and most subtle magic of all, the magic of necessity. And so by degrees the individual began to change the world, changing the world into mine and not mine, into heaven, earth, and hell, into wisdom and ignorance, into hate and love, and to all these polarizations with which we have gradually come to be familiar. Because this process was strangely natural, because there was about it this integrity that we do not appreciate perhaps in our confused time. It might be well to draw an analogy or take an example that would tell us something of what we mean. Suppose we say that a child born into this world was born into an absolutely natural environment, an environment in which there were no false values, an environment in which everything was honest in its own strange, mysterious, inevitable honesty, the honesty of a truth or a fact uncorrupted. And that this child, growing up in this world of facts in which there were no myths, no legends, and no lore, a child growing up building its life entirely out of only the sense of its internal need, and perhaps the very dim and distant paternal help of a great believing parent who led that child only in gentle ways. If such a child, so brought up, so given opportunity, its life not deranged or disarranged in any way by the prejudices and intemperances of a highly complicated society, this child might grow up to be an honest person. It's quite conceivable that this child would have that kind of a beginning that psychologists like to talk about, that wonderful normal background. Well, perhaps, as Pike points out, the reason why the light of life has come from the ages is because in some mysterious way these progenitors, these first uninvolved peoples, these peoples that have not yet learned to hate, these people who lived close to reality, that in some way they are the basis of the strength that we possess. They were the ones who grew up in a reality, a factuality that we no longer have. And because of this childlike honesty with which they face life, they have left the imperishable monuments to us, because they were the only ones who were able to leave tradition before they were spoiled themselves. Later they were spoiled, but in the root of things they were not. And therefore in their infancy, in their childishness, God walked with them. And because they were all wonder and all believing, because they used only the simple faculties of primordial creatures, they saw true, they dreamed true, and they came so close to reality that they have left us simple guides and rules. And what we call progress is our own eternal effort to be as simple as they were, to rediscover the directness of something which we have lost. Perhaps this is the reason why the light of the Vedas shone upon the world, why it is beneath everything, why it has come down to us in 100 religions, simply because it represents the simple light of the beholder, in which light and the eye and the heart responded together, and that there was no deceit, no confusion, no prejudice, by which the mind and the emotions could be led into error. Perhaps for another example we might pause for a moment and contemplate the effort of Gautama Buddha to restore this situation. Pike has many things to say about this. We're not here today or this evening to compare Buddhism and ancient Aryan Hinduism, but we are only trying to make a point, namely the point that we brought out last week, this mysterious power of essential cognition, that the only way to see truth is to see without preconception. The only way to intuit truly is this mysterious quietude which we must cultivate, by means of which we can truly be still and know. So Buddha says that if all of the volition of the will, all of the pressure of the machine of the sensory perceptions is brought into an absolute suspension, man then is no longer a seer. He is himself the total of the thing seeing and the thing seen without division. In this situation he cannot be deceived, because no man can be deceived who does not first deceive himself. Thus these primitive people, not being smart enough to deceive themselves, have left us a heritage relatively free of deceit. There may be many other explanations, but because of the situation we have, perhaps that is far enough in the general's thinking to show that particular phase of his mind and how he attempted to work with these problems. In his study, therefore, Pike first establishes what he might term or considers to be one of the most primitive and valid forms of human worship, and that is what he calls the worship of nature. He tells us that these ancient peoples, because of their peculiar insight, did not see nature as we do. We see nature as body. Ancient man saw nature as soul or life. We see nature as procreation. He saw it as psychic generation. We see nature as an arena or area of confused actions. He saw nature as a field of eternal motion. To him, therefore, the worship of nature did not mean that he bowed down to any ordinary weed or spear of grass that came along. Rather, man sought for and found the psychic life of nature. He saw nature as soul moving through body. He saw nature as a kind of wonderful living entity. And early in his thinking he came to the inevitable conclusion that nature was just as much alive as he was. That he was not a living thing in a dead world. He was not merely an animate being in a mechanistic a machine of some kind. It never occurred to ancient man that the bear or the lion or the bird had any different basic attitudes upon life from his own. Therefore, in many instances, we find among these people the tendency to create legends and lore in which they humanize animals, even as Aesop did much later, and still later Fontaine. And therefore we assume, for instance, we know the North American Indian of our northwest, up around the Vancouver area. When he went hunting in the woods, he talked to the bear. When the Indian of the plain killed a buffalo, he made a ceremony, smoked a pipe of peace to the soul of the buffalo, sat down and talked with it, just as you would with another person, explaining that he was not out hunting because he wanted to kill something, but because he had to live, and therefore that he really sincerely hoped that his need would be understood, and sometime, if by transmigration he should become a buffalo, he would be perfectly willing to let a hunter kill him for the same reason. They had a really heart-to-heart talk about this thing, because it did not occur to this man that the world was different from himself. He did not believe that trees could not understand. He did not believe that rocks were dumb. Like Pythagoras, he spoke to the river, and the stream answered him. Ancient man lived, therefore, in a world of life, not in a world of death. He lived in a world in which he beheld around him all kinds of differentiated life. He beheld also within himself faculties and powers in which many attributes seemed to be united and brought together in his own more complex personality. At first, however, of course, this was not particularly meaningful to him. But the main point we wish to bring to attention is this concept of nature worship, that man found the objects of his adoration in the processes around him. He found many reasons to gradually transform his wonder into veneration. He began to venerate those things which seemed to him good. He began to fear those things which seemed to have some evil implication to himself. And out of this process of nature, and from his own perspective, he came to the inevitable conclusion that some things were better for him than other things, that some things seemed to serve him, others to offend him. And out of this, in turn, came a rudimentary concept of good and bad. And this projected against the great starlit sky of night, it also resulted in the gradual recognition of the suras and asuras, the gods and demons, the great good spirits and the evil spirits. And just as in his own world there was the conflict of good and evil, so war began in heaven. And all the different problems that he faced, he saw parallels for in the world around him. Gradually his unfolding faculties, investigating things, to point out one of the ancient adages, that the more he saw, the more completely he became frightened. While he accepted without question, he was at peace. The moment he questioned, he found proof for questioning. Whatever he looked for, he found. And in this seeking and finding, good and bad, simple doctrines and simple ideas gradually became more and more involved, until out of them the ages have produced most complicated theological systems. Primitive man, Pike tells us without reservation, as we have said, regarded the world as alive. Plato refers to it as the holy animal crawling through the sky. Ancient peoples, some felt that the world was a great turtle. Others that it was an elephant standing on a turtle's back. But whatever they thought it was alive. It was the body of a great being. This great being was, in a way, the composite symbol extended from themselves. And this great being, which was the world, became gradually also the visible symbol of the invisible power of God. And as man is a soul in a body, so God is a soul in a world. And that this world soul, therefore, like the human soul, sustained and supported this body. Man beheld himself growing and failing. He saw youth and age, and he therefore contemplated the great procession of the ages. He contemplated the birth and death of worlds. He applied all these ideas of his own experience to the universe, and out of his own experiencing, he fashioned by degrees the ideas that were to be great and wonderful to him. And in the course of his time, and in the way he lived, the universe divided into really three parts. One part was heaven, the great vault of Indra, the sky, the great being whose body was filled with countless eyes. This tremendous and wonderful God, the God of the firmament, the God that was the ancient God, like the Shanti of China, the old one. And in the course of his time, just as this God slowly disappeared under the conditioning attributes of man's own investigation, so little by little the great old God, though not forgotten, though not denied, passed generally out of our common apprehension. It was no longer enough that simply the great sky God was there. This deity began to express itself through its progeny, through specialized and specific attributes, qualities, and appearances rising out of itself. And just as in most religions a Messiah has gradually taken the place of the original deity, so somewhere along the path of this great migration of peoples, the great old God sort of retired, regained new interpretations, was given new appearances, was fitted into other faiths, many of his attributes remaining, but the one attribute which he originally possessed was gone, and that was totality. Instead of totality, man recognizing that unity is never divided, but that division takes place within it, in the process of division, man loses sight of the unity. Therefore, it was, according to Pike, at a very ancient time, it is said that the great God became more or less a martyr, was disfigured, took upon himself sackcloth and ashes, concealed himself in the body of the world, and was then known only from his appearances in the world. And as Uranus, the great god of the Greeks, was defamed, injured, afflicted, mutilated by those who sought to steal his empire, so the great father deity of the Aryas was gradually obscured until he appears again only as the eternal penitent, the eternal mendicant, the one who must bear the burden, the sin, and the misery of all things. Then in his own place come forth the things out of himself, and they take dominion over him. For once in the great Nordic land there was a one-eyed giant by the name of Ymir. This great giant ruled alone and forever in Gunungagap, the great gap in space. And then there came forth from the body of this great giant its own offspring or progeny, and they turned upon it and slew it, and from it they made the world. Now this, in a sense, is something that Pike feels sure that this particular story originated in Asia. He feels so because to him it is the perfect explanation of the peculiar situation in which the Hindu deity Brahma has become involved in the course of time. Namely, that while still recognized with certain definite veneration, it is also true that this deity is valued, is important, is conceived as great, somewhat in a different or mysterious way. For it is his own Son that brings him back into life and light again. He is the victim, or he is the sufferer who is redeemed by his own Son Vishnu. And it is only through the will and love of Vishnu that Brahma is again born, and is born, of course, upon the lotus blossom, while Vishnu sleeps upon the serpent of eternity. And Pike has something to say about this, which I think is important. And it's interesting to us because of the time, as I say, in which it was done, in comparison to the tremendous amount of literature that we have today. Part of this, incidentally, will be interesting because it represents Pike's original translation of sections of the Bhagavad Gita. He tells us, as Rama, the epic hero, armed with sword, club, and arrows, the prototype of Hercules and Mithras, he wrestles like the Hebrew patriarch with the powers of darkness. As Krishna Govinda, the divine shepherd, he is the messenger of peace, overmastering the world by music and love. Under the human form, he never ceases to be the supreme being. The foolish, he says in the Gita, unacquainted with my supreme nature, despise me in this human form, while men of great minds, enlightened by the divine principle within them, acknowledge me as incorruptible and before all things, and serve me with undivided heart. I am not recognized by all, he says again, because concealed by the supernatural power which is in me. Yet to me are known all things past, present, and to come. I existed before Manu. I am the Most High God, the Creator of the world. And although in my own nature I am exempt from liability to birth and death, and am Lord of all created things, Yet as often as in the world virtue is enfeebled, and vice and injustice prevail, so often do I become manifest, and am revealed from age to age, to save the just, to destroy the guilty, and to reassure the faltering steps of virtue. He who acknowledgeth me as even so, doth not in quitting this mortal frame enter into another, for he entereth into me. And many who have trusted in me, and have already entered into me, being purified by the power of wisdom, I help those who walk in my path, even as they serve me. This he then explains in the sense that the great deity, the great simple collective unit power, the inevitable, the unmovable, the unchangeable, the essence of all things, that which is both being and becoming, this being was originally held under the symbolism of sky. It was held also under the alternating symbolism of day and night sky. And it was held in a mysterious way that night revealed the splendor of the sky even more than did the day. Therefore, the sky in day was obvious or evident. The sky in night was a host of gods made visible by the setting of the sun. And in this came another thought, that the sun, representing ego, representing selfness, representing in a way the light of reason, while it shines, the great God is not seen in all his splendor. The heavens become merely background to the light of the sun. But when the sun fades, the heavens come forth again, and the grandeur of the eternal once more shines down from all the points of light in the sky. Psychologically, then, the essential idea is that this totality gradually passed from the consciousness of man to be buried in the particulars of his own interests and observations. The great God was no longer the sky dweller. He was no longer the being remaining forever, sustaining and moving all things. He became rather the neighbor, the close one. He came to be the present help in time of trouble. His powers were invoked by men, and this deity was believed to be able to answer all of these prayers, and from his great celestial universality could descend even to nourishing the particular and peculiar desires of mortals. Thus something happened, and this thing that happened was that the supremeness of consciousness, represented by this deity, gave place to the limitation of ego, the rise of selfness both in heaven and in man. And the selfness of man resulted in the emergence of the self-hero in heaven. The rise of individuality, individualized deity as far as human experience was concerned. This again became a very important factor in the gradual rise of systems. Now, another point that Pike makes a great deal of is the emergence at a comparatively early time of groups, classes, or peoples. Not only in the term of a great migration, but in the term of the common life of man. The source of light, and this nearness is usually accompanied by a strange failing of outward parts, a strange detachment from the world. In other words, the prophet, the great teacher, as Buddha later said, has gone forth into homelessness. He has gone forth into a strange universal citizenship. He moves again toward the sky and with the sky. He was naturally inclined to seek the wilderness, to go forth to pray and to meditate. And the emergencies that always led him into these courses were the same emergencies: the need in himself and his instinctive sorrow for the need in others. These things always have divided some people from the rest. And somewhere in this great early time of things, the beginning of great institutions began to take place. Pike says that the mysteries of the Greeks, Egyptians, and Romans were all derived from the mysteries of Persia and India. That these institutions were the long shadow of man's basic way of learning, and that they in turn gave birth out of themselves by division once more into two parts, preserving in the one hand the great secret organizations of the world, and on the other hand blossoming forth to become the great secular educational bodies of the world. These two divisions happened. That part of learning which turned back to the contemplation of cause became religion. That part of learning which turned to the contemplation of self became philosophy. And that part of learning which turned to the contemplation of nature became science. And these things were all just the way in which some primitive man seemed to turn his head. If he turned it one way, it was one thing. If he turned it the opposite way, it was the other. Not literally and physically his head, but his point of view, his perspective, his use of the faculties with which he had been endowed. If then we may say that there is much to indicate certain points, what do we then find as the first prerequisite of the patriarch, the prophet, the great teacher? Not just the aged one of today, but the great patriarchal figure that stands like Manu against the dark and mysterious curtain of history. The first thing that we always do, the first thing that we inevitably, subconsciously visualize, is that we associate the patriarch, the prophet, the great emissary of wisdom, with age. We instinctively, in our psychological experiences, always think of the teacher self and visualize this teacher self in dream or vision as an ancient and venerable person. Now, the reason why this began in the beginning was probably much simpler than we think. It was not due to the fact that man had a particular artistry in this respect, or hit luckily upon the patriarchal figure as a symbol of authority. What actually happened was that as soon as man recovered from the first impact of survival, he began to recognize that he had to preserve the vital value of age. So the first teachers of primitive man were the elders. The rest were out hunting and working. The rest were out protecting the tribe. But when the hunter grew too old to hunt, when the mother was no longer able to bear children, when the physical activities of the struggling people could no longer be borne by the decrepitude of years, age began to reveal from itself one other value, a great value. Age remembered. Age went back. Age began to speak with the wisdom of years, of experience. Age had already been through these problems many times. So even today, among primitive people, when a great problem affects the tribe, the elders are called. And this is important, because if they hadn't had this use, the elders would probably have been exterminated, as they are in many primitive peoples who have different types of philosophy. But suddenly it was realized that the elder was worth his keep. He was worth his keep and worth his food and worth also the admiration of his people, because he spoke with the long memory, as it was called. He knew heroes then dead and could describe them to the living. He could remember the great king whom the children had never seen, but whose wonderful deeds they wanted to hear about. He could remember the seasons and the great storms of long ago, and he could remember the places where he had gone to hunt, and where certain symptoms indicated that game would be plentiful. He could tell them from long years what the clouds meant and when the rain would come. He also had all the lore of his people, and as time went on, he became the great gossip, and was only one step between gossiping and deification. It all depends on what you gossip about. When you remember the private secrets of your neighbors, it is gossip. When you remember the great secrets of life, it is wisdom. And the olds and the truths and the ones of the long remembering became gradually the symbol of man's wealth of heritage. And so against the background of our culture will be seen the shadowy forms of the great rishis, the great sages. Maybe they were mortals, and maybe in their own day they did not look nearly so venerable. But today they are venerable. Today they represent to us the voices of the past, as Pike calls them, the voices of the great shepherds, the voices of those who remembered the stars, the strange voices that speak with echoing tone down the corridors of time, the voices of the old ones, and their voices are rich with words of wisdom. So in the rise of things, the rishis, the saint and the sage, came to be regarded as the companion of the gods. Not only did they seem to resemble him, but he seemed to resemble them. And when they spoke, it seemed that the gods were speaking, for the greatness of years was speaking. In these days also, again, the rather simple and direct life made possible this kind of memory, and by degrees the young ones came and sat around the feet of the aged one, and from him they received the orenda of the Iroquois, received not only the story, but the strange vitality of dedication. They were part of something. In their veins flowed the blood of the heroic past. They were the heirs to the things the elders told them. And when one by one the elders slipped away, they in turn became elders to carry on the sacred heritage. So in the circle of the old ones was the history of the people, the mystery of its faith, the story of its dreams, the account of its migrations, and perhaps most of all, the wonderful reports of the heroes, the descriptions of things, so that the old one would say, "This my father told me," and the children would sit around and listen. And in the strange process of listening, they became citizens. They became directed in their own lives. They began to see what it meant to be remembered. And each of the young ones said to himself, "I shall so live that those who come after me shall remember me among the heroes." Little by little the virtues of the tribe were inculcated in this way. And as this body of lore became greater and greater, came with it also the skills, the crafts, and the knowledges of the people. Here also were not only the historical records, but the laws, and legislation moved out of the great mystery of the circle of the elders, the ancient ones of the earth, as they have been called. And from them, as from the lips of Manu, have come the laws. So Pike says, somewhere in the mysterious hinterland of man's thinking, there sits at the very beginning of this great Iranian migration this strange, mysterious circle of the ancient ones of the earth, the ones to whom it seems all knowledge must be traced, all ideas seem to originate from them, all records, all reports of old times flow through them. They are the link between man and his own origin, all the wonderful things that he wants to know and he wants to believe. Now, is it really actually a fantasy at all, or is this a sober truth? I'm inclined to think, from experiences with so-called primitive peoples, that this is actually the sober truth. This actually happened. Because I know that today I could go into a primitive society and I would find that this is the way they live. That I can find immediate evidence that at the back of their belief and of their tradition is this circle of the elders, perpetuated now by another circle of living elders, who are the visible progenitors of the ancient ones, their servants, their priests, sharing in their veneration, and venerated because they have in turn venerated. And if you want to go into a comparatively primitive society and you want to know the ways of that society and you want to understand its reason for existence, you sit with the elders and they will tell you. And they will tell you not in just prosaic language, do this and do that. They will do as ancient man did. They will sit back, they will be quiet, they will take their time according to their own pleasure, and when they have decided, they will speak with a strange tongue. So they will say also, I will tell you a story. And whether this story is the Vedas or the book of Genesis, it is still the story that has come down from the olds. And as time went along and these things became more integrated and knowledge became more pressing upon man, and his own experience required more and more levels of answers in order that he might maintain certain perspective, these circles took on a strange value. And one of the values that happened was that everyone, every time, was not permitted to come and talk with the elders. You couldn't simply knock on the door any time you want to and have the ancient ones assemble on requirement. So to speak to the elders, to know them, to be taken into their story, to sit at their feet as the disciple at the feet of his guru, this was an occasion. This was something that might not happen often, something rare, something you had to live for and build for. And out of this came the gradual development of the puberty rites, and also the caste rites, and the rites of growth and maturity, and the various tribal initiatory rites that are described so well by some of our great writers on primitive people, such as Churchward in his Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man. These rites were a sacred drama, a sacred institution, and acceptance into them was the beginning of the life of maturity in the tribe. Until you had received these rites, you were not responsible. Until you know, it was not expected of you that you would do. But the moment you knew, you must do. Because to fail after we once possess knowledge is a grievous fault, but to fail without knowledge may only be a symbol of childishness. So when the time came for the child to become accepted into his people. He was purified, he was prepared, he was consecrated, he was tested and tried, and then, at the proper moment and with proper ceremony, he was brought to be instructed by the great teachers. These were the great teachers. He had met them all, perhaps, and played beside them in the village street. But when they gathered for this purpose, they were something else again. They were suddenly very grave and venerable people, sensing their own responsibility, the responsibility of carrying on to him the tradition that must not die. So, with proper ceremonies, he was tested, tried, and informed. And having been informed, in Egypt the child lock of hair was cut off, and his milk name was taken away from him, and his man name was given to him. And he was then expected to go out and carry his part of the burden of life, and to carry the responsibility of his people, and to be above reproach in character, because now he had seen. Now he knew the reason for his own existence, and he knew the great and wonderful story of his people. Therefore, in pride he should walk, with his head high, proud that he was part of so great and glorious a social structure. He must defend it with his life and honor and his worldly goods, and never betray it. Thus, out of this background came the gradual rise of the great mystery institutions of India, Persia, Egypt, Greece, and the Americas. Here also came gradually from these mystery institutions, as budding from an ancient stem, secular education as we know it. Gradually the importance of arts and crafts and sciences were emphasized in man's economic survival, and education became the transmission of man's acquired skills rather than the perpetuation of man's internal insight. So for lack of insight, his skills lead him into trouble. But the ancient system placed his moral character first and his vital attainments high in this pattern. Pythagoras of Samos in the 6th century traveled through most parts of the known world of his own day. He visited many of the great sanctuaries of the mysteries. He learned that the Egyptians of the cult of Osiris believed that their deity in the form of a sacred bull had been driven from India and had been brought from Asia into the temple. He learned of the indebtedness of these peoples to each other, and he also realized that if this great stream of the great Iranian-Aryan tradition did flow around the world, it flowed because of the existence of this great interrelated system of esoteric educational orders. Pythagoras discovered, and after reaching, visiting, and affiliating with more than 20 great religious groups, that in his day, this stream of tradition, moving from the East, was moving with an adequate mechanism, that this mechanism was a system of education that then prevailed, that this system of education, like tubes or pipes, channeled the great water of life, and that as late as the 2nd or 3rd century A.D., that actually the great religious centers of both East and West were in communication with each other, and that all these systems and all these channels recognized their common dependency upon one great stream of spiritual light. If this be so, and there seems much evidence to sustain it, then we can understand how this ancient river, falling from the head of the gods, did descend not only into the great Indo-Gangetic plain, but through the mysteries, flowed into Egypt, Greece, Samothrace, Sparta, Eleusis, to form the great rites of the Kabiri, and many other of the Dionysian cults. Orpheus came from the east to Greece, bringing the same tradition. And the reasons, therefore, perhaps, that we find traces of one religion under the numerous and almost countless separations of sects today is that religion in its turn, as we know it today, for the what we call religion today really had no counterpart in the ancient world. But what we call religion today is really the opening of the doors of the ancient mystery temples and the flowing out of their teaching into a more democratic type of society. What we study in school today was once part of the mystery religion. It was the mystery religion that gave the world mathematics, that gave it art and literature, philosophy, medicine, and law. These things were all parts of the temple religions. But gradually they have flowed out into our more common way of life. But if they came from the mystery temples, and the mystery temples themselves came from a common tradition, and this tradition flowed from the northern parts of Asia, then we can easily see why some simple emblem or symbol, some statute, some name, some term we daily use now could well be traced back to this original source. It was in the light of this, of course, that Laponion, exploring the mysteries of the Mayas and Quiche of Central America and studying their hieroglyphics, made to him the important discovery that because he had already been a student of Egyptian hieroglyphics, he could decipher most of those of the Western Hemisphere. He may not have been entirely correct, but he did establish, beyond any doubt, hundreds of parallels, not only in the symbolic and glyph forms, but actually in the pronunciation of words, so that the word for man, or the word for sun, or the word for life, or the word for God, in the languages of the Old World and the New were identical. Thus these streams had to have flowed from somewhere. We may want to take the idea of spontaneous generation of these ideas in isolated areas, and if we had to, we could contemplate the possibility that all men reaching a certain degree of culture would come to certain common conclusions about things. This would be suitable if we could not establish the bridges by means of which we know that in a still simpler way the migrations of peoples and the unfoldment of learning in all of its branches would carry this knowledge, this great stream, without strange, mysterious, or psychological circumstances. It is as common as the bow and arrow migration or the swastika migration or any of the other primitive, symbolic, migratory patterns by which we have learned to measure the travelings and adventures of peoples. We know that these things could have happened. We know that almost certainly they did happen. And we know also that practically every scriptural book of the world today is indebted to those of Asia, simply because in this Asiatic pattern we seem to come upon the oldest and most clearly defined example of something, and that the motion of these peoples through time gradually resulted in their domination, and with their domination in many regions their ancient beliefs came to permeate and dominate these regions, slowly causing older beliefs or other unrelated doctrines to be submerged. Now when we study this a little further, we make another interesting discovery, namely that this great cycle had about it something that was very Neoplatonic. The gods of the ancient Aryas, these strange sky, earth, and altar deities that we have come to remember, did not in those times or under those conditions declare war upon the gods of other men. That was very much later, when things got into pretty bad shape. Actually, these great deities, like Osiris in his celebrated journey around the world, converted people with a strange tenderness. The conversion was a rather simple thing. This great interpretation accepted into itself all other interpretations, and the light of the Vedas shining upon other beliefs caused these other beliefs to shine with its own light. It was simply a light cast upon all things, causing these things to resemble itself. Thus in Egypt, for example, the old gods of Egypt, prior to contact with Asia, did not cease. They simply took on an Asiatic look. The ancient gods of the Nords, for instance, Thor, the thunderer, the individual who seemed to spend most of his time fishing for the Midgard snake or throwing his hammer in the form of a swastika around the world. It was perhaps the oldest form of the boomerang. This deity was once the supreme deity of the Nordic pantheon. But later, when Odin, or the Teutonic Wotan, probably really Prince Sigi, a Scythian prince, came from Asia and came into domination in this area, he did not go to war with Thor. He did not destroy him. He did not say he was a false god. And when the great cult of Odin was set up at Uppsala in Scandinavia, Thor was invited to dinner with the rest. Thor became a member of the new family. Thor became merely an attribute. He became an embodiment of one of the characteristics of this new doctrine. So in many instances in the old legends we hear that saints going forth like Padmasambhava in Tibet, first of all converted all the demons, converted all the false gods, and made them all members of the true faith. It was a wonderful thing. It was done very nicely because these deities simply became repolarized so that they became the aspects and attributes of the new principle which was taking over. Thus, in practically all of these faiths among the ancient peoples, particularly back at about that time which we call the Dark Curtain of history, we see a marked change in the pattern of the divinities. The old hero gods, the gods of lesser station, the old fighters and rumblers and tumblers of the early days, sort of fade away or become associated with a newer and better spiritual perspective. They then become the obedient instruments of the new faith. They were remembered and continued to have certain honors paid to them, but they had been changed until they were compatible with the new doctrine. And wherever it went, this great stream of vitality absorbed and reinterpreted other faiths or found itself in other faiths until finally all of the conflict or inconsistency was dissolved. As a result of that, other elements are present in all religions, but the great basic elements of this tremendous tradition survived and dominated and continued. Pike, explaining his concept, makes a great use of what he considers to be one of the oldest and richest forms of nature worship. And he devotes in his writings many, many pages, including learned translations from Hebrew, Persian, even Coptic Greek, and a careful study of the available manuscripts and records of the Egyptians and of the East Indian people and the Chinese, to prove very definitely the supreme importance in the psychic descent of man's great stream of faith, the supreme importance of the symbolism of the worship of fire. Now, Pike is one of the first, of course, to remind his reader that the worship of fire is entirely a symbolic ceremony. Fire was no more worshipped by fire worshippers than the sun was by sun worshippers. Always fire became associated in an early time with life. Fire was the first discovery that completely altered and changed the destiny of man. Agni, the spirit of fire, like Prometheus, was one of the first great friends of man. fire to primitive man had a series of mystical connotations. By means of fire, it seemed that man could create life. He became a magician. He could invoke radiance out of darkness. Fire had many, many meanings to him, but perhaps its greatest and most important meaning was life. Fire was a life in his keeping, a life that he could tend. Fire was upon an altar, and he could bring his offering to it, and he could protect the fire, and the fire became the symbol of his own stewardship to eternal life. Man began to associate the extensions of the symbolism of fire with innumerable moods and attitudes of his own. Even today, we have the term very closely associated with a great many of our psychological, most subtle implications of thinking. We say that an individual is inflamed with an idea. We say that he is fired by a purpose. We refer to the rise of intellectualism in man as the blazing forth of a spark. We know also that fire was associated with heat and warmth with body, and that death for man was the going away of the fire, going away of the heat, going away of the warmth. A Muslim scientist many centuries ago, attempting to determine the nature of the life in things, performed dissections or vivisections upon living animals. And at one time he placed his finger on a certain point in the pulsing heart of a living animal, and immediately his finger was blistered. He found there a point of great heat, and he became quite concerned with it and wrote considerably on the subject. But life is heat to ancient man, and the fire in man burned upon the matchless altar of his heart. The heart was the sanctuary of the flame. The flame was life. When the flame burned, man lived. When the fuel perished, man died. Buddha, in one of his discourses, goes into considerable detail in a symbolical use of fire. He explains, for example, that if every fire on earth was extinguished, so that man never could see fire anywhere, and that all the storms and all the changes of nature were such that lightning would never strike, that no natural friction or reflection would ever cause a fire. So the world was without fire for 10,000 years. And then, if there be a person to do it, flint is struck against steel and fire is born again. Fire is everywhere, silently, secretly, unknown. But it must be brought into manifestation. And the manifestation of fire out of the totality of itself into the expression of itself was a mystery that ancient man greatly contemplated. He also greatly revered the purifying power of fire, how fire cleansed things, and also how fire consumed the sacrifice. He also saw how fire consumed the fuel that sustained it, and that when the fuel was gone, fire disappeared. And in modern times, man has discovered a strange kind of fire that burns without dross as we know it. And that fire is a form, of course, of electricity. And we put that fire in a little glass bottle, and we made an electric light. And when we first made that light, what did we call it? We called it the Mazda light. We had already gone back to an ancient term for light, for brilliance, for shiningness. In the ancient Hindic people, the old gods, the devas or devs, meant the shiners or the light ones. And everything that was light, everything that shone was life. And where the flame went out, where the fire failed, things died. Then there were the fires of holy aspiration, the fire of martyrdom. Then there was a fire of zeal and of hope, and the strange blazing passion of love. There was fire of hate, and everywhere there was fire, there was heat, there was light. Primitive man gradually devised the concept of Agni as the symbol of the power of life. Fire became the visible symbol of the quality of life. Life living on matter. Life perpetuating itself by destroying its own not-self. Spirit flaming forth because of the fuel which it is to consume. Consciousness consuming body, and perhaps, if the pessimism of Buddha is correct, dying with it, but a great blaze while still it shines. The candles upon an altar, the incense burner, the oil lamp, all these symbols, like the ever-burning lamp of the Rosy Cross, or the strange eternal lamp found in the tomb of Cicero's daughter. The lamps that burn on, the lamps with wick of asbestos, strange conjectures and chemistries and alchemies of ancient thinking, but always this problem of fire, this problem of man worshipping the flickering, variable symbol that is so alive that its body is part of its life and cannot be seen from it. The fire that can be put out by the mystery of water, and then the alchemist coming along with his strange formula which says, I shall make a fire that burns in water, and I shall make a fire which the fuel is water, and this fire shall burn forever. Now the ever-burning fire is to a measure probably, at least in one of its degrees, associated with the sun. The sun, this great incandescent light, this symbol of radiance that became warm in summer and in the desert a destroying heat. But the fire and the sun and light, these together, man identified ultimately with his own truest self, his own consciousness, so that fire and light became symbols of consciousness. For man was aware by a kind of invisible light within himself, the light of reason, the light of the mind, but most of all the light of the soul. In the old early Rosicrucian symbolism, there is an ancient representation of Christian Rosenkreuz, the secret master of the Rosy Cross, reading a book by the light of a candle. There is some probability that the picture was originally taken from the familiar portrait of St. Jerome by Albert Dürer. But in any event, the point is that by the light of a candle or a lamp or a fire, man reads a book. He reads also the mysterious living book by the light of consciousness within himself. So without the fire, the mind is meaningless. Without fire, love fails. Without fire, rationality is impossible. And this fire must be the fire of awareness, the fire of consciousness within the individual. For man reads not by the light of the sun on the outside alone. By that he sees the letters. But by the light of the sun in himself he sees the meaning. And that is the great and important difference. So the sun became also the symbol of meaningfulness. It became the symbol of true cognition. And fire was the sacred part in man. And as time went on, the fire was associated with the soul. And the soul was this beautiful, radiant, flaming part with an aureole-like existence. And this soul was the light in man. And the fire and the light also came to be representative of enlightenment and of the enlightened. And under this same thought we have in our own scriptures the mystery of the light of the world, the being that came to give light to every man,
or to every creature that lived. For the very word Christ from Christos simply means the fuel of the flame. It represents the mysterious oil of baptism, but this is the oil which supports the flame. And the Eucharistic ceremony, and Melchizedek with the corn, wine, and oil, establishing the sacred sacrament. The oil is the symbol of the fuel of God, which turns all of man into a strange, burning thing, burning with the power of the divine presence. So in the tabernacle we have the seven-branched candlestick. We have the great being of Revelation walking amidst the candlesticks with a blazing sword coming from his mouth. All these symbols go back to the old belief in fire. And fire, the holy aspiration which burns all decay. Fire, the divine desire of man to be one again with truth. Fire, the symbol of his everlasting and eternal covenant with life, causes each individual to be a keeper of the flame. And this ancient man strangely comprehended, because it was fire that gave him dominion over the world. And it could only mean that this fire was the symbol of the soul, for it was only the soul in him which enabled him to take dominion. It was only because this fire lighted his life, and that another fire from within himself blazed forth, that man could be other than a brute, and could achieve or attain other things than the beast could attain. So as we say, fire became the symbol of soul. It became the symbol of a covenant. It became the living witness of the eternal before men, for it was the purest of all bodies. And into this flame all dross, all imperfection, all human limitation, all selfishness must be cast as an offering to the Most High. So fire worship came also, strangely, from this great, strange northern region. And in the form of the god Agni, it came to have a very great and important part in the rituals of our ancient forebears. And we might mention one other for the moment. We mentioned last week, but I think we must come back to it again, and that was Varuna. And Varuna was also an ancient deity of these peoples, and Varuna was a strange, airy power. Varuna was a strange, all-pervading atmosphere that linked all things into a strange capacity. Varuna was a lord of middle regions and of parts. Varuna, in many ways, perhaps, if you study the symbolism of the deity, is reminiscent of the psychological idea of mind. Varuna is an intellectual atmosphere, a wind deity, a god of motion and of moving things, a god invisible but made visible by consequences, a deity that also went through innumerable vicissitudes, as General Pike points out. But we have here then sky, fire, and air. Or, as we also suggested in the other discussion that we had, there are certain parallels between Varuna and ether. Not the air as we know it, but the etheric humidity, which science has invented as a hypothetical medium between energy and matter. Thus, as Heraclitus tells us, this peculiar humidity can also be a water deity, or a deity of humidity, or a deity of fertility. And in the, as we told you last time, out of the names of these deities and out of the patterns of them, we gain the elements of the divine name in the ancient ritualistic language. But we have elements that work together in a very strange manner, because we have now actually established a trinity that corresponds to the three elements, salt, sulfur, and mercury, in the Hermetic experiment. And in the 18th degree of the Rose Croix, General Pike gives us some information on the tie between alchemy and the great Vedic mythology, showing again that at the root of chemistry, at the root of astronomy, at the root of architecture, are the parallels once more to this ancient system of thinking, and that these parallels can be restored from any study of essential symbolism in any department of human life. But we have the all-pervading, symbolized by the great 2.5-syllable monosyllable. We have then also fire, and we have air, or air-water, humidity, the ether of space, perhaps the energy or electric field of modern science. These things all working together give us a pattern of primordials, and we have various interpretations based upon the chemistry of these original factors. Mind, for example, as the bridge, the bifrost between Midgard and Valhalla. Mind arises in the form of the great world hero. The great world hero passes the mystery of fire. In the case of the Sigurd saga, the world hero passes through the mystery of the 4 elements, represented by 4 great labors which he performs. This mastery by the hero of the interval, the middle distance between the worlds, is very important. Fire as soul and consciousness, air, water as mind, emotion, the psychic part again, and heaven as totality, as the reality, as the wholeness. These together create a triangle or trinity, which emerges later for our contemplation in the Brahma Vishnu Shiva concept of creation, preservation, and reconstruction. Always the symbolism remains, and wherever we have a Holy Trinity, from the Temple of Heaven in Peking to the 3-tiered hat of the Dalai Lama and the triple tiara of the Roman Pontiff, in all these we have mastery over 3 worlds, 3 elements, 3 conditions of being. We have man moving from the material through the psychical to the spiritual. We have the individual overcoming the world, nursing the flame, guarding it, becoming a servant of it. For one form of the flame is found in the Grail legend. For the flickering, mysterious, flaming blood in the Sun Grail is exactly the same as the ancient fire of the Vedas. It is the object of the quest. It is the sacramental symbol. It is the symbol of sacrifice and reunion, of renunciation and purification. In all these things then, and also through our own scripture writings and into our arts and sciences, into our legal procedure, into electricity, and even into electronics, we will find the same principles that these primitive persons, or this great wave of simple, direct, true-seeing creatures or beings, brought forth out of the dawn of time and carried with them into all parts of the world. The picture is long and difficult, but I think what General Pike particularly wants us to realize, that the word Freemasonry in its original meaning from the Chaldean means child of the fire. The word pyramid represents the mountain or monument to the flame. That's what the word means. And in the ancient times of Eleusis, when the Hierophant in his robes of blue and gold came forth upon the porch of the sanctuary, his gold and blue robes were the inner and outer circles of a flame with its blue center and its golden radiant core. The garments of priesthood, all of the ancient symbols that we know, are derived from the guardians, keepers, and watchers of the ancient fires. And these fires were brought from heaven by the Druids, who captured the rays of the sun on a reflecting glass. and all the fires of earth are to these sacred monuments reflections of the fires that burn forever in the heavens. And these fires are the eyes of the gods. And each of these eyes and each of these fires in turn is part of the great flame of the one God that lies at the root of things. We are sparks from the flame, and to the flame we will return. This, I think, is probably all we can do this evening, so we will continue with the good general next week.
It has always seemed to me that when we begin to study the work of a human being, we become interested in the human being behind the work. Perhaps this should not be true. Perhaps we should accept things simply on their face value. But we are all tied and bound to the human state, and we like to orient our heroes in that state. We are actually perhaps helped more by the humanity in man than we are in the supposed divinity in man. The humanity brings us close together, and in the case of General Pike, it reveals to us the happy combination of a scholar and a truly delightful person. A person who had many friends simply because he was friendly, and who had an almost unending sense of humor, even though much of his life was burdened with most serious responsibilities. We have tried to have something to say about the General as a person, therefore, each evening, and we're going to select a few points this evening from early articles about him, which perhaps are not generally known and which may not be included in the popular available biographies. After he reached the area of Little Rock, Arkansas, which he came to sometime after 1832, and here became a small village school teacher, teaching in a log cabin schoolhouse, we find that a natural tendency which showed from his early boyhood continued to unfold, and that was his poetic abilities, which were largely recognized and which undoubtedly have contributed to the beauty of the work that he did. We find, for instance, that while he was teaching school, this biographer notes, again his pen was busy, writing verses for the Little Rock Advocate, as well as political articles, under the pen name Casca, which attracted so much notice that Horace Greeley reprinted them in the New York Tribune. And so shortly after, there was a statewide search in Arkansas to discover who this Casca was, and it finally centered upon this rather amiable, somewhat timid, round-shouldered schoolteacher. And from that time on, his literary fame increased, and he has left quite a rich legacy of good poetry, which will be of interest to one group of persons. Also, Albert Pike was involved in the Mexican War prior to the time of the Civil War, and we find the following notes. In the war with Mexico, Pike won fame for his valor at the field of Buena Vista, and enshrined the story of this occasion in one of his poems. After the war, he took up the cause of the Indians, whose life and happiness fascinated him, and who he felt were being robbed of their rights. He carried their cause to the Supreme Court, to whose bar he was admitted in 1849, together with Abraham Lincoln and Hannibal Hamlin. His speech in the case of the Senate award to the Choctaws is famous, and Webster passed high eulogy upon it. Judged by any test, Pike was a great orator, uniting learning with practical acumen, grace with power, and that imperious magnetism which only a genius can command. Albert Pike was made a master mason in Western Star Lodge No. 1, Little Rock, Arkansas, July 1850. And from that time on, we see the forces at work which caused him gradually to turn practically all of his learning in the direction of Freemasonry. He had brought to it brilliant legal background, a good literary background, and outstanding achievements in poetry and essay, and he also brought to it a tremendous personal capacity for research and study. As a result of his initiation into the order and his gradual increasing interest in it from a philosophical standpoint, we find his following summary of the situation which caused him to devote his entire life practically from that time on, with the brief interlude of the Civil War, to the advancement of the Masonic research program. He says of Masonry, "It began to shape itself to my individual vision into something imposing and majestic, solemnly mysterious and grand. It seemed to me like the pyramids in their grandeur and loneliness, in whose yet undiscovered chambers may be hidden for the enlightenment of coming generations the sacred books of the Egyptians, so long lost to the world, like the Sphinx half buried in the sands. In its symbolism, which and its spirit of brotherhood are its essence, Freemasonry is more ancient than any of the world's living religions. So I came at last to see that its symbolism is its soul." From this foundation, we can perhaps begin to estimate why he devoted the greater part of his effective, mature life to the effort to restore this symbolism, and why, in order to do so, he had to follow an ancient course, and that is to seek in the most remote corners of the world and in the most difficult branches of learning for the keys to these symbols. And also, as he expresses it, he had to penetrate layer after layer of interpretation, the incrustations of ages, the pollutions of both time and era, in an effort to restore as far as possible the primitive meanings of these ancient figures. And so this evening we are going to devote most of our time to exploring along with him and in his way the essential symbols with which he became concerned. Pike would have been the first to point out that these symbols are not the private property of Masonry. These symbols derive themselves from practically every tradition of the world, yet that there must be beneath all symbolism a substance, a meaning real and valid, would seem to be of interest and importance to us all. For in the search into the field of comparative religion, in which symbolism plays a most vital part, we come constantly upon images and figures difficult to comprehend, confusing, and at the same time utterly fascinating. We also realize that in this pursuit of symbolic lore to its fountainhead, we must begin with some conviction, some concept. And General Pike begins with one very basic fact, namely that the symbol, which has endured from time immemorial, going back to the earliest thinking, to the most basic ideals of the human race, comes the nearest to anything that we have to a universal language. The moment we lock our thoughts in words, we restrict our meanings to those of kindred tongue. The moment we attempt to interpret in the terms of familiar things, we also impose a dogmatism upon meaning. And gradually most symbols have been dogmatized. They have been given a meaning, or perhaps a group of meanings, and these are assumed to exhaust the research in the subject. The moment we place a dogma upon any natural growing concept, we blight it with an early frost. We create a pattern of acceptances, a mere lip acceptance of terms and words and patterns, presumably exhausted by those who have gone before us. Pike warned of this very definitely. He stated that there may be 1,000 interpretations already known for a certain symbol, but if we are content to accept any or all of them, we shall some way deprive ourselves of the greatest adventure of all, and that is the personal exploration of the idea, the search within ourselves for meaning, and that the language of symbolism invites us all to search for meaning. He next assumes, which I think most of us here would concur with his belief, that not only was symbolism a language, but it was a language about something. It was a language relating to a particular kind of material, a particular level of fact. And the reason that this fact has remained expressed only in symbolism for thousands of years is due to one circumstance, in itself also undeniable. That is, that men have never found a better way of perpetuating these facts than through symbols. Had at any time the full and true meaning of a symbol been so completely, absolutely, and entirely crystallized that it could be presented in an irrefutable literary or philosophical statement, the symbol itself would have vanished. It would have no longer been significant. Men do not search for that which is found, but for that which is not found. The individual, therefore, is entitled to assume that the language of symbolism relates to something about which there is no common knowledge, about which there is no other adequate instrument for the perpetuation of certain ideas. What type of material would be, therefore, most likely to be locked in an enigma, to be concealed behind some form, shadow, or semblance not identical with its own structure or nature? The answer would have to be that it is some kind of knowledge pertaining to things not to be literally seen, not to be factually examined, not available in their full and pure substance, but to be known only through the lengthened shadows of themselves, cast upon matter, cast upon mind, and gradually molded into a fantastic imagery. Such knowledge as this would therefore not be the knowledge that has descended to us in philosophy. It would not be the knowledge available to us in the rituals and formulas of accepted theology. It would not be the type of knowledge that could be expounded in mere mathematical formula or revealed to us completely under a scientific hypothesis. It has to be something in its own nature so elusive that it cannot be captured, and can therefore only be known through this shadow cast by itself. The answer, again, in Pike's thinking is obvious. That which is not available to us in knowledge is simple. It is knowledge itself. In other words, we know about many things and the substance of very little. We have learned opinions on innumerable problems, conditions, circumstances, but this essential knowing which might cause the individual, with the full realization of the meaning of his words, to say, "This I know." This level of knowing is exceedingly scarce. And where it exists, it relates mostly to secondary things. We know that the sun appears to rise. We know the length of days and of hours. We know certain laws of architecture. We know certain ways of analyzing the chemical constitutions of things. By mathematical formula we can split an atom, but by mathematical formula we do not know what an atom is. The true and essential knowledge, therefore, is not in its pure substance ever available to man in a natural state. If it comes to him, how does he receive it? He must receive it by revelation, by vision, by intuition, by insight. He must in some way gain it through an experience which he cannot share with others. He may attempt to share, but the moment a knowing passes from him to another, that which comes to him as knowing is accepted by that other as an acceptance, as an opinion, as an interpretation, or as a belief. Therefore, that which we communicate can be believed by others, but that which we communicate can only be known to ourselves. There is this mysterious interval between self and others. And while our own insight may convince us of the inevitable truth of a thing, we also come upon another dilemma. The insight of others give to them different interpretations of the same thing. Therefore, to say "I know" is not only an indication of penetration, but it is also a completely individual project. The individual can know for himself. He may know that which is necessary to himself. But this knowing, he cannot say, will be identical with the knowing of any other person. He may like to affirm the philosophical concept that if persons come to the same level of insight, they will attain to the same substance of knowing. But as each person is different, it has become exceedingly difficult to assume or to discover even the levels of insight upon which a number of persons may function. The only levels we have available to us are levels of interpretation, levels of believing, and levels of acceptances. Thus, according to General Pike, it would seem obvious that a symbolism which is extended around the world and it descended throughout time, to be valid, to be worthy of perpetuation, to hold as it has the admiration of the most learned and the most informed and enlightened of mortals, that this symbolism must deal with these things about which man cannot come to external factual knowledge. These symbols must therefore relate not to effects but to causes, not to consequences as we see them, but substances as they exist in the nature of being. He is strengthened in this concept by another point, namely, that the great wealth of symbolism has grown up around sacred matters. The greater body of symbolism has to do with the attributes of deity, with the substance of human consciousness, with the nature of the human soul, with the substance and material of the human mind, and also, in large measure, with the great circle or cycle of man's psychic experience, leading not only through the years of this life, but postulating the future state of the soul in time to come and beyond the grave. These things, then, relate to certainties which men desire to possess, but which they do not at the present time adequately possess. Thus it is no common knowledge which can be easily rescued and then turned into sermons or into texts, but an uncommon kind of knowledge. That knowledge which has to do with ultimates, with infinites, and with the great universal values which men have sought from the beginning, and about which even now they have come to no common conclusion. If this then be the burden of symbolism, General Pike can justify his own statement that it is to be found in its purest and most wonderful form in the great mystery institutions of the ancient world. These institutions were dedicated to the greatest spiritual values that we know. And the greater this spiritual dedication, the more luxurious was the symbolism employed, the more fantastic the imagery, the more complicated the keys to its unlocking. And wherever we went, or wherever we go in the search of the ruins of ancient wisdom, we behold the sanctuary ornamented with devices difficult to interpret, of unknown origin, and dealing with the most abstract convictions of man. Now, symbolism then breaks down into a series of patterns, and our beginnings of symbolism undoubtedly go back to the dawn of our experience. And for a moment let us pause and consider some of the most aboriginal pictoglyphs that we have been able to discover in the search for our knowledge of primordial man. On rocks, upon the face of great boulders and ancient cliffs, rising in desert and wilderness, we find strange devices, mostly simple, geometrical, basic forms. These devices are sometimes referred to as picture writing. There are many examples of picture writing right here in the state of California. We find many rocks covered with strange forms and figures. Why were they put there? Who put them there? How shall we decipher them? They were put there by crude instruments, perhaps the chiseling of a stone with a harder stone, perhaps in some cases with the use of early tempered copper, or as the Egyptians, various files and chisels and other instruments of soft metal, their teeth set in jade or in emerald in order to give them a cutting edge. These ancient symbols were put for one reason primarily. They were to perpetuate something. It was that the man who put them there, or the tribe who fashioned this strange picture writing, wished to leave a record of something. Perhaps his basic impulse was completely egocentric, although undoubtedly he had no awareness of it, never having been under psychoanalysis. But in any event, perhaps what he was searching for was one of the most basic needs that man experiences. He was searching, rather pathetically, childishly, desperately, for immortality. He was searching for that mysterious quality of not being forgotten. He wanted to live. He wanted to live in one of two ways that he knew that man could live. He believed, probably, from example and sorry incident around him, that this physical part of his own nature was fragile and would not long endure. But there was another part of it, his dream, his hope, the great and wonderful deeds that he had done, his claim to be remembered, his claim to make a contribution to those who came after him, his claim that those who followed would remember the hunt and the forest, and the day when he had slain the great mammoth. These things he wanted to have lived because they were his hero self. And today, even in this 20th century, there are well-educated, scientifically trained human beings who have had exposure to 3,000 or 4,000 years of culture, who will say today that no man has any immortality except to be remembered through his works. This is not an uncommon attitude among those who feel that they are emancipated from all the superstitions of the past. But this primitive man wanted to be remembered. He therefore used devices. And where did he find his symbols? He found his symbols in the beginning of language, nature. He found his first speech in the sounds of nature. He found his first designs and artistry in the simple, crude representation of things around him, things to which he gave a new kind of meaning. And in most cases, this meaning was a motion from a concrete to an abstract point of view. For example, perhaps he regarded the great cave bear as a very strong and brave animal. Now, this brought with it a gradual development of an idea, an association mechanism. And in time, the glyph of the cave bear was no longer a representation of this animal, merely to perpetuate the animal. It became the symbol of the attributes that the primitive mind associated with the animal. Therefore, this bear became the emblem of strength, or of courage, or of endurance, or whatever attribute the human being found most acceptable in the study of the animal. Thus, by degrees, men developed totems in which they took the names of these creatures as symbols of their powers. We find this still among American Indian tribes and among many other primitive people. And in all through the Central American complex of civilizations, we find that the totem, or the symbol of the person, is placed above his head in the glyphs. And this is the key to his name and to the virtues which he represents, or to the dedication of his own life, to the exemplification of certain qualities. Thus we see the bear becoming the symbol of bravery. We see the sun losing its actual astronomical meaning to become one of several things. First, light. Second, time. The sun became a symbol of time because it gradually came to be called the figure of day, or days. And primitive man began his counting of days by the number of risings and settings of the sun. For a longer period he chose the moon, and therefore he began to have a kind of simple calendar. Things that were 3 days back were 3 suns back. Things that were 3 months back were 3 moons back. And beyond a comparatively small number of suns and moons, his chronology became rather corrupt. He had no, in early times, he had no concept of longer periods. This came later. But the sun then became the symbol of light. It became the symbol of days. It became an emblem representing insight. It became a sign of blessedness or of good. It gradually unfolded into a sign of wisdom because it was opposed to the darkness of night, which was ignorance. It became associated with integration and orientation as opposed to the chaos of night. And by degrees then, each of these natural objects gained a more or less abstract meaning, a meaning which carried it into a world of invisible values. A brave animal can be seen, or a brave man, but bravery as a fact is not visible, except by some action by which it is personified, or some condition which exemplifies it. So the moment man began to think of qualities as apart from physical objects themselves, he had to go into symbolism. He also found various problems arising in the development of his word structures, where he discovered early in life that the most difficult concept to express in some visible form capable of being perpetuated is motion. It is very difficult to indicate motion on an immovable surface. He could not make a glyph that would fly off the surface and therefore be true to motion. He had to create the concept of motion without the object itself moving. One of his earliest experiences in this, as we see by studying the pictoglyphs, is the use of a series of footprints. These footprints indicate a journey. They may also indicate that their beginning and termination, the locations involved. Locations at that time being so crude and rude we cannot rediscover them even from the glyphs. But this long string of footprints was not entirely a happy thing. He could try to create the concept of motion through representing his animals and other creatures, as in the ancient caves of France, in motion. But a bison in motion is not really a very happy substitute for a necessary abstract verb. It is not very solutional. Yet he had to have motion. Maya solved it by putting a wing on a noun and making a verb out of it. The moment he added a wing, it symbolized motion. Very ingenious and requiring a great deal of thought to develop. But he did find the need constantly for creating forms for the expression of values not visible as objects. So out of this early struggle came the rise of pictoglyphic and hieroglyphic forms. The hieroglyph was an organized pictoglyph, and probably the greatest development in this situation is found in the languages of Egypt and of China. In both cases we have an inconceivable array of such picture forms. We may also, of course, mention the Maya glyphs, which number over 10,000. But unfortunately, they are not as easy to use as some of the others because we simply have not yet been able to decode them. But in the Chinese and in the Egyptian, we are in somewhat better condition. The Egyptian language, although it comes to us in its earliest form in a highly developed state, still shows that it was the inevitable evolution of the rough and crude cuttings upon the walls of cliffs and rocks. It is a gradual refinement. But the Egyptians began to discover means of making their symbols more valuable, making them more useful. They gradually came to identify, out of all of their animal pictures and their various symbolic devices, for each of which they had a name, they gradually developed a sound equivalent. This was frequently derived simply from the beginning of the name of the object. And an object like, for instance, arm, representing the human arm, suggested to them the possibility of the R sound as well as the complete name. This R sound could be combined with other sounds. Among the Aztecs it was done more simply. They took two creatures, for instance, they wanted to make a word out of two names. So they would take the name for tiger and the name for snake. They wanted to use the first half of the name for tiger and combine it with the last half of the name of snake. So they made a glyph, the front end a tiger and the back end a snake. And then they proceeded to read it. It gave them, therefore, the possibility of bestowing this glyph as a name upon something. And this is how we read the place names of the old Mexican cities and towns. They placed this glyph in association with a little device called a mound. And when the mound and the place name were put together, it meant a city. If they drove a spear or an atlatl through the mound, it means they had conquered the city. And one by one, these simple devices developed. So the Egyptian language passed into a new form, in which it consisted of both ideas and of sounds. This became rather complicated, but it also gave rise to the possibility of the Egyptian attaining a certain written form in which he was able to express sequences of abstract ideas and use for these sequences hieroglyphs which suggested sound arrangements, and by their grouping, compounding names of objects. When they wished a word or a section of glyph to represent primarily a sound or an order of sounds, as in the case of a proper name, they placed a cartouche around it. That is, they drew a line around the entire thing, saying this is one word, instead of a series of glyphs. So in most of their manuscripts we find picture writing, hieroglyphical development and structure, and then every so often an encircled group of characters signifying that these shall be read together to form a name, or to form a proper word of some nature. This went on until gradually the pictoglyphic form began to fade away, and the symbols were not essentially changed, but passed through a condition of human carelessness. This human carelessness caused finally these glyphs to be drawn so poorly that as glyphs they were comparatively undecipherable. The individual taking these pictures simply streamlined them. He created a kind of shorthand out of them, using perhaps only the principal stroke of a particular glyph, the one stroke which distinguished it from all other glyphs. And he found that by degrees he could speed up the process of writing, and the hieroglyphical form about the beginning of the Christian era began to drift into the hieratic form, which consists of the loss of the symbol in a conventionalized letter. As this proceeded more rapidly, the advantage of the picture glyph as a means of identifying objects gradually ceased, and the entire process moved into an alphabetic form, with words spelled out to form new dimensions for the concepts to be perpetuated. This also followed definitely in connection with the Chinese method of writing. We find that the original glyphs were very often very close to the object represented. Their little pitched roof character, which is essentially a roof, originally meant a covering, consisting of two lines drawn this way, just like the sides of a roof. Well, that was a covering originally. It finally became very much more involved. The oldest Chinese glyph for a horse, for example, has 4 small dashes under it to represent the horse's feet. It was pretty literal. And among other languages, it is true that the Chinese perhaps has changed less than most others. Now, the Chinese have a symbol for tree, a very simple glyph. Now, they were also concerned with what we might term the plural forms, and how were they going to handle that? If they were somewhere and they found another tree and they wanted to have 2 trees clearly indicated, they followed the line of greatest expediency. They made 2 trees side by side, and that was exactly what it meant, 2 trees. But this didn't end the problem, because it could get worse. Another man decided that he wanted to say that he had just been in the forest. Now this presented a more or less complicated situation. You couldn't keep on drawing trees all over the page. So the happy idea of the simple plural came into existence. Above 2 trees must be many trees. So they put a 3rd figure of a tree, and the result was forest. Above 2 means forest. A very simple device. and in this way they had no difficulty in ultimately indicating their meaning. They had many different symbols. When they made the sign of a roof, they then placed a symbol of fire beneath the roof, and a fire under a roof is a home, a place where you live. Another simple problem is that they anciently used for conveyance a kind of a cart. And if you look down on this cart from above, you saw the axle running through the two wheels. You saw the flat, straight edges of the two wheels, and in between a large rectangular mass representing the body of the cart. This particular symbol was reduced to simply mean center, middle, because it represented the middle part, a central axis moving through something. And this became associated with the original name of China, which was the Middle Kingdom. Thus they went on, by degrees, building up a most elaborate group of writings, multiplying their strokes, increasing their skill and knowledge, until finally they produced a language so flexible that almost any idea which man can express can be rather adequately presented. These things all rose from natural symbolic instinct. The effort to use simple things to express or explain difficult things. The effort to convey a total picture of a meaning, and at the same time lock it only in a very few strokes or letters. To do this also, of course, created a kind of association. The individual who knew approximately the meaning to be intended got the complete impact of it, perhaps even more completely than we do with words today. They got the feeling of what was intended. They got a simple and direct relationship. They were not so far removed into polysyllabic forms as we are. And they did not have to rush to the dictionary the way we do, because they had a very quick grasp of the symbolic idea. Now, these are primitive things, but they point the way along which General Pike was exploring. And it comes then to the next important conclusion which he reached, namely that nearly all symbols arise from nature. A symbol is a form, and it must be derived from a form. We cannot have a symbol, a picture of anything, unless that picture is derived from something within our world of experience. Therefore, the picture must be the result of man's own eyes. He may add to the eyes certain reasoning powers, but he must first use the eyes. He cannot conceive of a form which does not exist, nor can he make a picture involving a pattern which has no similitude in life or nature. Thus he was forced to derive his language from his world and from the world of circumstances. Pike, however, points out what several other authors have also noted, namely that the selection of these forms and the investigation in the effort to discover appropriate forms for ideas forced primitive man to a most dramatic conclusion, namely that all forms around him in nature are themselves symbols. That a tree is a symbol. A tree is not merely a symbol for man to use. Man is simply taking a more ancient natural symbol and reusing it. The fact that the tree is itself visible to his eyes is enough to prove that this tree is a visible extension of something not visible. Therefore, man can see the tree as it grows, but he cannot see the principle of tree. He cannot immediately apperceive tree as reality. He cannot know the life behind the tree, except by watching the operations of this life as these operations cause the tree to grow, or to in some way modify the various visible values which it exhibits. Thus nature is itself one vast symbol, one inconceivable relationship of forms, all bearing witness to that which is not form. A number of particulars bearing witness to invisible principles that lie behind all the concept of particular. Thus the authority of symbolism lies not in man's need for an expressing medium. The authority lies in the divine way of working. The universe itself, moving into manifestation, moves by projecting its own powers through forms, and these forms are symbols of these powers, mathematically, geometrically crystallizing around waves or rays or rates of energy, so that everything that exists is in some way a witness, an evidence, a kind of emblem, standing for a principle, itself invisible. That this principle may be spirit, may be soul, may be mind, may be God, makes the symbolism only the more significant. For here we are confronted with the visible testimony of facts unseen, a kind of covenant by which man stands forever in the presence of his own greatest source of instruction. Thus, as Pike points out, the universe is a great university of symbols, a tremendous school of emblems and devices, through the contemplation of which man comes finally to understand himself, his world, and his Creator. Thus, symbolism involves us almost immediately in a series of great abstract values. And the fact of symbol is the first great link that man has with a world of spiritual forces operating behind the visible appearances of life. So the fact of symbol becomes the validity of symbolism. It becomes the proof of the meaningfulness of the entire concept. Man creating symbols, therefore, derives them by bestowing upon forms and likenesses already existing and already having meaning other meanings according to his own qualified understanding. Therefore he takes emblems having an absolute meaning, and he gives them a new relative meaning in order that he may use them for the extension of his own awareness in some direction or under some condition. If therefore the Chinese makes a glyph for the home consisting of the combination of roof, fire, and the woman symbol, he is therefore expressing a basic concept. These devices are not home, nor are we to assume that he is merely attempting to establish the concept of a house. He is working for something else. He is working for the moral and emotional overtone of home. He is looking for its spiritual value, its ethical implication, and thus he captures in these basic forms ideas which are in harmony with his own insight. Yet each of these forms may have another meaning, a meaning especially in themselves,
And this is true where the selection particularly involves natural working or natural objects rather than the artificial productions of man, as in the case of house, which is something man himself has built and therefore has a meaning peculiar to man. But when he draws upon the earth and the sky and the flower and the rock, he is drawing upon things which he did not himself create, and therefore which have meaning apart from him, even though he wishes to give them a meaning of his own. In this way, symbolism has gradually associated itself with an infinite diversity of interpretive factors. And these interpretations, extending on through time, have been refined and revised with the changing of human beliefs. The ancient meanings have been restored and lost again. And finally, new meanings have been imposed upon ancient substances which no longer seem relevant. Man, however, hit upon one other happy device in the development of symbolism. He knew that he was concerned to a measure with the restricting circumstance of literalism. There was always the deadly danger which man faced, namely that in the field of learning, if he drew a picture of a tree, the student would be satisfied to say this is a tree and feel that he had solved it all. If, therefore, he surrounded the man primarily with only natural symbols, the human being would be almost in the same condition he would be without any symbols, because there are enough natural symbols forever around him. He sees the alternations of day and night, he beholds growth, he beholds all the strange and wonderful workings of natural law. These are his heritage. Therefore, to merely reproduce them for his intellectual advancement would scarcely attain its end. He would only be using a crude substitute for a nobler original. But man discovered, perhaps through his sleep consciousness, through dreams and other things, that he could introduce an element of fantasy into the representation of these forms. He could create a class of forms called composita. He could make a thing unworldly by putting together natural emblems and symbols in an unnatural relationship. He found, for example, that as long as he drew pictures of men to represent his gods, the tendency of the people was to come to the conclusion that the gods were men. It read downward instead of upward. Instead of conveying the impression, really, that man is a god, the reverse became the common acceptance. But when, as in the case of the Egyptians, the human head was taken off, and the radiant globe-clutching Scarabasaka was placed on the shoulders of the human body, so that it became a human body with a beetle's head, the inevitable result had to be that the mind could no longer search in its experience for a living example of this. They just couldn't do it. Or when they placed the symbol of the head of the Apis, the bull, upon the shoulders of the god Osiris, this Horipus, or this deity, could not be found among men. It represented a departure. Here we have now a fantasy. We had an unworldliness bestowed by distortion, or by the creation of an unnatural combination, leading to the recognition that the symbol had to do with something not of the common experience of man, but dealing with something else, something that could not be so easily interpreted and would have to be examined and explored upon a mental level or upon some plane of insight superior to that of ordinary mortals. Another simple way of doing the same thing was to disproportion the sizes of things. A very common practice, for example, in East Indian art. Here a great sage, teacher, or one of the deities is represented as a colossal figure, and the human disciple or student as a very small figure kneeling at its feet. The great figure thus became a symbol of unworldliness, a giantism, which elevated it beyond the common experience of man. Such perhaps was the tremendous subtle influence of the Olympian Zeus, this monumental structure, this tremendous figure, or the great standing figure of Helios, the god of the sun, that stood at the gates of Rhodes and has been preserved for us under the name of the Colossus of Rhodes. But by great disproportion, by great enlargement, an unworldliness was also created. Began the refinement of things, so as to create an unworldliness. Might mean a creation of so sensitive, so truly and completely beautiful a thing, that no equivalent could be found among men for it. Thus sublimity was used as a means of exaggeration. As Leonardo and Michelangelo realized and exhibited later, also the dynamic of the so-called heroic proportion, or by the voluntary and intentional distortion of the anatomy or structure of the human figure. This figure became symbolic of something not human, something either superhuman or subhuman, something beyond our immediate ken of comprehension. A great study was made, for example, of the familiar figure of Michelangelo's Moses. And it has been pointed out that if this figure should stand up, it would be the most disproportioned piece of art perhaps produced by a classical master. The parts of the body are not in proportion to each other, but the compound effect is one of great majesty, of great force, and of a measure of patriarchal unworldliness, an escape from the literal, an escape from the obvious, into the expression of overtone through one kind of artistic subterfuge or another. Thus the symbol, in its simple language, began to take on many different aspects. Particularly, early man was interested in disentangling it from literalism and trying to use these familiar objects in a manner which would not convey merely a trite and familiar meaning. The symbol also gave rise to many other devices. It gave rise to emblems. And emblems, as pointed out by Quarles in his work on emblems, were really originally moral pictures. An emblem was a moral representation, gradually becoming more and more stylized until it became a device, became a kind of reminder of quality rather than an actual picture of it. During the 17th century in Europe, there was a great number of emblem writers. These writers moralized upon practically every symbol, device, work of art, statue, jewel, fabrication of antiquity that we know. Every one of these had to be interpreted to have some bearing upon the moral need of man. The purpose was to produce the good man, or to remind the individual of moral virtues by simple pictures. These books, of course, were largely worn out by children, because young people received most of their early schooling from these old emblem books. Another type, of course, that also came into prominence was the gradual development of the word emblem. In other words, symbolism was not absolutely restricted to a representation of an object. It could be associated verbally with the description groups of emblems have been closely associated with sects and creeds that have made use of the emblem in one way or another in their teachings. And this part of the teaching has become so familiar that the picture is used to substitute for the reference to the factor involved. Religious emblems that we remember immediately, of course, bring to mind the Christian cross, which is associated with the most dramatic episode in the life of the founder of the faith. We find that in India, in Buddhism, for example, the chakra, or wheel with 8 spokes, the Noble Eightfold Path and the wheel of the law, has become practically a universal symbol for Buddhism as a religious philosophy. It has gained the same general acceptance that the cross has in Christianity. Perhaps equally important in the Judaistic system is the sacred name, formed of flaming letters, which has also a great sacredness. Perhaps the outstanding religious emblem of the Jewish people is made up of the 2 tablets of the law, bearing letters or characters signifying the commandments. In Islam, the great symbol is the crescent of the planet Venus, which has to do very much with the development of their faith. And this has been universally accepted among Muslim states. Among Hindus, the most common symbol is the Omkara, or an elaborate device formed of the letters of the sacred name. These devices we generally recognize today as the trademarks of religions and faiths. In China, Taoism, of course, is represented by the yin-yang symbol, or the 2 hemispheres interlocking, the light and dark hemispheres of a circle. All these emblems have therefore gradually come to be identified with great systems of thought, and they become immediately able to stimulate in us a basic grand picture of a doctrine, of an idea, or of a way of life. These are the more simple explanations, however, and we must still penetrate into that field of research in which Pike was most concerned. He came to the conclusion that there was an essential and valid language of symbols, an alphabet of them, that while in various nations they were somewhat modified, still there was a great body of symbolism, essentially sacred and essentially dedicated to the perpetuation of knowledge without revelation by word. Therefore, the communication of certain secrets from age to age, from time to time, was accomplished by means of symbols, even as the ancient craftsmen in the days of the cathedral builders of Europe each marked his stone with his master's mark, a mark peculiar to himself, and being the same permanent record that primary man or ancient man carved so crudely upon some boulder. This record of the master's marks also extended throughout the world, for the same marks that are found on the cathedrals of Europe are also found on the Taj Mahal, on the Qutb Minar at Delhi, and upon the great monuments of the Hindu and Muslim world. Therefore, this practice of marking goes on throughout the world. And these marks that were on the cathedral stones of Europe are almost identical with the caste marks worn on the forehead of various Hindu sects, the members of the sects. Thus, this language of basic idea has spread to become perhaps the world's most simple means of the perpetuation and communication of secret knowledge, of knowledge hidden in cipher, in code, that these symbols form an elaborate cryptogram. The only difference being that instead of finding one simple easy key which unlocks it, the keys were lost in the debris of the ancient world. And Pike said that it was his opinion that these older keys would not be found again, that these keys had disappeared with the invaluable guidance given by the ancient teachers who had themselves vanished from among us, and that the
great heritage of symbols still stands before us as the unlocked treasure house of knowledge, and that until we ourselves set to work to follow the words of Omar, the tent maker, to file from our own base metals the key that will unlock the door, that these symbols must remain comparatively unintelligible to us. Assuming that there may be a certain validity in this, and I think there is a very great validity, what are we going to do when it comes to our turn to attempt to penetrate these symbols? We have, first of all, to answer a simple question, perhaps, and that is, just what is the vitality and life within a symbol? Is a symbol a living thing? Is it a dead thing? What is this symbol? It is some kind of a formula. It is power locked in a picture, perhaps a very crude picture, and perhaps with only a very few lines. But still it is a power locked in a picture. And why do we say that it is a power? Because we say that in some way it is a truth, and that a truth is always a power. For a truth is the power which enables man to achieve his great victory over ignorance in some particular, in some way, or upon some level of function or understanding. Thus a symbol has, we shall say, an essential meaning, that it has its root in some law. It must, because it is derived from nature, and everything in nature is meaningful. It also has, as I said, an accumulated series of meanings. And the individual confronted with a symbol is at first placed at a serious disadvantage. We will imagine that for some reason and in some way you have wandered into the ruin of some ancient Egyptian temple, and there, half buried in the sand, among the wreckage of time, you see graved upon the wall of that room, in strange deep cuttings of abstract artistic merit, a strange and powerful device, a symbol. What the symbol is for the moment is unimportant, because its name is Legion, but that it is an arresting device, we will admit. Perhaps it came down to us from Talamara and the strange pathetic reformation of Akhenaton over the faiths of Egypt, this strange mystic living in a world of symbols. But whatever it may be, there it is. So what will you do with it? Well, if you're inquisitive, the first thought you probably will have is to look in the guidebook quickly and see whether somebody of note and importance hasn't seen this before and has a nice pat explanation that will require no further mentation on your part. So perhaps if you are more fortunate than most tourists, you will find it in the guidebook. The general experience is, however, that you will find everything else. That particular emblem some way escaped attention. But assuming that you do find it, you will then find what Maspero thought it meant. You will find what Petrie thought it meant. You will find a learned opinion by Piazza Smythe, the old astronomer royal of Scotland, who was in those parts. Perhaps you will find a very erudite description by Lepsius, or you can find a little more in Wilkinson's Manners and Customs of the Ancient Egyptians, or in one of the admirable handbooks of Sir A.E. Wallace Budge. You will get some kind of an interpretation, probably, if you look far enough. But what will you get? You will get the same type of interpretation that was based upon the learning or scholarship of that school of Egyptologists that has risen since Champollion and which has dominated the field ever since. They will tell you all they know, but what they know will be based largely upon Egypt. Well, Egypt in the days when that symbol was cut also had a great deal of knowledge about its own time. Probably it knew more about its day than we will ever know. Had this symbol then simply been a trite representation of something already known, it probably would not have been placed there. The Egyptian only put it there in the first place because it represented something that he could not reveal in any other way. Something that meant something inside of him, not just merely the perpetuation of ornate devices which were everyday knowledge to himself, even though they may be extremely mysterious to us. So a great symbol was a great symbol in Egypt at the time it was placed on the temple wall, just as much as it is a great symbol today. And it is quite possible that thousands of Egyptians went by that symbol during the great period of the dynasties, and they did not know what it meant. Or it may be that it was anciently the wall of a sanctuary, where an initiated priest in his mysterious robes of blue and gold and wearing the great gilded triangular apron of his sect brought the neophyte and there attempted to unfold for him some strange and recondite meaning for this emblem. But one thing is sure, the emblem is not going to be easily unlocked. It is going to fight to hold its secret just as much as you may fight to take that secret from it. As Pike said in his little article I read to you, each of these symbols is a kind of sphinx, and each one who comes into the presence of it and tries to solve its riddle is also a kind of Oedipus. And this Oedipus must either solve the riddle or perish at by the cruelty or the strange device which he has been unable to fathom. So we come into the presence of the symbol, and we realize that it represents design, that perhaps, like the famous old Etruscan frying pan, it was a masterpiece in higher mathematics, and that only by a mathematical code can we decipher it. But then when we have deciphered it, we lift a veil only to find other veils behind. How then shall we approach the symbol? Shall we approach it only with the hope that, or perhaps even the fear, that we shall discover that the Egyptian knew as much as we do? Will we approach it in the possibility that it may contain some interesting and novel formula that we can dramatize or fictionalize in our way of life? Probably from any one of 100 reasons. If we glance a second time, we will continue to ponder the symbol. What then is our answer? We have some reason to believe that it was put there by someone for a reason and a purpose. That man could know us, or would have any great or powerful interest in our way of life, is rather unthinkable. Man looking at the symbol is not fulfilling it. It is not merely intended to draw out of him the experiences of his century. It is interesting to see, however, to what degree this symbol becomes a drawing power, and may also draw out of the individual levels of knowledge that he did not know he possessed, because he had never before been subjected to a riddle. A riddle forces the individual to probe within the recesses of his own knowledge, seeking for something that at least has a bearing on the problem, or a clue, or some association by means of which the unknown becomes intelligible. But even if he does this, and he does it thoroughly and painstakingly, he only arrives at a certain formula of his own, passes on, his place is taken by another man who repeats the process. Each, because of different experience, comes to a somewhat different conclusion, and the symbol is consequently always a mirror, reflecting that which is within the beholder, casting back himself upon himself. But its own inscrutable mystery is still utterly locked. Therefore, this attitude is not entirely satisfactory. So the symbolist, and Pike belongs to that group, points out that in order to break the symbol, in order to actually penetrate it, it is not possible merely to make a photographic reproduction of it in our minds, or to battle out our brains against its strange and fantastic construction. There has to be another way. There has to be something else. And that something else implies the possibility of the individual becoming receptive to the total impact of the symbol itself. Not only to discover what it can mean to him, what it may have meant to the Egyptian, but also what it really means. And this real meaning implies, of course, something else also. That in a moment of inspiration, someone put it there. What this inspiration level was, we cannot know. But if the symbol has survived as a great and magnificent arresting thing, that level of inspiration must be explored. We've got to try to find again the consciousness of the man who put the symbol there. This does not mean that if we do, we shall finally solve it. But it does mean that we shall come a little nearer to solution. We shall have a better grasp than merely imposing our own nature upon the symbol. Great symbols are nearly always strangely orderly, wonderfully mathematical, and while their essential principles may be obscured by flourishes and artistic devices, each one is based upon a grand concept. It is a cross or a circle or a triangle or a square. It has some tremendous basic mathematical strength, or perhaps numerical arrangement by which it has a strange and deep meaning. There is a pattern there. There is always an orderly progression of things. Thus the symbol invites us to contemplation. It invites us not to an aggressive effort to conquer it. It invites us to meet it in a more or less receptive manner, opening ourselves to it, persuading it to come forth rather than demanding it to come forth. It also must free us in some way from our own eternal resolution to read into that symbol our own meanings, or the meanings of our times, or the ethics of our times, or the morality of our times. What we must try to find out is what it meant. And as it probably arose from this great system of world mysteries, the great educational body of the past, this symbol may well be part of the great textbook of essential learning, a strange essay, a wonderful composition, placed there with masterly skill, not only to confuse the ages, but in some strange way to bind the truth seeker of the present to the truth discoverer of the past. Thus the problem of the impact of the symbol, the effort to decode it, may lead us in many directions. As Pike points out, one of the first things that a good symbol does for us is to show us how ignorant we are. And that is an admirable beginning for something. It certainly reminds us that the common knowledge that we have is not very valuable in an uncommon situation. It further also reminds us, if we think a little more, that the common knowledge that we have has very seldom been sufficient in any situation. That we are dying of our common knowledge, and that unless we do something about it, we shall continue to die. Thus it behooves us to explore the symbol. And the moment we start on it, we are dedicated to the great course, the study of primordial man and his search for light. We must, to a certain degree, have the same experience which Pike himself had. Drawn into Masonry by the rather natural circumstances of the time, he became aware that he stood in a great palace of symbols. Gradually it dawned upon him that these symbols were the soul of something. That this organization which he had joined was not merely a body of persons tied together by dues. It was a symbol of something. It was something that tied into a challenge,
a challenge that could only be solved in one way, and that was by the attainment of universal enlightenment. That symbol would always be there, pointing a strange, abstract, accusing finger at the individual, solemnly pronouncing his ignorance, until that symbol itself was completely and entirely unfolded. And to search through these symbols is a very valuable experience for persons in practically every walk of life, because this temple, with its numerous and wonderful tracings, is only a miniature of the great temple of the heavens, the temple of earth, the temple of the world, upon the surfaces of which are innumerable wonderful patterns, designs, and figures. Men must read these figures and live, or remain ignorant of them and die. Life is just that simple. Either man must solve the riddle of nature, the riddle of the great Sphinx that sits forever on the threshold of the unknown. Man must solve the riddle of himself or die. He must solve the riddle of universal law, achieving an obedience which will enable him to live, or else he will die. He must either find the great principles which underlie all forms and appearances and cling to those principles, or he will not find them, and he will perish for need of them. So our great search for these symbolic insights forces us to begin the long and perhaps arduous path that leads man from the appearances of things to the essences of things, from religion as a formal structure to religion as a divine revelation, from philosophy as a confusing path of intellectualism to philosophy as an outpouring of universal wisdom from the divine nature. These paths must be followed in the search for truths. And in the following of these paths, one by one, the superstitions and fallacies of man fall away. We discover truly that we cannot go far in the world of serious scholarship without feeling ourselves drawn more and more closely to the human need. We cannot search into the great origins of our knowledge without gaining a greater respect for persons of all places and times. The symbolist, seeking to find the answer, no longer lives in a world of believers and unbelievers. He no longer belongs to a world of those of the true faith and pagans and heathens. He lives in a world of individuals, each of whom is tracing the symbols of his faith and trying to find at the source of those symbols the certain and sure fact which is the root of faith. Thus universal knowledge gradually opens. And in every field of life we use the symbols of our trades and our professions as ways of discovering the nature and substance of ourselves. Arts and sciences are of very little value if merely accepted for themselves. But if each is represented and recognized as the pronaos of a temple, a gate leading into an inner sanctuary of greater knowing, then even the simplest things that men do become emblems of the deepest things men seek. Thus the body becomes the emblem to the physician. The course of the blood, the structure of the muscles, the arrangements of the bones, the chemistries of function, all of these things are symbols of universal truth. To the architect, the laws of building become the symbols. To the painter, color, form, organization become the symbols. To the musician, sound, notes, keys, scales. All these things become the emblems and symbols of universal knowing. For everything men do is symbolical of the one thing that man is trying to do, and which he goes about so awkwardly and so often with such profanity of spirit. To discover these emblems, to unlock their secrets, then causes man to begin the long journey, the great journey into homelessness, as Buddha called it. This journey that goes on and must leave behind by degrees everything that has been established as a fixation, as a point, as an inevitable. One by one we outgrow our own ultimates. One by one we pass beyond the smug certain boundaries of our own particular worlds, to go out into homelessness, to go out into this state which is seeking only truth, and which cannot find this final form in any place along the path, but must rest a while with some opinion and doctrine, and then pass on into the wilderness again, seeking for that which is beyond words or description. Thus approached, the symbol becomes a tremendous dynamic, a way of leading all human beings into causes and paths of personal growth. The moment, for instance, that we take the sacred literature of the world and we look beneath the surface of it and we accept scriptures, writings of this nature, as great works of symbolism rather than as historical works, we leave the smug fireside of the historical home ground and go into homelessness. We go into wandering. We go into an unknown world in which perhaps there seem to be no guideposts at all. But actually, we cannot help it, for the simple reason that no matter how sincere we may be, we must ultimately find any pattern of beliefs too small to allow for the growth that goes on in ourselves. Now, when we say that we pass on from one level of symbolism to another, Pike points out to us also that these levels do not deny each other. The fact that we have outgrown a symbol or left it like some dead seashell along the shore of life's great ocean does not mean that that meaning we have left behind is untrue. It means, however, that it is incomplete. It means that no matter how fondly we have embraced it and held it, we have not exhausted the symbol. We have come to some pleasant and appropriate acceptance, perhaps an acceptance which we share with 1 million, 10 million, 500 million other human beings who also have accepted this acceptance and built their values around it. But this does not mean that this acceptance is ultimate, nor does it mean that there can be no greater key to the same symbol. Thus, for example, in our modern time, as we pointed out in an earlier course that we gave, in our modern time, we have to depart from one of the most common and literal of all symbols, and that is history as moral instruction. We soon discover that the least meaning of a symbol is its history, or the historical event or circumstance with which it is associated. No man can find salvation by reading history alone. He may contemplate upon it and discover salvation, but the mere acceptance of it will not do this. It is only that he can unlock history with the same dynamic key which makes it bear witness to universal realities. Only in this way can he find in history the great spiritual inspiration without which his purpose is in vain. But the literal, the historical, is the deepest and heaviest veil upon a symbol. And from this we must pass immediately, not denying the history, but denying that history will save us, and go on to search and explore the universal meanings behind these devices. Almost immediately, we do realize that we share symbols, that the triangle, which we use so commonly, I've seen it over the doors of countless churches, this upright, blazing triangle. We share it with the Greeks, we share it with the Chinese and the Hindus, we share it with the Muslim and the Persian. We share this symbol with other people all over the world. Thus, by the fact that we share, comes into light another interesting point. Great philosophical, religious systems of mystical symbolism are in many cases emphases They are not separate revelations, not religions apart from all other faith. They are man's search for truth, held within a framework of time and place, and subjected to the environmental limitations of race, of nation, of political histories, and many things of that nature. But the principles behind these faiths are unfolded peculiarly according to the need of certain peoples, under certain conditions, and under certain pressures. It may well happen, then, that it will require all of these faiths, and then more, to unlock the meaning of the simplest symbol. It may mean that in one emblem we shall have to go through a dozen faiths in order to begin to perceive the law and principle that underlies it. Now, these faiths in turn may be exhausted, and we may still not come to the very essence of the symbol, because the essence of the symbol, like the peculiar meaning of a dream, is extremely elusive. And as the modern psychologist realizes, these symbols arise from very deep psychic pressures within the collective or folk structure of humanity. But assuming that we have studied, that we have begun to explore these things, along this way of searching, we make many other discoveries. And in the search for essential truth, the byproducts are almost as important as the product itself, because along the way we gain admiration for our fellow men, we gain understanding of their searching, we gain inspiration from the great and beautiful truths that they have discovered, we gain fellowship with them in the simple problems of their living, and we move inevitably from a purely intellectual position to one of the deepest compassion and emotional acceptance of things that perhaps once were strange, difficult, and unknown to us. Thus, one of the great results of an honest search is the discovery of friend, the discovery of brotherhood, the discovery of the right power and purpose of working together for these great ends which we have none of us yet fully attained. Therefore it is not that one shall lead and others shall follow, but in the search for truth we are all brothers, searching together for that which is beyond us all. Consequently, our small jealousies and our petty prejudices can dissolve when we realize that we all bear approximately the same relationship to the sovereign center of truth, that one does not possess it and is passing it out to others, but that all, possessing parts of it, are searching for all of it, and sharing the parts together advances the search for totality. So we go on in these symbolisms until finally we come to what might, as Pike pointed out, be the greatest key of all. Through learning we advance our course a certain way, but the course itself cannot be completed until the individual himself, who is the truth seeker, recognizes the sovereign importance of so adjusting his own nature and disposition that he is capable of a knowledge beyond his present state. Thus, Pike points out the great systems of disciplines advocated in the Eleusinian, in the Hindu mysteries in China, and in all parts of the world. Namely, that insight, true insight, arises from conduct. That true knowledge is not possible to the ignorant until certain other things have been achieved. Consequently, the search for the symbol, the tremendous invitation of this riddle, the progressing of it along natural and reasonable lines until we are finally frustrated, beholding a great spiral staircase rising as in the wonderful table of Cebes. Then suddenly the realization that we cannot finally come to solution without the total reformation of ourselves. That from our own natures, the eye must be fashioned that can see beyond the horizon of form and place. Thus in the Egyptian rites and in the Greek rites, the seeker after truth had to carry the small lamp of his own attainment when he examined all of these strange cuttings and symbols and pictures and devices. Without the lamp of his own soul, without the light within him, the meaning could never be found. So we come back to the simple concept as taught by Jesus and Buddha and many others, but with a new meaning, a new degree of value, namely that the truth seeker, in order to attain, must place himself under the laws which he seeks to understand. Until he makes this personal consecration or dedication of his own nature, he cannot have the insight necessary to see. So in the great structures which use these symbols originally, discipleship always preceded acceptance into the mysteries. Albert Pike gives us quite a detailed description of the great rituals held at the time of the Eleusinian mysteries in Attica in Greece. These were the state mysteries. They were the mysteries which citizenship in Greece permitted the individual to attend. Those who were born citizens, free-born of Greece, men and women, were permitted to be initiated into the Eleusinian rites. The first or lower rituals were given to all who sought, and any person well born above the age of 12 years was entitled to receive the rituals. He beheld the great symbolic pageantry of this rite, by means of which he gained a more or less total impact of the great Orphic mystery, which was the spiritual root of his culture. Because everything that was Greek art, Greek music, Greek literature, Greek philosophy, and Greek religion arose from this great core of the Orphic revelation. The hymns, the mystical songs of Orpheus, the strange, secret, tender ritual of universal love which lay at the root of all Greek culture. But after the neophyte had taken this lesser ritual, he then had to indicate his future. He had to wait for years before he was eligible to take the greater ritual, for which only certain persons were entitled. He had to earn this. He had to wait for it. And his waiting and his earning was a matter of great expectancy. Some way he knew or sensed or felt that this other experience was a strange transforming thing, that to pass through the great rite was to be born again. And as surely as he was so twice born, he was given the keys of heaven and the great power over the world and universe in which he lived. But the priests in sober and contrite circle warned him of this important step. They warned him that this ritual, this greater degree, would only be conferred upon him when he had attained certain virtues in his own life. Only when he could honestly prove that he was no longer dominated by the ordinary impulses of human nature, that he was no longer selfish, no longer arrogant, no longer easily moved from the quiet contemplation of values, no longer a vengeful or worrisome mood, no longer envious of the success of others, no longer subject to the tyrannies of life, that gradually he had subsided and subdued these things within himself, that quiet, dedicated to truth alone, willing to sacrifice life and honor upon the altar of reality. Then and then only could he enter the sanctuary. Then and then only would he be given the great rites. For strangely enough, as General Pike also points out, the supreme wisdom is reserved for those who no longer need it. In other words, this ritual becomes merely a symbolical thing, because it is by the path leading to the symbol that man gradually discovers its meaning. He gradually subsides
these obscuring factors within his own nature. And as he becomes truly still within, and has transformed all base values into the purest alchemical gold of transmutation and regeneration, he beholds the great symbol moving in as it moved in upon St. Hildegard of Bingen, the sky opening, the earth beneath his feet opening, the air filled with symbols, everything moving into life. And by that time, his own cleared insight shows him the kind of world that brings him to his knees in absolute admiration of the ineffable beauty, sublimity, and divinity of even the simplest form of life. And General Pike says there's not the smallest bird that flies in the sky, and he was very fond of birds, that does not clutch forever in its talons the silken thread of universal truth. In other words, it is inseparable from nothing. Nothing can be divided from it. So when the neophyte, having passed his test, having become wise in the wisdom that is not of this world, having gradually subsided and subdued all these false pressures within himself, is at last brought into the presence of the symbol, the mystery of which he sought to penetrate. And coming into the presence of this symbol, he is no longer in the presence of a question at all. He does not say, "Now I know what it means." He does not say, "This line means this, that line means that, and where these two come together means another great and vital point. I am overjoyed. Now I will go home and live with my symbol." He does not say anything of this nature, because, as the Eleusinian initiate learned, when he comes into the presence of the symbol, like Akhenaton before the great hand-rayed sun disk of the Aton, he looks upon it. He sees no longer a symbol. He sees no longer a device. He, as the ancient said, he sees merely the blazing form of God. All symbol ends in the fact that that symbol is a veil over the face of God. He is no longer interested in an answer, because the answer blazes into him. He is in the presence of the ineffable. He is in the presence of a thing that has come to life because he has brought himself to life. And he stands thus in the presence of the all-radiant, and falling on his knees, he does not ask, he worships. And when he has achieved to this point, he has solved the mystery of symbolism. All other things must precede it. He must remove the veils one by one, that behind all veils of form, of words, of thought, of meaning and idea, behind the last of these veils is the great face of the ineffable. And when man takes away the last veil, only God remains. This concept is the meaning of this tremendous, vital search for the significance. It is the search for the Holy Grail. It is the search of the orders of the quest through the ages of chivalry. It is the end of the mendicant's wandering. It's the end of the Hindu's pilgrimage around the rocky base of Mount Kailasa. It is again this endless search for the Chan Shambhala beyond the sky. It is always the same. It is the search for the substance behind the shadow, and the wise discover in the end that divinity is the only substance behind the shadow, and that to discover this is to be one with it. To discover this is to lose the interest we have in the particular, and adore the great gilded structure or golden radiant structure of the universal. This is our way, and each of these symbols is a little thread leading us through a labyrinth like that of Ariadne. And out of this labyrinth we must find our way, or else be killed by the minotaur that guards its deepest parts. So man, escaping along the thread of symbol, finds it much easier to escape this way than he does through the heavy and clanking chains of dogma. He finds that dogma does not open him, it closes him. He finds that explanations, as commonly given, do not open him, they close him. The only way explanations open him is when he realizes that this is an explanation, but we must continue on for the explanation. We must find the name of the symbol, and when we receive that name, we discover that its name is namelessness. It is a very critical and difficult thing for us to understand. But names disappear in the substances for which they stand, words in the ideas for which they are but symbols. And the world as form, the world as idea, the world as thought, the world as symbol vanishes in the world as God. This was the wisdom of the ancients. This was the old path. And this is the path that General Pike sought to re-engrave upon the hearts and souls of those who followed in his footsteps in the pathway of the degrees of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. He was seeking to remind them from their various stations and their various places, with their numerous loads, burdens, responsibilities, prejudices, and opinions, that this was the old road, the ancient road of man growing up by piercing pictures and going on to the material value which was behind them. That all these pictures are actually part not of man's knowing truth, but of man's becoming truth. That the end of the symbol is that man himself, as the great symbol, shall unfold. That every symbol invites man to grow from within his own nature, not merely by interpreting it, but by experiencing it. And as his disciplines increase, his vision increases also. Now, one of the simplest of all disciplines is scholarship, because it orders the mind, it makes things regular and reasonable. It usually dedicates the individual to some cause beyond wealth, for most scholars are proverbially poor. It causes the individual to create dedications that become very important to him. And also he gains a certain self-discipline by which he is able to advance further. Thus, through scholarship and through attentiveness, he strengthens resources. But he also comes then to another veil through which scholarship cannot pass. So at the proper time he must cast it down, preserving only to himself the power of self-control which it has given him, and go on into another kind of dimension of experience, in which everything that he has seen from afar comes nearer. Everything which he has seen through a veil darkly, he may contemplate face to face. And this way the symbol strangely draws him on. It is like Goethe's eternal feminine that draws man ever across the great abyss of illusion. The symbol is therefore quite truly the great ornamentation of man's great temple of ethical growth. It is an eternal testimony to his need and an eternal doorway to the fulfillment of that need. Pike would then not be incorrect when he said that the great wealth of a society or an organization lies in its symbols, that these are its locked soul, and that these symbols can not only unlock them themselves, but they can unlock the souls of those who seek to understand, and therefore bridge this strange and incredible interval between appearances and substances. Thus, in the world of symbols, let us be mindful, and let us also recognize the importance of finding that in the end we may say, now I know. And then if we are asked what we know, we must answer, I do not know. This thing that is found is found as a total experience. It is not a discovery of a particular, but the tremendous impact of a universe opening, blazing its eternal splendor upon our consciousness, and drawing us once more into the solemn and sacred union with that eternal value, that eternal life, that eternal power, which is at the root of us. So we open both the innermost and the outermost, and we open the furthermost with the innermost. And as we unfold the utility, the mystery within ourselves, we see its blazing likeness unfolding in the symbol before us. This is the great concentration symbol, the great mandala, which locks the world. At the end of the quest, man coming finally to know, discovers not that he knows, but that he is. And in the attainment of becomingness, all mysteries are solved, all secrets are unveiled, all riddles answered. And these riddles are all concealed within the mystery of the divine mind and the divine spirit. And the symbol is the path that leads through itself to that which is beyond human comprehension. I think that is a fair statement of General Pike's opinion, and I think it is very well worthy of our thought and consideration. And we will continue our study of his work next week. We have noted on the other evenings that we would devote a little time to certain marginalia concerning General Pike and some of the points in connection with his life and research which we think may be of interest to those of our students who are searching for better foundation work in early comparative religion. Well, when I was in Washington a number of years ago, it occurred to me that it was quite possible that Brady, the Civil War photographer, who is famous for his photographs of Grant and Lincoln and other outstanding persons of the period, might have done something pictorially in connection with General Pike. The House of the Temple did not have any records that such were the case, but I browsed around Washington and I found out that Brady had taken some pictures of General Pike, and I was able to secure one which I think is not too bad, for it shows the general in one of his most natural and picturesque postures, working with his oversized German pipe, which he greatly favored. This is one of Brady's photographs of General Pike, taken probably in the early 80s, or when the general was, as he called it himself, in the prime of his advancing years, which is a rather good term for it, I think. So I thought perhaps it would be nice to show you this picture, and later, why, you can look at it more in detail if you wish to. We seem to be without any place to put it, so we hope the general will not feel humiliated. I'm sure he would not. Now, also in connection with this point, I'd like to make a few remarks based upon an early study of General Pike, which records a phase of him which I do not find in any of his official biographies. This is by illustrious brother Henry Ridgely Evans, Grand Tyler of the Supreme Council of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite. He says, General Pike was deeply versed in the philosophy of Vedanta. This is something that we perhaps might not be quite so well acquainted with, inasmuch, of course, as this was many years before the great World Congress of Religions, which brought the Swami Vivekananda to this country. And up to that time, only a very few individuals, perhaps Emerson and a few others, were really aware of this particular philosophy. The author of this article continues, with all his studies in the mysticism of the Orient, He ever maintained his mental equipoise, his fine analytic and discriminating power. All that he wrote was tempered with philosophic insight. He fully appreciated the spiritual profundities of the Vedas and the Zendavesta, and sought to link the Orient with the Occident. He was indeed an emperor of the East and West, which incidentally is a Masonic term, whose true symbol was the double-headed eagle. This point that he was acquainted with and familiar with, subjects such as Vedanta, sort of moves him again into a slightly different category when we are studying the things that he did. A little human episode, I think, is indicative of Pike's position. We know that he lived in one of the most turbulent periods in American history, and that he was in the middle of it. That practically all of his life, until he finally retired to Washington, D.C., was in the field as a pioneer in law and letters, in poetry and in military strategy, and many, many other things. But in the year 1886, John Hallam was at that time writing his biographical and pictorial history of Arkansas. Incidentally, Pike had been one of the first citizens of Arkansas. Begged General Pike to give him some facts concerning his varied and picturesque career. Pike complied with the request, remarking, "I have often refused to write an autobiographical sketch for publication, not through delicacy or modesty, but because I could truly say with the needy knife grinder, 'Story, God bless you, I have none to tell, sir. None I know that would be worth anyone's reading. I am perfectly conscious that I have no aptitude for that type of authorship, and that if I were to undertake it, the result would be stale, flat, and unprofitable.'" And General Pike, to the end of his life, insisted that nothing interesting had ever happened to him. This is another sidelight on a very interesting man, but shows some of the peculiarities that we often find with that type of person. I'll finally have all these things spread out just the way I want them. Now, I want to point out one situation that Pike faced early in his studies of comparative religion, because I think it has a direct bearing on our work this evening. While he was still practicing law in Arkansas and recovering from the numerous trials and tribulations of the Civil War, he was working on his manuscripts, and one of the most interesting of these is the Indo-Aryan deities and worship, in which he attempts a study of the Rig Veda. In introducing this subject, Pike goes over most of the available authorities of his time and points out that there is a serious difficulty which no one seems to have been able to solve. And that is that we not only have to find out what the original author meant, but when we find out and we make even a most accurate and careful translation, we are still in no position to know that we have transmitted his idea. This is a very difficult situation, because we have to use words that were unknown to him. We have to take concepts for which he had particular terms, and we have to try to find some way of expressing things familiar to him in words that he never heard of. Now, it's not only that we might be wrong, but he cannot use censorship over the fact that his own language has changed, that even the most careful scholarship runs against a number of very difficult situations, as I attempted to point out in one of the earlier talks building up to this particular point. And in order to explain his own position, General Pike gives us some interesting words and terms which we all use every day, and then asks us what they mean. And so in this particular context, I think it might be interesting to follow some of his researches in words, just for maybe 5 minutes, to see how he approached a problem which most scholars have never yet been able to solve in a manner satisfactory to others, even if satisfactory to themselves. As a very good scholar in Latin and Greek, Pike chose a good many of his terms for consideration at this moment from these languages because of their gradual descent into our popular tongue. He starts here by using or giving us the word sacrament. Now that is a term which we think we know what it means. But let us see, according to Pike, what the original word meant. Now supposing we found in a text the Latin term sacramentum, just exactly what do we mean? Do we mean that this individual took some holy and sacred obligation or something of that kind? Literally not. That is not the meaning of the word. The word means a deposit or a pledge made by a party in a legal suit in Rome. In other words, it begins as a legal term. Afterwards, it meant a military oath, usually an obligation to Caesar or the state. And after that, it meant any kind of an oath on any subject. And finally moved into our usage, which actually does not mean an oath at all. We do not have the same meaning whatsoever. Now, a word that we all use a great deal, Pike gives a little study to, and that is the word pagans. We now think of pagans as people whose faith is different from ours, or who do not believe in one of the three religions to which we do not apply the term pagan, namely Christianity, Muslimism, and Judaism. All other religions we consider as pagan. Pike tells us, for example, that the Pagani were originally those people who lived in small villages and towns. That's what it means. Just a small town, folks. And that that as Christianity, in its development, gathered to itself more and more of those living in metropolitan areas or in the larger communities, those who were not converted were the ones in the small towns and in the distant places and in the villages and on the farms and things of that nature, where the doctrine had actually not reached. Therefore, those who had not yet heard about it and therefore did not believe in it were the village dwellers, or the pagans. And that's all the term means, actually. It has nothing to do with whether you're a good man or a bad man or a true believer or a false believer. It simply means that you lived out on a farm or in some small town where you did not enjoy the advantages of being able to listen to the sermons of the various preachers. That's approximately all the word means. But it certainly doesn't mean that anymore. And if the word pagan has come into ill repute, Pike points out the poor word heathen is in still worse trouble. Now, what is a heathen? A heathen is supposed to be a false person in false religious conviction. Therefore, it may be interesting to know that the word heathen originally meant one of the wild tribe of Germans who lived on the heaths. In other words, it was a heath dweller, a person who lived out in these great lands, and of course something like the pagans or the small town people were a little outside of the odor of sanctity. It hadn't got there yet. So when we say to a man today, I think you're a heathen, I wonder if we really mean we think he lives on a wild heath and that also he is of Teutonic extraction. We probably do not. But when these words are used, we have trouble with them. And we also have trouble wherever popular idiom gradually changes the meaning of things. A few more of his thoughts here would also perhaps be pleasant. The word passion originally simply meant suffering. So when an individual is described as passionate, it means he is suffering severely. Now that may not be perhaps quite the meaning we have now, but that's what it originally means. Now Pike, perhaps by the law of association, as advanced by Dr. Seabury, also came to the conclusion that he should put the word libertine along with the passionate man. Perhaps this is just an idea. But what does the word libertine mean? We have an idea that it means an individual of loose morals. Maybe you'll be surprised to find that the original meaning is a free thinker. A libertine is an individual who dares to think his own thoughts. A liberal. But hardly is that the meaning with which we associate the word today. The word plague, meaning now an epidemical disease or some malady of that kind, merely means to be struck a blow. Well, of course, actually, I suppose if you get the plague, it is a bit of a blow. But anyway, it means to strike a blow. And our word pain does not mean suffering at all. It means punishment. Well, perhaps it's true that many times our pain is a form of punishment. Perhaps the older man was wiser than we are. But when an individual says he is in pain, it means he is under punishment. But again, we have lost the meaning of that. I like the original meaning of the word obsolete. We think of it, for instance, as meaning something that is far behind, out of style, no longer used, and so on. It means actually that a thing has lost its odor. A bouquet of flowers which no longer have any scent might be said to be obsolete, because it has to lose its savor, its smell, or its scent in order to be obsolete. Well, I don't know, but that's a rather a stretch from our present meaning. We also have the word derivative, which we incline to to relate to the term derive, or to come from. It actually means to take water out of the river. Now, you can imagine what you'd have to do when you start reading sacred books, trying to figure out the difference between popular meaning and real meaning, or between original meaning and surviving meaning. It could be very difficult. Attached means to put your finger out and touch something. It doesn't mean to take hold of it or to be fastened to it. It merely means to touch it. That again would be a form of attachment that would be rather gentle for our present thinking. We have the word firmamentum, which we now tie with the concept of firmament or heaven. Originally, firmament was a foundation for a fort. It arises from our term fortis, which means to fortify or to make strong. Hence strength, prop, to hold up. Well, it now means the sky, which would scarcely be entirely in the original thinking. When we endorse a man's character, it means simply that we do something on his back. From in dorso, on the back. So we can endorse a check on the back. That is quite correct. But when we endorse a man's character, it means we would have to sign an affidavit on his back, or something of that kind, to make our meaning actually true. Our word disposition actually means to put in order. And how many people's dispositions are worthy of that claim? And finally, Pike gives us the term provisions, now meaning food, from provisio, which simply means foresight. Therefore, foresight, perhaps associated with the animal storing up its food for the winter, is the origin of our word provision. It does not mean actually foodstuff now, but we think of putting away foodstuff as foresight against hunger. Now, these are examples that he gives to show what happens when you start trying to put languages together, or take them apart for that matter, and that it's much easier sometimes to take them apart than it is to put them together. And he also points out that it is much easier to differ from the authorities than it is to correct them. Now, that difference is easy, but to come up with something that is really solutional is not quite so easy. So this is another little insight, not only into his thinking, but perhaps into relatively important thinking for all of us in connection with the exactness of terms. Now, in his researches into the Persian religion, Pike takes an attitude which perhaps is rather important to us. It might mean that before we get through with it, we'll spend a good deal of the evening on his attitude, but I think it is one that is essentially valuable. And strangely enough, he does not make this basic concept from a quotation from the Avesta, or one of the sacred books of the Persians, but from the Phaedo of Plato. He quotes Socrates, where Socrates says of the great initiatory institutions of the ancients, "It well appears that those who established the mysteries, or secret assemblies of the initiates, were no contemptible personages, but men of great genius, who in the early ages strove to teach us, under enigmas, that he who shall go to the invisible region without being purified will be precipitated into the abyss, while he who arrives there, purged of the stains of this world and accomplished in virtue, will be admitted to the dwelling place of the deity. The initiated are certain to attain to the company of the gods." This is from Socrates. Now, this is basically the premise upon which a very large part of his Avestan researches are based. First of all, then, let us try to restore his thinking. According to Pike, the researches in the early and basic religions of the Persians have led him to certain conclusions. One is that what we call the stream of the ancient Persian wisdom is one of the earliest streams of religious knowledge in the world. That it probably goes back far enough so that Pike says in the opening of his lectures on the Aryas, referring to the Rig Veda, he says the second oldest book in the world. He does not at that point name the oldest, but from the general consensus of his thinking, he does not believe necessarily that the Avestas are the oldest, but he believes that the stream of tradition, which later became embodied in the Avestic literature, is one, if not the earliest, certainly the earliest that we can identify of the great wisdom religious systems of the world. Now, Pike apparently had some reservations concerning the interpretation of the Persian sacred writings by the Persians themselves. He seems to have taken the ground that the ancient Persian writings are not much more available to the average modern believer today, and are not available in very much better condition than the sacred writings of most other great peoples. In other words, he takes the attitude that there is a peculiar and strange dark curtain that has fallen over all religions, that this curtain fell at some undetermined date, and he likes to symbolize it by the fact that each religion of the world passes through the experience of losing the key to its own doctrine. That this key becomes lost. The books don't become lost. The descent of the hierarchs, the priests, and the teachers, this descent does not seemingly cease. But there seems to be a point in all the religions of men where certainty fades away, and where in the place of certainty man falls into opinion. And in the place of assurance of things, he falls into interpretation, about which there is an endless divergence of opinion. And Pike takes the point that wherever there is a tremendous division of opinion, there is a poverty of fact, because we are not divided on any matter in which we are certain. We are divided by our uncertainties, particularly in matters of religion and philosophy. And if the primordial religion of man was available in its original pristine beauty, Pike takes the ground that probably no one would resent it or oppose it, but that all down through time there has been a falling away from the power of exactitude, and that in this great drift of ages, marked by the destruction of ancient works, by the scattering of peoples, by the gradual interchange of racial beliefs and doctrines, that the purities of the lines of descent of tradition have gradually been corrupted. So that today, as he expresses it in his own words, religion has gradually moved into the position of a powerful ethical structure of believing. And that religion today is measured by the individual's acceptances of certain things as true, the acceptances of certain ethical codes about which there seems to be less division of opinion than upon more abstract theological questions. Thus men still are more or less agreed as to the nature of honesty, but they are not at the moment in very solid agreement as to the nature of first cause, or any of these great abstractions which mark the foundations or beginnings of practically all of the world's faiths. Thus Pike takes the attitude that there is a key which opens the structure of these ancient teachings, and that this key is lost. If not lost, it is unfortunately mislaid. It is not available to us when we most need it and most want it. And in the place of this key, men have fashioned many keys, and some of them seem to fit fairly well. But it was Pike's opinion that these keys did not actually turn the lock correctly, that they did not make available the point which is of the greatest basic interest or the greatest basic value. Pike then points out that his assumption is based upon a number of points which he considers to be highly relevant. He sees in a certain central area involving the great complex of Persian Aryan peoples a center from which, radiating outward in almost all directions, streams of culture flowed like rivers of life to make fertile the religions and cultures of a great many peoples. He is convinced from his study of ancient languages and ancient teachings that there are vestiges, evidences, fragments, perpetuations of this ancient Iranian faith to be found in almost all of the surviving religions of the world. He believes also that to a great degree many of these faiths are the direct outgrowth of ideas and teachings which have apparently vanished in their own homeland, that they are no longer available in the place where they came from, and that by degrees they have moved away into these other groups. But Pike points out, if all of these other groups hold certain doctrines, ideas, or principles in common, and all these groups have a certain dependency which is obvious in their ritualism, obvious in their symbolism, obvious even in their languages, then the various productions which arise as the result of this central force must have within themselves some more than incidental borrowings, some more than incidental fragments of the original teaching. Thus Pike, beginning, for example, by studying the Kabbalah and the ancient writings in the valley of the Euphrates, moving into Hinduism and Buddhism, going down into Egyptian philosophy, and finally over into Greek philosophy, particularly the Orphic and Pythagorean schools, he finds in all of these groups indications that a tradition of some kind, a tradition no longer directly available, even in the Persian religion, came from Persia, or came from that general area, and that this tradition, carried to a dozen other localities, has survived in all of these localities. Therefore, at least potentially, it must be assumed that they were also in the original locality, which was the source of these migratory procedures. Pike then, in his researches, was seeking for the evidence of what he regarded as the essential principles of the wisdom religion. He was convinced that when he refers to the wisdom religion, he is referring to something that had a valid existence. He is not merely speaking, in his thinking, of an abstract symbolic term. He is thinking that there was, at a remote time, a highly organized faith, a more or less complete or total structure of religious insight. That this religious insight was not theological primarily, but completely philosophical and scientific. In other words, he is probing for what the alchemists in the Middle Ages called the exact science of human salvation. He believes that such a science existed, that this science was just exactly as orderly and inevitable as mathematics, and that the regeneration of man is a process for which there is an exact methodology, that this methodology underlies the so-called claims, or to some people pretensions, of ancient peoples to possess this knowledge. And Pike is convinced that men of the caliber of Socrates and of Plato and of Pythagoras and many others in other parts of the world could not have been deceived in this matter. That these men were aware that religion divides into two distinct parts, that the core of it, the essential part of it, is this sacred science, which he calls the wisdom religion, and that the second part of it was the sacerdotal art, or the theological aspect, which had as perhaps its prominent and most important function that of the ethical development of man. Pike therefore goes on to take the position that it was the purpose of this twofold structure to continue to bring to the attention of men, of mortal persons, the tremendous need for the enlightenment, improvement, and perfection of themselves. That the outer part of this, or the exoteric body of religion, consisted of a great group of moral, ethical virtues. Virtues founded in purification, consecration, devotion. And that the individual who accomplished to a great degree these matters was entitled, as he points out in the early Persian lore, to seek and find one of the holy teachers, the good ones, who could show him the way to that which was locked behind the veil of the inner teaching. Thus, the virtues constituted the probationary part of religion. That the living of the good life, the thinking of the good thought, these qualities made man ready to know, because by means of these qualities man claimed the moral birthright of his own humanity. Man stood up then and said, I am worthy. I have proved my worthiness. But Pike does not believe that religion ends in the proof of worthiness. This is important. It is the beginning. But that the good man is not the complete and total purpose of religion. that the purpose of religion is that it shall take over in some mysterious way the good man and make him the truly wise man, and that the wise man in this case is the individual who has received the secrets of the divine life, the secret of the release of his own godhood, and the secret of the means by which he will ultimately be restored to unity with the total divinity of life and space. That this has to be an exact process, that hoping, believing will help, but that just as hoping and believing will not allow an inexperienced man to perform a delicate piece of surgery, or even a great and devout believing will enable a man who has never played the piano to become instantly a musician. So hope and believing are not in themselves substitutes for actual knowledge, that they are the moral forces by which man is sustained in his search for knowledge, but that this knowledge stands apart, stands like some strange mysterious sphinx upon the desert of waiting, and that this sphinx, locking within itself the secret of man's divine birthright, that this sphinx must be questioned by a knowing Oedipus who is able to take from the sphinx the secret of its riddle, and thus end forever the mystery with which truth is shrouded. To attain this purpose, then, Pike begins to search what he calls the monuments of time, to discover whether his position is valid. In his work on the Indo-Aryans that we have just mentioned, Pike says in the preface that this monograph was never intended for publication. It represented only his own research, and it was not published until many years after his death. It was simply the record, the daily record of his own searching. It was the step-by-step unfoldment of his own purpose. And he said many steps had to be retraced and taken over again, and that he had to discard along the way many of the most attractive so-called discoveries that he had made. And he insists in this preface also that as a lawyer, as a thinker, as a man of training, he did not reason from a conclusion. He tried to reason toward one, keeping his mind open to negation even to the end, willing to accept any absolute truth or complete fact, even though it swept away the entire work that he had accomplished. His purpose was, if possible, to reveal what he felt might be there, but which he could not accept until he had subjected it to the most careful analysis. But at the end of his writing, he tells us that he was fortified in his hope, and that although much vanished along the way, and he was forced to break with many authorities, long held as almost sacred, he came finally to the conclusion that the evidence in favor of the original concept was irrefutable, and that this evidence perhaps is nowhere as obvious as it is in this circle, this diameter of the wheel, in which the various nations of the world all indicate that they shared with him this absolute conviction that there was a universal knowing, a universal wisdom reality, and that this universal wisdom reality was certainly of far greater antiquity than we are normally inclined to suspect. Searching further in this field, Pike felt conclusively necessary that we begin to push back the historical boundaries of what we term the era of light. Instead of assuming that light came to this world 3,000 years ago, or 4,000 years ago, or that man became a sapient creature 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 years ago, that we have to begin to push back this search for the origin of the enlightened man. Actually, it was Pike's conviction that man as man was created or fashioned or came into existence, whether by evolutionary or other processes, that the human being from the beginning possessed the instinct of intelligence. That this instinct of intelligence, gradually developing over a great period of time, accomplished far more in its so-called early phases than we are inclined to suspect. Pike rejects actually and completely the emergence of an enlightened man 7,000 or 8,000 years ago. Even though we cannot, by means of any existing historical record, discover the rational pre-Egyptian, the rational pre-Greek, the rational pre-Semite, Pike insists that this being existed, or that these beings existed, and that actually the streams of our tradition are far older than we suspect, and what we call history is nothing but the record of the decline of truth. Now, the reason why it is a record of the decline of truth is that it, like the history of a man, is a long unfolding record of his death. Because that part of his history, which is concerned primarily with his life, actually occurs before he is born. In his prenatal period, man is growing. From the moment he is born, he is dying. The moment birth takes over, the forces of crystallization begin to set in. And in this process of gradual dying, man passes through varying degrees of death process. When he achieves what we call maturity, he has come to the fine point of the equilibrium between life and death. In that period, therefore, we regard him as having a maximum maturity and a maximum efficiency. But what do we mean? We mean that by the time he is 35 to 45 years of age, he has reached the point where his materiality is becoming established and his spirituality is already three-quarters dead. We are coming to the point where through compromise of principles he is making economic progress that is satisfactory. He has already died out of something. He has died out of the dreams of youth. He has died out of a great many hopes. He is becoming factual, which is another term for crystallized. Therefore, the history of our peoples, the history of the world as we know it, is the gradual process of man dying. Now, it cannot be a total picture because men are forever being born. But a moment an institution, a system, an ideological structure comes into existence, that moment it begins to die. So we have the long record of things fading away. And the things that fade first are the memories, apparently, of old things, of first things. Because in the struggle of life we forget the dreams of youth. So by degrees we reintegrate or reorganize our concepts, becoming ever more practical, ever more factual, discarding as lore, legend, and fairy tale things that were once the real values of our lives. Thus we have at the root of history legendary and lore, golden ages and mysterious heavenly abodes. And as we got wiser and wiser, which means in this case deader and deader, we began to forget these things and lose them. First thing you know, we began to say these legends are for children. But children are the young, children are the alive. Therefore there is an aliveness gradually fading away. And Pike makes a long and careful study of this aliveness. He makes a very painstaking research to show why and how each generation has persecuted the prophets. How each generation has little by little revised and restored and reinterpreted and reintegrated, and every time it did it, something was lost. until finally great things were reduced to the ignorance of man, which is the exact reverse of our basic process. Instead of man rising to greatness, he drew greatness down to himself until it became less and less great. And the less great it became, the more willingly he accepted it. But when it reached a certain degree of not being great, it became such a caricature of itself that man began to ridicule the procedure and reject the very things which he had himself had brought about. Thus, out of the gradual degeneration of things also rose skepticism, or a general disillusionment about knowledge or the essence of fact itself. This position causes Pike to look back, and he would like to find, or like to believe from his researches, that the great structure of this basic doctrine was in a strange, pristine purity between 7,000 and 10,000 years before the beginning of the Christian era, perhaps much longer. But he wants to be as conservative as he can. He believes that this revelation, this basic knowledge, preceded the first of the Zoroasters. He believed that they drank at its fountain as all others did. He believes very definitely that the entire philosophy of the Zoroastrian doctrine is rooted in this thing, which, like the mysterious principle, at the root of Zoroastrianism itself, an absolute, an infinite, an ultimate and utter state of existence. That this eternal life itself was man's primordial symbol of eternal wisdom. That this mysterious power at the very source of things, Ahura Mazda, or whatever level he goes beyond and behind that concept also, but that this creating power, the source of all wisdom, the one who communicates to his saints and sages, the mysterious power that is forever the oracle, was not merely the voice of a deity, not merely something that appeared in thunders, but was actually a statement of the existence of a holy order, a sacred body of enlightened beings, human by nature, with a strange but total penetration into reality. And that everything that has since followed has come from that, and has gradually in the course of time fallen away from that, until we have relatively forgotten the original teachings of the ancient ones of the earth. Now let us see how Pike would proceed with this, because he realized that he would be open to criticism for such a statement. He would realize that someone would say, but these persons could not have known this, they could not have known that. Certainly we have made some advancements in knowledge. Certainly as we look back we find indication of man living in a more and more primitive state. Certainly the whole trend of our concept is that man has arisen from darkness into light. Pike, however, doesn't think so. Pike says man has fallen from light into darkness because of a false estimation of what constitutes light, or perhaps a false definition of the meaning of darkness. Whichever term you wish to use, man has come to a false explanation of the meaning of the term, or a false concept of origin based upon it. Now Pike then points out another interesting situation, namely that when we would destroy truth we must complicate it. We must make it difficult. And the more difficult we make it, the more difficult it is for anyone to find out anything. Of course, Pike does not use the story, but I think I have told it, but it is a rather cute one, to the effect that one day two men were walking along side by side, one a human soul and the other the devil. And right in front of them was another man walking by himself. And the man in front leaned over and picked up something, looked at it, and slipped it in his pocket. And the man with the devil said, "What did he pick up?" And the devil said, "Oh, this man has just found a small grain of truth." The man with the devil said to him, "Well, that's going to make it pretty tough for you, isn't it?" The devil said, "Oh, no, I'm going to help him organize it." Now, Pike's thinking on this is exactly this point. He says, we assume that the motion from the primitive to the sophisticated is evolution. And Pike says, I doubt it very, very severely. I think we have longer words to say it with than ever before, but I do not think we know as much about what we're saying. Gradually, by degrees, we have fallen into this opinionism, which, as Heraclitus says, is the falling sickness of the reason, and as a result, we know much about many things and very little of the fact beneath things. So Pike, going back to the beginning, says it wasn't necessary for this ancient body, whatever it may have been able to square the circle. They didn't need to know trigonometry and calculus. They did not need to write histories. They did not need to compile philosophies. They did not need to develop or originate religions per se. For the simple reason that all of these things belong finally not to the spreading of wisdom, but man's combating of ignorance. Instead of assuming that these are the way man came to know, actually they were the ways in which man began to search for something lost, or something that he believed to be knowable, but which in its substance eluded him. Therefore, direct knowledge, the only knowledge that is true, the knowledge that carries with it the total internal experience of fact, is a kind of knowledge we know nothing about, and we have almost no way of assuming that that essential knowledge is related to the economic, social, or political development of peoples. That this knowledge, like the intuitive power of a child, might be truer and righter than any knowledge that is later conferred upon that child by education and culture. Thus, the ancient ones of the earth were those, in Pike's thinking, who were the natural knowers, those who had not been led into error, and therefore did not have to be led out of it. He assumes that man naturally was endowed with faculties for the purpose of experiencing truth, and not for the purpose of fighting ignorance. That until man himself created ignorance, it did not exist. For ignorance is an artificial state in nature. Ignorance is not necessary. It originates in false instruction. It originates in systems by means of which man's intuitive and natural faculties are blunted, in which he loses the capacity for the immediate apprehension of fact, and must therefore depend for knowledge upon sharing the opinions of others. Pike therefore refers to these ancient ones of the earth as the lodge of the old teachers, the holy ones of old, those to whom we have constant reference. And he points again to his circumference, and he points out that every religion and philosophy of man traces itself back to a period of legendary and lore when wisdom was universal. In other words, we can think perhaps of the Greek just as a simple example. But in the beginning was the golden age, when there was no poverty, no ignorance, no sickness, no suffering, and no death. This was the divine era. In the ancient childhood of the world, in the oldest Hindu writings, we find originally this world ruled benevolently and eternally by the gods. There was no disobedience, there was no sin. although the point is rather congested in the opening chapters of Genesis, this point also exists, that presumably the original man lived in a paradisical garden, and here the Lord walked with him in the evening, and he was not ashamed, and he was in communication with the creating powers that had fashioned him and brought him into existence. The same is true of the Egyptian religion, for in the dawn of things there was the golden age, the age of peace and joy, the age before the gods retired to their Olympian strongholds, the age in which nothing but life and peace and happiness prevailed. We find it even among savage people. We find it among our American Indian tribes. For in most of their little local legends, although they are feeble in comparison to the great theological systems of the classical nations, they all begin with the idea that man was happy. They none of them begin with the fact that he was miserable. Nearly all of the systems, and Pike enumerates probably 20 or 30 of them, they all declare that man began in peace, that for thousands of years, millions of years, perhaps aeons of time, there were no wars. Then in one way or another, rebellion set in. There was war in heaven. Some of the angels resisted their Lord, and there was the battle between Michael and Lucifer in the old Jewish legendary. Someone became selfish. Someone became corrupt, and the great and splendid pageantry of the divine will was mutilated and deformed and in measure destroyed by the rise of human will. And man's own egoism, his own selfishness, his own determination to live his own way gradually caused the golden age to die. Pike's one point, however, is well taken, that if we accept that legendary and mythology and lore belongs to a kind of subconscious memory of man, a memory which psychology perhaps says goes back to human infancy with its irresponsibility, but this again only symbolic of collective infancy, the rise and dawn of peoples. He is correct in assuming, at least, that all of the great systems of the world agree on this point. They agree that there was a time when man knew that Adam could name all creatures according to their natures and their attributes, that the ancient ones communicated with mankind, and in practically every great system of legendary, in the dawn of things, gods walked the earth with men. We do not know just exactly how this is explained in things like the Eldorado, or the Sigurd Saga, or the Fridolf Saga, or the Kalevala, or any of these great epical works based upon the ancient legendary and lore of peoples. We have it in Japan, in the Nohinji and the Kojiki. We have the great sacred writings of the days when the gods ruled the world and men lived in peace. Thus, in the root of things, Pike seemingly took the attitude that all this legendary and lore did not relate merely to a theological abstraction or to some mythological hope or some escape mechanism in man, but that it related distinctly and definitely to a period in which the ancient doctrines, the great wisdom, was directly available to the human being. Directly available to him because he then possessed, by the nature of infancy, the total kind of purity, the total kind of innocence, by means of which he was without sin. Meaning, of course, if we want to go back to the Chaldean and follow Pike's thinking, without sin means not moonstruck, because sin was the ancient goddess of the moon. Therefore, without lunacy, without the moon madness, without this strange thing that led man into illusion, for which the moon was an ancient symbol. Regardless of how we want to think of it, let's see how Pike now begins to defend his position. He defends his position by pointing out that as each of the streams left this central core land and began to establish themselves as separate nations and peoples, began to cause the rise of what we might term existence on an individualized basis, that the first thing that each of these groups did was to restore or recreate or perpetuate what is referred to by Socrates in this quotation which I read, the state mysteries. Now the state mysteries lie not at the decadence of people, but at their roots. For by the time of the Orphics, 1400 years BC, the great mysteries of the Greeks were already in decline. By the rise of the Osirian cycle in Egypt, the great mysteries of the Egyptians had fallen, been revised, reformed, regenerated, and fallen again a dozen times. Groups leaving an area all perform the same action. May we safely assume that the area from which they came was unaware of that action, in the sense of never having performed a similar action? May we assume that a certain pattern would proceed out of a center, but the center itself would be unaware of the pattern? Would it be possible that these migrants would have carried something with them that did not exist in the place they came from? And as all of these peoples did bring this, Pike is of the assumption that somewhere in the background of this great Indo-Aryan or Iranian-Aryan culture was the archetype of the great house of the mysteries. That this great house of the mysteries was not necessarily a temple, was not necessarily a great building. Perhaps it was the mysterious grotto ornamented with stars into which it is said the Zoroasters disappeared and remained in a kind of waitingness to return. Perhaps it was almost anything. Perhaps it was later symbolized by the great Institute of Meru in India. But whatever it was, Pike was convinced that it represented an assembly or an aggregate of enlightened and informed persons who at that time were responsible for the great pattern which was to arise in the religious and philosophic and even scientific worlds, inasmuch as the roots of all knowledge were in this core, even though the knowledge itself was as yet undeveloped by man. If Pike is correct, and he gives a great deal of supporting evidence that is rather difficult to refute, to say the least, then he takes the position that the great sages, the great scholars, and he wisely points out that these words that we use now have no real meaning in this pattern, that it represents a quality or a condition of enlightened beings totally different from our concept of the term enlightened beings, because we're using our own words for something else. But the best we can say is that there existed a core of knowers whose knowledge was real, whose knowledge was relatively at least absolute, whose knowledge exceeded that of any age that has followed them, and that the whole great search is the effort to recover it. Now, we might say that this is a very retrogressive look, that what we are actually looking for is a great and brilliant future and not an illustrious past. But Pike would cut through that entire point, and in his discussion of the matter of time, he brings out this very simple situation, that the individual who falls under the illusion of past, present, and future is defeated already. He will never find, because he is now applying time to a situation that is timeless. and that therefore nothing that is real is old or new. The fact that it existed 50,000 years ago does not make it old. The fact that it may be more completely realized 50,000 years from now does not mean that we will discover anything new. For that which is, like the eternal nature of being itself, is eternal. Therefore we are quibbling when we talk about truth going out of fashion, or old-fashioned or new-fashioned truth. The only thing that can ever go out of fashion is untruth, and we're in trouble until it does. Consequently, what we are not searching for is a dead past. We're not searching for that at all, nor are we striving to bring a dead past to life. What we are searching for is that eternal truth that to our perceptive powers has been locked in a past. Locked there as in a sarcophagus. Buried there, not by the gods but by man. And that it is the rolling away of the stone that lets out not an ancient truth or a new truth, but the truth, which is as new as now and as old as eternity. Consequently, what we are searching for is solution, not dating. We are searching for the eternal answer to the immediate problem, because the only answer to any problem is eternal. Any urgent answer, any compromise, any answer that is based merely upon passing situations can never be the answer to anything, because such false answers become themselves unanswerable questions in their own turn. So we have to search for this basic point. Pike then quotes from the Chaldean oracles of the Zoroasters to carry on his thinking. He is searching now for the farther fountains of the ancient wisdom. He is perfectly willing to assume that this wisdom existed originally apart from man at all, but that apart from man it has no meaning to man. A universal wisdom, completely independent of human need and human problem, becomes unintelligible to us. We can only affirm that it can exist. Therefore, wisdom, as far as man is concerned, is universal truth in that part of itself which is applicable to man, useful to man, necessary to man, assimilable by the faculties of man, and capable of being understood by man. Thus man is surrounded with absolute truth, but he can only nourish his own need on that part of truth which relates to his kind, to his species, to the situation unique to humanity itself. And under those conditions, out of an eternal reservoir of eternal fact, man has to draw that part which means the solution to himself. Thus the eternity of truth is not assailed, nor the divinity of it, nor that it rests forever in the divine mind and in the divine knowing. The primary purpose with consideration is that part of eternal truth which relates to man. Therefore, Pike now points out another issue of importance, namely that every one of the faiths that originated somewhere in this great complex of areas has as one of its essential principles the doctrine of mediation, the appearance of a link, an appearance of a prophet, an interpreter, one who receives the divine instruction and then communicates it. And that this divine teacher, in Pike's estimation, has two distinct meanings. Namely, the teacher always finally becomes identical to teaching. That we cannot actually identify a person apart from the thing he did. particularly in these matters, because as far as the stream which moves through him is concerned, there is no clear identification. We are dealing now not with man as man, but as with man, or a man, as the symbol of mediation between eternity and time, between universals and particulars. And Pike points out the idea that teacher becomes the total of teaching, and that therefore at the root of every doctrine, every faith that arose in this region is this first established point, namely the adaptation of universal knowledge to man through the arising of an instituted structure of teaching, and that this teaching takes out of space as a prism such forms of light as it can capture, and reflects these lights upon other things in order that they may in turn be able to examine this light more completely and more intelligently. Pike therefore tells us in his belief that the great orders of mediators, or the great personal mediator between God and nature, is always symbolic of these ancient ones of the earth, and of the institution which they created, by means of which they captured the fire of heaven and made it available to man. They did not capture the full flame. They did not take all the fires from the sky to light their altars. They lit their altars, and the great fire remained. But the little fire upon their own altar was the symbol of a strange and mysterious comradeship, or a strange and mysterious relationship between the fire and the total flame, between the light and the total sun. Thus, the ancient altar, in his estimation, was symbolic of the altar that was set up on the earth, the great focus by means of which knowledge in its true and proper nature came to man is the miniature of the great flame, that part of the eternal fire which he could use. But as Zeus, appearing to Semele, destroyed her in a catastrophe of flames, so that part of reality which is not applicable to man, beyond his power, beyond his need, still remains the great blazing totality in space. But man has taken from the total fire that warmth which is necessary for his own need. Thus, this ancient concept involves the principle that these ancient ones of the earth formed a kind of lodge, formed a kind of assembly, formed the equivalent of what the Kabbalists later called the Sod, the assembly, the gathering of the great ones, and that these formed the nucleus of the universal structure of truth, as this truth was applicable to men, and that it was not only the promise of these teachers that they would remain, or that they would continue to come forth, but that age after age they would be restored, and that they would continue this strange and mysterious procedure until truth was restored as the sovereignty over all that lives, that the war between light and darkness would ultimately end, that evil would be not destroyed but reconverted, brought back into humble identity with truth, that darkness and light would no longer be enemies, but that darkness would be the servant of light. And in another strange way, as Pike points out, light must in the end trust itself to the infinite benevolence of darkness. That these things are not friends and enemies anymore, but that when truth comes, the war in heaven and the war on earth both come to an end, and the golden age is restored. What then happened to the ancient body, this mysterious structure? Plato, I think, gives us a clue to this in the story of the lost Atlantis. For in a strange way, the Atlantic Empire was a symbol of something. The great king of Atlantis, according to Plato, was Atlas, who has later become known as the man who carries the heavens on his shoulders. In other words, the ancient thing, the old world, disappearing in the waters of time and illusion, the submerged continent that went to sleep in the deep. This strange submergence is actually a kind of deluge in which truth was drowned with error. Yet truth, lying beneath the surface of error, becomes the very foundation of restoration. Though the lost world of antiquity has simply been drowned into another kind of world. It has never ceased. It has simply been submerged. As man developed, his external propensities and powers, his psychic and mystical propensities retired more and more deeply into himself. They apparently were lost, like a lost continent. The soul was lost in the body, but the soul did not die. It remained hidden beneath the surface of things. Truth was lost in error, but truth did not die. It is merely concealed by the veil of error drawn across its face, or at least it is drowned in a water of illusion, but it lies like the ancient city beneath the surface of the ocean, that men could look down and see the roofs. So in Pike's thinking, the great order of the wise never actually ceased. It never became any different from what it was. It couldn't, because the wise themselves could never be found foolish or never become so. That which possesses truth, truly and actually, can never lose it. Therefore, behind and below the surface of things stands forever the strange figure of the totally illumined mediator, the God-man, the man-God, the ancient ones of the earth, those who knew, can never have ceased to know. The great philosophies and principles which they taught can never have ceased to be themselves. But over the surface of them has been drawn this strange tracing of error, until we can no longer see them. And we have even taken their lives and their teachings and deformed them. But though we deform them 1,000 times, we can never change one whit of their substance. It remains forever. But man, having by his own ways divided himself from these great shadowy forms, we have another series of legends which bear upon this, of ancient teachers that returned to the sky, of sages that walked off into the mysterious cities of the north, a Lao Tzu on his green and water ox, going off into Gobi to the land of the sages to wait. Always apparently, these sages retire. They go back. They promise, however, always that they will return. Always the Great One will come back when the time is right, when those who are ready call him back. When the virtues fail upon the earth, he will come forth again. Always the promise that the mediator is not dead but sleepeth, and will return and restore the beauties and perfections of his faith if his people keep the faith. We have the same thing in the Adventism of Christianity, the second coming of Christ. The idea that the Great One will return. But always your truth symbol keeps the covenant by a second coming. which seems to imply, beyond all doubt, a first appearance. And the restoration of truth, as a term, means the restoring of that which has already been, not that which has never existed. So Pike tells us in his thinking that beneath the surface, the great association of the light still functions. And he believed that at some remote period, maybe 6,000 or 7,000 years ago, the first revelations of this ancient body that we know of, the first revelations flowed into Persia and flowed into the Indo-Gangetic plain, and that therefore that the two great structures, the Avestas and the Vedas, constitute perhaps the earliest and most total revelation of this thing that all men are still seeking. He was convinced that then the streams continued to flow, flowing into many directions, and that in all these flowings there was a root in reality, but that as the streams flowed forth, mixed and mingled, passed over various types of earth and gathered impurities, their currents became abrupted and broken, rapids came, the waters were muddy and defiled, and in the end, men used these streams merely to till their fields rather than to redeem their souls, and that the great stream of this faith gradually disappeared into the earth like water after rain, until man can no longer find it. And that in the place of it, he has a great group of secondary institutions built upon the ethical phases of the ancient faith, but without the keys to its ancient doctrine. In discussing the subject of the Zoroastrian fire principle, Pike also comes to certain conclusions that he regards as very important. He tells us, deriving much of his thinking from his own acquaintance with transcendental magic, he tells us that fire is not only a symbol of deity, not only a symbol of purification, not only a symbol of light, not only an emblem of the sun. It is more than any and all of this. Fire is the symbol of the great chemical agent. Fire is the symbol of the power that works the great alchemical regeneration. Fire is actually, therefore, the tremendous agent, the master builder. Fire is represented in some legendary in the heroic figure of Tubal-Cain, the ironmonger, the man who is able to pound the swords into plowshares. Fire is the temperer of iron, and by means of it iron is hardened into steel, and from this steel is fashioned the sword Noton, the sword of the Volsumen. It is also the sword Excalibur, the mysterious sacred emblem of the Arthurian cycle, and it is finally that sword of quick detachment, by means of which we are able to take the snaky branches of the banyan tree and cut them off, freeing ourselves from illusion. And it is also the sword of Damocles, hanging over the banquet of Dionysus of Syracuse, the sword suspended by a single hair, which can fall and destroy man. It is the two-edged sword coming out of the mouth of the great figure of Revelation. It is the sword, the golden blazing sword of the cherubs guarding the gates of Eden. This sword is a flame. This flame is itself a symbol of the great art, the tremendous science, by means of which all things passing through the fire are made new. There is a strange meaning This fire is also the light that lighteth every man that cometh into the world. This fire, which burns forever upon the altar of the human being, is the fire of life, the fire in the blood, the fire in the heart, which is truly the altar, the living altar of the soul. But this fire to Pike was a symbol by means of which he was convinced that the signatura rerum, the seal, the true signature of the great order which lay at the root of things, was stamped upon the ancient peoples who worshipped it, knowing why they worshipped, knowing the mystery of fire, knowing, as the ancient Rosicrucians knew, how to make fire burn in water and how to make water feed fire as a fuel. That behind all of this was the statement of the science that later came into existence in alchemy, in Hermetic philosophy, in Kabbalism, in Buddhism, in the Vedanta, in the yogic doctrines of Patanjali. The fire, this mysterious power, which if it be lifted up and subjected to the rules of science, will draw all things unto it. Therefore, that by the fire was now meant the operative mystery of truth. That while many things are speculative, the fire by its own virtue and its own symbol becomes the difference between the fire of truth and the coal light of intellect. That it becomes the power of the universe made available to man so that he may see in the night of his own ignorance. This fire man did not invent. He merely released it. The wisdom of the great ones of the earth man does not create. He releases it. It comes to his knowing because it is always present and becomes either the consumer of him or the enlightener of him. The great art, then, is that this fire must burn away the dross, that this fire must temper the weak metal, that this fire must be fed upon body until it becomes master of body, consuming all things that are not itself. This is then the mysterious fire of the Samadhi and the Nirvana of Buddhism. It is the symbol of the great art. It is a symbol of the science of human perfection. Pike gives us innumerable references to this and builds much of his symbolism upon the conviction that this is the basis. That without the true knowledge of the fire, man labors in vain. And that this fire, therefore, belongs peculiarly and wonderfully to the central core mystery of being. That man began as the spark from the flame. That man actually first raised his altars to the fire. And whether he outwardly and intellectually knew it or not, he was stating the nearest thing to absolute truth that he was able to conceive at that time. And ever since then, he has been taking something away from it. He has never added to it, because he chose in the beginning perhaps the truest symbol that he could possibly have devised. Therefore, says Pike, we now have not simply a central geographical region surrounded by a group of peoples. We have a central psychographical quality, represented now by the ever-burning fire. The fire which, according to legend, has never failed, even though historically perhaps it has. But this fire is now surrounded by a series of other fires that have been lighted by its torch. And wherever this fire springs up, it seems to tell us that the one torch lit it. And this circumference of fires, gradually spreading on like the mysterious campfires in the sky of the ancient Sioux warrior waiting for death,
These fires going on have created roads or paths, because the way they traveled becomes a road for anyone who wishes to travel back. Consequently, in all parts of the world there is pilgrimage. Pilgrimage back to the Father fountains, back to the parent fire. And around the fire is a wall, a great structure to protect the holy place, like the strange walls around the tabernacle in the wilderness. Walls have been built to guard the sanctuary, that the profane may not enter. And these walls, in Pike's thinking, are the walls of faiths, that they are not actually enemies of the fire. They are guardians. They stand almost like armed cherubs, guarding the 12 gates to the holy land of truth. And these cherubs with flaming swords will not permit the uninitiated to enter into the sacred ground. Therefore, these religions have gradually become systems of discipline. They have become ways of purification. They have become the pronaos of the temple, the outer part, the porch. And no one can enter the sanctuary who does not first pass through the porch, to be challenged by the guardians, like those who entered the ancient Egyptian mysteries. And unless they have the right word, unless they are able to prove their fitness to go on, the door does not open, and they remain outside. Only those who are permitted to pass these gates have right of entry. Pike points out in 1878 that it's a little a pity that religions have not recognized this very significant point, that they, like the flaming cherubs, are the guardians of something superior to them all, and that therefore this idle controversy as to which one is the holiest among them is one of the worst wastes of time in history, and furthermore the greatest cause of cruelty perhaps the world has ever known. That in attempting to vie with each other, they have forgotten that they were created to stand guard. They were created as gates, leading not to themselves, but through themselves to that which was the substance of them all. That discovering this substance, that man was then, perhaps more than ever before, capable of being grateful to the paths that he had walked. One of the Eastern teachers once said that any good disciple can outgrow his master, but that he can never outgrow the gratitude that he owes his master. And those that teach us along the way, the great gates through which we pass, we may pass through them. But if each of these sanctuaries has been a good and faithful servant of the eternal, we shall ever be grateful that it stands. And though we may pass into other things, we shall still defend it with a whole heart and feel the nobility and significance of the purpose which it serves. If, however, we accept each of these gates as the substance rather than the shadow of the substance, and become hopelessly involved in each as a separate thing, the great blazing altar of the real goes unattended, and man has not achieved the great identity of his own spiritual aspiration. So these gates become the natural doors, the mysterious 12 gates in the city of the New Jerusalem. And through these gates men can move. But these gates are each of them marked with tests, with trials, with obligations. And these obligations are not, as we have been told or have been taught to think, that they are not the arbitrary dictates of a deity, who tells us that we must go hungry when we want to eat, or that we must be miserable in order to be virtuous. That is not the concept at all. These trials exist for only one purpose, namely that they represent the undergraduate work in the University of Truth. We have to face them as such. The trial is given to us not because we are sinners or we are born in sin and conceived in iniquity. The trial is given to us because we are truth seekers. And in order to achieve the truth we seek, we must become the truth we seek. Therefore, these tests, these trials, these disciplines are absolutely indispensable to those who would approach the flame. For if those who approach the flame are not so disciplined, so that the dross in their own natures has not been voluntarily removed, then they approach the flame with combustible material and will find not the light of ages, but a consuming fire, because the dross cannot survive the flame. Therefore, it is the duty of man to remove the dross before he approaches the flame. If not, the experience is painful rather than helpful. So ethics represents merely the outer shadow, the exoteric name for discipline. Men do not do these things for the benefit of each other. They do not do these things primarily, actually, for the benefit of themselves as persons. They do these things in the name of and in the cause of the truth, without which they cannot live or survive. So Pike points out that in his estimation, that circle of ancient guardians actually existed. And by degrees, through the passing of time, we have forgotten that they were indeed a circle guarding a sacred place. And because that thing which was in the center of that place was not a vast cathedral built by men, was not a wonderful holy city leaving 10 layers of ruin for us to excavate, but because that thing in the center was mostly life, pure life, it was easy to forget it, because we couldn't see anything with our objective senses. We could not sense the magnitude unless we achieved it. Thus the center gradually ceased to exist as far as we are concerned. Our own ignorance caused us to miss the implication entirely. And we began to make each of these gates centers in themselves. And we had many centers, therefore many faiths, rather than many gates to one. Then, of course, followed the general confusion of tongues, confusion of minds, and confusion of souls, and it became possible for men to kill each other in the name of God. It became possible for them to persecute each other in the name of truth, because the center was gone. And without that center, each thing standing by itself alone was inadequate, unreal, imperfect. The loss of the consciousness of the center made it possible for us to be fanatics, made it possible for us to be bigots, whereas the realization of that center would have preserved the great and magnificent geometrical harmony of the divine plan. Having missed the point, we did not, however, miss it without some redeeming factors, and we realized it, because these gates were originally created with the correct purpose. Pike is convinced that they were. And he is also convinced that these gates, when in the course of ages a faith failed or a religion ceased, and therefore a gate was left untended, that immediately out of the structure of the general pattern new gatekeepers came, who were also to remain the custodians of these gates.
Therefore, all religions were not founded at exactly the same time as separate sects. They might be founded over a period of 20,000 years. Yet still, actually, they are those gates. And the gate factor itself never changes. Having recognized that all existing faiths were either founded upon the original plan or founded by branching from those who were part of the original plan, that a strange, semi-lost continuity has continued, and that the old mystery temples, which flourished as late in the East, rather in the Near East, and in the Mediterranean areas as the 3rd and 4th and 5th centuries of the Christian era, that these mystery temples were aware, at least in part, of their kinship with the ancient roots. Furthermore, these older temples did keep a certain roadway open between themselves. And from the travels of Pythagoras, and later of Apollonius Tyanus, and other of the great initiates of the period, we know that these persons traveled from one of these great centers to another with adequate passports, that they traveled as persons known and expected. When Apollonius reached the northern parts of the Ganges river, the headwaters, the Ganges, he found there the Indian teachers waiting for him, already aware that he was coming. Now, some may say perhaps they were just clairvoyant. Perhaps they were. But it was at least one point. He came not as a stranger, but as one expected and awaited, and one welcomed. In those days, this relationship between these groups was not hopelessly lost. They had not become creed-bound. They had not said, my God against thy God. Or they already had achieved and had maintained, as Pythagoras tells us, the realization that in all the various areas that he visited, and he visited over 20 of the great religious systems of Europe, the Near East, the Far East, and North Africa, that they all taught the same doctrine and they all knew it. And that was as late as 550 BC. They knew it. And yet, in the intervening 2,400 years, this knowledge has been generally lost. So we have an interesting evidence that knowledge has gotten lost even after history has been able to record it. Pike is therefore convinced, and I think he has a very strong story in his behalf, that this knowledge of being ways leading in to this great central fire core, this knowledge existed, probably generally known, as late as Plato and Socrates, perhaps a little later. Less generally, but somewhat widely known, as late as the 6th century A.D. Still known in some areas to the present time, but comparatively unknown to what we call Western culture. That this factor is known in Asia and in North Africa, I have reason to believe. I discussed some of these problems with some very learned Copts in Cairo, and they assured me that these facts were fully known to them. But these peripheral groups, almost untouched by the rapid so-called progress of the Western way of life, these are not listened to anymore, any more than are a few of the learned Sufis and dervishes who also know, nor certain of the very learned Taoists and Zen monks who also know. These things are not totally unknown. They are totally ignored by the majority of Western peoples. But the concept leads into the next important point, and that is that from the ancient mysteries we have by natural heritage, as Pike points out,
in incorporating part of this ritualism and symbolism into the Scottish degrees of Freemasonry, Pike points out that into this modern knowledge, and we can read it in Iamblichus on the Mysteries, in Proclus on the Theology of Plato, in the Eleusinian and Bacchic Mysteries, the Mysteries of Mithras, and many others, that these rituals are what we might term the gates, are still known. That there is this gate doctrine of awareness, the Zen concept of the mystery of the gateless gate. That this gate knowledge is still available. And Pike points out that it will always remain the same. In one generation it may be forgotten, in another remembered. Perhaps sometime Vishnu must be born again to bring the law out of the depths of the ocean, where it had been stolen away by giants. But regardless of what happens to the law remains. And man must come finally to the old road that leads to the law. And these ancient institutions, the mysteries, gradually bestowed part of their insight, but only a part, upon the rising theological systems that succeeded them in most areas. But each time this transmission was made, something was obscured by a heavier layer of symbols, until it became less and less easy to see the facts. But Pike points out that once you possess the key, not necessarily the great key that unlocks all truths, but now merely the point of view, which is the key, the discrimination to recognize landmarks, as some of the Freemasonic brethren call them. If we can see and recognize the landmarks, we will recognize the fact that no faith has ever been without them. We can also recognize that in every generation, in every religion, a few have recognized them and have quietly gone into this quiet search along the mysterious thread of Ariadne that led out of the labyrinth of confusion into the broad light of common sense. Out of all this consideration, then, Pike tells us the essential remains. The mysteries, as we knew them then, have mostly fallen ruin in time. They have, however, bestowed themselves as moral forces and as intangible but real values upon those things that succeeded them. And these, in turn, have, in one way or another, perpetuated, often without knowing it, certain peculiar doctrines, certain particular arrangement of emblems and patterns, whether in music, in art, in literature, or architecture, or scripture, science, philosophy, religion. These different groups have all perpetuated the key. The only problem is to find it, to get it out again. And the key is always the road that leads to the gate. And at the gate, through the mystery of initiation, supplies the pass sign by means of which the individual can pass into the ancient temple, where he can come finally into the sanctum sanctorum, or the adytum of the house, the great central place in which stands alone the flaming symbol of the eternal. Thus the search is for this, and Pike, being a scholar in these things and a great researcher, realizes that the secret societies of the ancients were therefore the elementary schools, so to say, leading into this knowledge. That their primary purpose was to give man the moral and ethical indoctrination by which he became capable of discriminating value, by means of which he could finally say with Omar
referring to the mysterious dances of the dervishes. Omar says, "From my base metal shall be filed the key that shall unlock the door they howl without." And that is the problem. The purpose of these systems of religion, extended from the mystery systems, is to proceed to the regeneration of man within certain limits, the gradual restoration of the good word, the good deed, and the good thought, the gradual beginning of the purification of the individual, by which, through the cultivation of the upright life, through the actual practice of self-control and self-discipline, through the application of proper principles to every action of conduct, the individual gradually gains the first thing that he needs, namely the power to govern himself, the power to dedicate himself, the power to place value above profit in everything, the power to choose self-sacrifice before the proclamation of truth, the power gradually to make the recognition of the value of reality strong enough to impel the person to go forward to the attainment of that which he has discovered. It is not from hope of heaven or from fear of hell that man must develop virtue. He must develop it because without it he cannot sufficiently regenerate his own organism so that he is capable of the great mystery ritual of truth-seeking. Pike therefore points out that having passed through a certain tempering in the lesser fires, the spirit is strengthened, the resolution is strengthened, the individual gains gradual control of the mind and the emotions and the body, until finally, through self-discipline, he is capable of attaining that internal integration which is peace, which is security in the true sense of the word, and that as one in peace with all things, including himself, in total peace with the world and with life and with reality, the individual, thus completely at peace, may pass through into the mysterious room beyond to find himself in the mysterious sanctuary of the ancient ones of the earth. He will then realize that he indeed has walked the path that all those who were truth-seeking, wise and good before him have also walked. That he is walking the path of light. That he is therefore entering into the true religion. That he is seeking the everlasting fire and is finding it, and is satisfied to become the servant of that flame. And in so doing, he attains not to knowledge in the common sense. He attains rather to identity with primordial knowing. He participates in the fact of truth, as did ancient man before ignorance, sin, and death came into his world. And because man has overcome ignorance, sin, and death in himself, he then becomes also one of those ancient ones who is timeless, who belongs to the order of the mediators, and becomes truly educated, truly enlightened, truly wise. This is the only wisdom there is. There is no other. And all the search for worldly wisdom leads in the end either to total disillusionment or else total dedication to that which is true. This was General Pike's central concept, and it seems to me that it is a valuable one And I think for those of you who belong to the Masonic order, it will have certain also special meanings. And so we thank you very much and hope